Sound 1, 2. So there are. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here as well for day 2 of our conference. I want to welcome us, even as we, with the arrival of our principal secretary. I'd like to kickstart the program, also in view of those who are joining us online, just so we can keep to time as well. I would like to call up on stage to just give you a run through as well, as you know the drill. We have the programs on your tables where you can be able to scan the QR code and access the rundown of what we have lined up for us. pretty tight one. That's why I'd like us to keep to time so we can actually progress. I'd like to call up on stage Mr. Samuel Nganga. I'll skip the first bit of the program just as we await the arrival of PS, and also we'll do a recap in his presence, just for him also to appreciate the conversation that has taken place just before his arrival. So I'll invite on stage Mr. Samuel Nganga, who's the finance manager at 14 Trees Limited, to first of all take us through his presentation as well, also in view of the time. Ready? Okay, I will key your presentation. Future of housing, 3D printing technologies from 14 Trees Limited. Very well. Please give a round of applause to Samuel as he takes the stage.
Can I get this out? Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Nganga from 14 Trees Limited. 14 Trees is a construction technology company leading the introduction of 3D printing in Africa. I will be taking you through the next session where we speak about 3D printing and how we see 3D printing contributing to the future of affordable housing. Or maybe just to move the slides. So 14 Trees Limited is a joint venture between Holcim Group and that's the world leader in building materials, and British international investor. So in Kenya, Bamburi Cement is also part of the Holcim Group. So what we are doing today is to move 3D printing from the prototype level, and we scale it up to a commercial scale. We have operations in Malawi, where we do a lot of schools and houses. South Africa, where we are manufacturing our own 3D printers. And of course, here, Kenya, where we have a unique project done using 3D printing technology. Some of the projects that we've done over the last couple of years started with a prototype house in Malawi. Malawi is still behind in terms of schools, so we've done a lot of schools there. Then last year, we started a project in Kilifi, an hour away from where we are this morning. So essentially what we are doing is to scale up this technology. When you read about 3D printing today, it will always be an announcement about the first 3D printed structure in different markets, whether it's a school, a church, a mosque, but we want to move from that level of prototypes and take it to the next level. So we have a unique pipeline of projects across Africa, mostly in Malawi and here in Kenya. Then we've also developed our own printer that's going to improve construction speed, cost, as well as flexibility. And to do that, we have end-to-end in-house competences so that we're able to offer turnkey solutions in this space. So what is 3D printing construction? And I can assure you it has nothing to do with printing papers. So 3D printing, by definition, is molding of a three-dimensional structure by placing volume of materials in sequential layers on top of each other. So in a construction setup, what happens is then you replace the masonry walls with the machine printed walls. And you can see on this side, these are just a photo of the wall done using 3D printing. And how does it work? Next slide, please. So the 3D printer has some important components. So this is how it looks with a gantry system, aluminum structure supporting the printing head here. Then you have the pump where you mix dry mortar. Dry mortar is essentially cement, sand, mixed with some admixtures. The pump will then push the wet ink. So the mortar, once you mix it with water, we call it ink. You push it from the pump and it comes to the printing head here. Then the printing head will move according to how you put in the designs of the houses. So you'll still do the normal designs. You convert those designs. You load the designs into the 3D printer software. Then the software will instruct or rather guide the movement of the printing head. And then construction starts. And to demonstrate this better, I'd like to play a video which shows how this tech works after. All right, so we'll play the video after the slides just to appreciate how the technology works. So today the technology can deliver mass housing projects like what we are doing in Kilifi, 2-story buildings. These are just some of the industry examples of what other people have done using the technology. Next, please. So some of the issues that will shape or rather guide the discussion about 3D printing. So today people are becoming more aware. Today people are becoming more aware on how their operations impact with the environment. And 3D printing gives us the opportunity to build more efficiently. There's a huge backlog of schools and houses. We've seen governments trying to accelerate the supply of this. And the 3D printed market is projected to grow to up to $40 billion in the next 5 years. So it's a huge investment proposition. Then we've seen a lot of advancement in progress in technologies such as artificial intelligence. And all this will play a big role in the development of 3D printing technology. So you'll be able to see on the video some of the benefits. So the first one is printing. If you take a standard 3-bedroom of say 80 square meters, the 3D printer will require at least 20 hours to do the walls. So it's really fast. The other thing is about affordability. Today, we are at par with the conventional methods of construction. We have interventions to drop that by at least 20% in the next 12 months. And this is important because you can't talk about affordable housing if construction in itself is not affordable. Then another huge advantage of this technology is the sustainability aspect, given that you cut your materials by up to more than 50%. So if you're a homeowner, let's go to the next slide. It's a safe investment. Don't worry about the walls. They are 4 to 6 times stronger than the normal conventional walls. Then you'll notice from the video, the 3D printing has 2 walls to make one wall. And in that wall, kind of traps air, which acts as insulation. So you don't need too many ACs, and that helps you saving on your electricity bills. Then, of course, given that you cut your materials, there's a big advantage of reducing the carbon footprint, of course, without paying more. So this is the project we are doing in Kilifi using this technology. It's just 45 minutes away from where we are today. Just to show you some statistics of this project from the printing phase. We've done 10 units. So far, a mixture of 2 beds and 3 beds with a net floor area of up to 76 square meters. So these houses were printed in 39 days. That's an average of 4 days per house. When you look at the total printing hours, 226 hours, that will be around 22 hours per house. But of course, you have to give provisions for moving the printer to the next sequence. So this project, next slide, please. So it's just some pictures of the project, 2 and 3 beds up to 76 square meters. The printed walls are load bearing. That means you don't have to add more reinforcement for the roofs, for the roof structure. We've used a timber roof structure for this project, also partnered with Equity Bank to unlock the financing for the end users. An interesting feature about this project is that it has achieved IFC EDGE advanced certification, essentially certifying this buildings to be green. And what that means is that, let's go to the next slide. What that means is the design of the houses will have an energy savings of up to 42%, how the walls are structured, the roofing structure, it allows more light into the house, so you don't have to use the bulbs, and of course you reduce your ACs because of the wall. Then during the construction stage, you save up to 24% water and 70% of the materials you use in construction. So this project has been certified by the World Bank as green, and that's a big thing. So that is what we are doing using 3D printing technology. And for us to understand that better, I'll request that the video comes up now. Maybe you could use my laptop. So we are looking for more partners, developers playing in the space of affordable housing, mostly in the low-rise building. We could be able to use 3D printing to do that much faster. So just before it comes up, we've had many speakers in the course of this conference speak about the huge deficit that we have. So the need for affordable housing is not in doubt. And the opportunity we see is that we can leverage on 3D printing to accelerate the supply of these houses and do so in a manner that is more efficient, faster, and most importantly, very friendly to the environment.
All right. So there is kind of an appreciation. There's an appreciation of the video that is coming up, but also just as we are waiting on that, I wanted to just open it up for the plenary as well, for the Q&A on 3D printing. I think that's the biggest side, the biggest story here. So I think any questions as well to Trees Limited, that will be welcome at this stage. So just as we're waiting on the same, then we can look at it, but the video is up for it as well.
Thanks for that. So this is the project in Kilifi, a few minutes from the bridge. So you'll still do your designs in the normal way. Can you? So that's the installation, a lot of aluminum trussing, then that's the pump. Please pause here a bit, just pause. 48. Let's go back kidogo. Yeah, there, that's fine. So that's the printer. You'll have the dry mortar here, which is made of cement, sand. Then we have added some admixtures to manage bleeding and curing. You put that in to the mixer here. That's the pump. It's connected to a source of water. It will mix that to the right texture, then pushes it through a nozzle. Let's keep going. Then pushes it up to this level. Then the software will control how this printing head moves. So this can move with a maximum speed of up to 250 millimeters per second. A standard 3-bed will take at least 8 minutes to do one layer, and you need, say, 125 to 130 layers to achieve a standard, say, 3 meters. So that's around 1,000 minutes. So you can notice the space between the walls, which acts as an insulation. And within very few hours, you have your walls up, you do your finishing in the normal way. You don't have to plaster these walls, so you just paint them and they are ready to go. And that's the project in Kilifi that we are doing. Thank you very much.
All right. I think we can play the video again, maybe just to appreciate the technology that has been shared as well. Before now, I open it up to the Q&A. Okay, go visit. Looking for the people. Very well, fantastic. Round of applause, please, to Samuel. Geoffrey, you'll allow. I know this was not part of the site visits scheduled for tomorrow, but this project is just under an hour away from here. So most of us who are spending the weekend in Mombasa or in the coastal region, perhaps this will be a good opportunity. I don't know if Samuel, we have an invitation to visit the project as well.
Yes, of course, you're welcome to visit the project just before the bridge on your way to Kilifi. We could go together if you like. Then if you're in Nairobi, we have a show house at the river. We can also organize a site visit for that as well.
Very well. Questions, comments?
Yes, I'm Simon Dixon from Kwango Kwako in Nairobi. I've been following 14 Trees for a long time, and 3D printing obviously has a huge amount of potential. And your presentation today was refreshing because we keep seeing 6 hours to build a house, 24 hours to build a house, and things like that. At least today you clarified that's the walls, and a house takes less than 8 weeks, which is great progress. And I'm sure they're going to get much faster. One thing, could you clarify the cost per square meter for the walling? And I've also seen a draft report on the embodied carbon for the walls, and it was relatively high for 3D printing, but it was draft. So I know there's some queries going on that. Can you confirm the embodied carbon for a wall? Do you know that yet?
Yeah, today we are at par with conventional construction, approximately 40K per square meter. And we have interventions to bring this down in future phases by use of more versatile printers. We take a lot of time moving this printer from one sequence to the other. So we are developing a printer that will be easy to assemble, then even interventions like producing the ink on site as opposed to a lab somewhere and moving it to site. We're trying to see how we can do everything on site. And of course, using local materials in whatever region we visit.
Okay, and the embodied carbon?
The carbon.
Yeah.
So far, we have done a life cycle analysis of a house we did in Malawi, and we have up to 70% savings in the carbon emissions.
I'd like to talk more detail with you afterwards, if possible.
Yeah, sure, we can speak more about it.
Super. Thank you. There's another question I think I saw right to the front here. Gideon, hold on, Lisha, just.
Okay, Eric Shikanda, Safari Consako. Would you tell us, I know you've given the price per square meter. Would you tell us like a 2-bedroom house, how much it would cost? Because for us, if we to sell the idea, we'd have to sell the price of the house. Is it end to end? Are you doing end to end everything apart from printing the walls? Are you able to finish the whole house? That will be of help. And you've said you've built only the 4 houses and the showroom at the Riverview. Done any other projects? Just to clarify.
Yeah, those are just some of the projects we've done. Otherwise, we've done many schools in Malawi. We've also done a school in Madagascar. In Kenya, we have the project at Kilifi, as well as the show house. So the 2-bed in Kilifi is going for 3.8 million, and a 3-bed is going for 5.1 million. And of course, that is because the land there is cheap and, stuff like that. So I wouldn't say this is the cost for a 2-bed in a different region. We have to look at other aspects like the cost of the land. Otherwise, we are at, say, 40K per square meter. We don't have to, we can do end-to-end solution. We can do the designs for you. We have in-house architect, QSs, project managers. We can do that. We could also provide this technology for the walls only, depending on what you like.
Lisha?
Yeah, thanks. I think my question was mainly answered after Simon Dixon asked, but I just want to confirm the sequencing you referred to, is that the configuration of the machine to the new design? I mean, or does it just print one standard design of a house? What if you have a different design of a house or a story building? Do you need a new machine, printing machine? Or is that what you're talking about, sequencing? You have to configure the machine to adapt to a new design. And also, on my second question, what are you doing on titling in the coast region? How are you handling the titling of the individual units? Obviously, we have financiers here. How are you tackling that so that a unit is ready, and if someone wants to be financed, then they have a ready title? Is that an issue you're facing, a challenge you're facing that we need to document? Thank you.
Let me start with the title it's a challenge for us. We've been engaging our lawyers for the last, say, 6 months. And what they've been telling us is that the sectional titling process was only rolled out in Nairobi. Then once it's successful, it's going to other regions. So what we decided to do for this as we wait for that process is using the long-term subleases. And I think the bankers accept that as security for the houses as we wait for the sectional titling process. You don't need a different machine to do different designs. So the sequencing I was talking about is essentially converting any design that you have into small slices, which then the printer head will lay based on how the design looks like. The printer is adjustable. It can do an area of up to 130 square meters and a height of up to 5.6 to 6 meters high. So anything within that volume, that area rather, is easily printable.
Very well. Geoffrey, there's a question. There's a hand here.
Thank you, Samuel. So I realized that this is a copyrighted technology, but you're trying to take to the masses, I hope. So obviously the questions would be, how do you scale this? Because the challenges of housing right now is about mass housing. The technology that any new technology must be able to be scaled very fast and replicable in terms of the users, for example, issues of knowledge transfer. Is there a plan for 14 Trees to, maybe seed some of the proprietary materials of the technology? I'm just looking at it from the aspects of, for example, the car industry. There are some aspects of safety that could not be kept copyright and had to be sort of given out free for it for common good. That's one. The second question is, when you look at construction, we tend to focus more on the envelope, and that is the walls, which in most cases is actually the cheapest component of a house. So the question is, how do you use this, the printing technology, to be able to look at other components of the house? I realize since it's cement-based, the ink, how do you maybe use other materials like plastic to be able to build other components, or should I say manufacture other components like windows, like ceiling boards, like doors, ironmongery, pipework? Is that something that is possible? Is that something that you are exploring? Thank you.
So when you look at the printer today, there are no significant copyright issues. There are many players in this space, mostly in the European market. We have companies like Cobord developing these printers. Then we have 14 Trees again introducing our own printer. The copyright will come in terms of the abilities of this printer. For instance, the use of artificial intelligence in the printer. When you're printing, for instance, the printer will itself read from the design that there's a socket, for instance, and it will leave that space. There's a ventilation and it will leave that space. So the proprietary issues is about the abilities of the printer, but we are working with many developers so that they can adopt this and use the printers. We sell them the printers and give them support in their projects. We're also looking at mass housing. We've just started with a 52 units project in Kilifi, but remember the same things we've been speaking about in this conference, issues affecting developers, end user financing, the supply side financing, regulatory issues. Those issues will also affect us as 14 Trees irrespective of this technology, because it doesn't make sense if I build a unit in 2 months, then the end user doesn't have money to buy it. So in as much as we want to push the mass housing, there are still other components, systemic issues that we need to address as well. So today, the printer has the ability to do those mass houses and up to 1-story building. We have the printer also doing things like the foundation and all the way to the roof. How we see the next level of 3D printing is having these printers engaged in more civil works, such as prefabs, building elements, and such like things. So today the technology is not yet at that level, but in the next phase of 3D printing, we see it being used for much more heavy construction work.
Thank you, Sam, for your presentation. My name is Anthony. Just a quick question. In an ideal construction process, how does the printer handle value engineering or changes during the construction process? Then, for example, the project that you're doing in Kilifi, say you have a 5-acre scheme. Most of the time you find that you have stoppages within the work. How do you take care of stoppages? Well, say your machine does maybe a similar design along a line of an estate. In case there are stoppages, how do you work with your customer in terms of managing the contractual arrangements?
So in terms of variations, you will notice that the slicing process is progressive. You don't have to do the entire slicing of the whole design. You do it progressively. So you're able to incorporate those changes as they come along. So it's easy for you to manage the variations during printing. With respect to the stoppages, what we do, and we've seen this mostly with UNICEF, when we are doing schools in Malawi, it's always a discussion about the compensation for the opportunity cost. Of course, we are flexible, but again, given that the locations where we print could be quite far away and there's a cost implication. So it's always speaking with the customer, and then you agree on how to compensate for the opportunity cost.
Okay, last but not least. I think maybe someone could just share your contact details as well for 14 Trees as well, for even for posting on Slido and also for our online audience.
All right, so I'll be around the conference the whole of the day and tomorrow, so we can speak more about the technology. If you want to call me, my number is 0721 925 047. 0721 925 047. If you want to drop me an email, it's samuel.nganga@14trees.com. Samuel.nganga@14trees.com.
Thank you very much. I think the slide was maybe preempting what we were going to post on Slido. A round of applause, please, to someone representing the team from 14 Trees. Thank you. Thank you very much. In case you're just joining us, welcome to day 2 of our affordable housing conference. Thank you all for being here as we draw to sort of a close on this formal bit ahead of our visits tomorrow at the sites. Remember, we have 2 sites that we'll be visiting. That's the Fairdeal Properties at Bamburi and also the Buxton Point project. I'm also adding on to the Kilifi project that we've been invited to. So maybe that can be a good plan for a Saturday morning as well, just before you jet back to Nairobi. Also now at this point in time, I'd like to notify us that we're expecting the arrival of our Principal Secretary in charge of State Department of Housing, after which, when he comes, then we'll have a chance to engage him for a plenary. But before that, we'll just progress on with the program so we don't delay as we proceed. So at this point in time, allow me to welcome on stage Madam Flora Muthaura, who's the head of risk and compliance at KMRC. She'll be able to introduce our esteemed panelists who will be discussing the practical sustainable solutions from a developer's perspective. So here goes. A round of applause, Flora.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I have been introduced, my name is Flora Muthaura, Head of Risk at KMRC, and also the person driving sustainability. It's no longer breaking news that the world is warming up as a result of climate change. The construction sector is a significant contributor, being one of the largest consumers of natural resources and energy, since it uses 30 to 40% of all primary energy and natural resources over the building's lifespan. And when I talk about the building lifespan, I'm talking about construction, operation, maintenance, and demolition, and is estimated to account up to 30% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an imperative discussion that delves into the intersection of sustainability and affordability in housing. Today, the conversation explores innovative strategies and practical solutions that aim to reconcile the pressing need for affordable housing with the imperative to embrace sustainable practices. We have lined up for you a distinguished panel of experts that bring forth a wealth of knowledge, navigating the complexities and possibilities of weaving sustainability into the fabric of affordable housing. Join me in welcoming on stage a civil engineer by profession who has worked as a contractor, a consultant, and a developer with over 15 years experience globally, both in Africa and the Middle East. He has done projects in both the Middle East and Africa, and also centered on affordable housing. I welcome on stage the CEO of Gulf Capri, Mr. Chris Ochen. Next online, I want to welcome Vijay, the managing partner of Belco Properties, and also the managing director of KD Group of Companies, developers of Kongwea Village, a state-of-the-art affordable housing project ecosystem located in Nyali, Mombasa. A round of applause for Vijay. And lastly, is our third panelist, Kipto Kirwa, who is a development consultant at Fair Deal Properties, very passionate about implementing the circular economy in housing development, having done over 2,000 affordable units, both in Naivasha, Nairobi, and here in Mombasa. A round of applause for Kipto. So unfortunately, one of our panelists had an emergency this morning, the CEO of Centambri, and will not be able to join us today. However, with our three panelists, we'll make sure that we actually do justice to that discussion. So welcome.
Check.
Probably to start with you, Chris. Gulf Cap prides itself in not just building apartments, but rather providing a lifestyle with modern architecture, coupled with new customer trends. And I think I should even congratulate you. Gulf Cap actually won an award at the recently concluded Africa Union of Housing Finance Conference as one of the most promising emerging affordable housing developer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chris. So tell us, how can developers incorporate sustainability into their design and development process from the very beginning?
Thank you, Flora, and thank you for having me here. Share some insights on what we are doing as Gulf Cap Real Estate. As you rightfully mentioned, first I'd like to thank our team at Gulf Cap Real Estate, our consultants, the county government, the State Department, for giving us a platform to enable us to win the most promising housing developer in Africa. For us, it was not a small thing. It was a main feature being recognized in Africa. But maybe before I go into the kind of practices we are putting in. I read somewhere that the prevalence of rickets disease has really grown in high densified areas. For those who come from Nairobi, specifically areas like Pipeline. So when we look at what do we call green initiatives and sustainability, we try to look at what are the simple things that one can put into a development to ensure that people have a livable environment. So we look at it from different stages. From a design perspective, we look at things like cultural appropriation. When you're building in Mombasa, you have to look at the architecture of the region. And our good friend from AAK can tell you, he's seen our started designs. We look at Nairobi in a modernized, contemporary manner. We look at simple initiatives like floor-to-ceiling heights. Mombasa is very hot. You want to ensure you have natural ventilation and natural lighting to ensure you save on power costs. We look at things like courtyard design, which enables community living, which enables circulation of the area. We look at non-motorized transport areas. By this, we mean how do we connect the public transport to the development to ensure people use less cars and more of a walkable, livable situation. Street furniture, integration with the public. We do other measures like water harvesting, solar in common areas, low flow fixtures, occupancy sensors, smart technology in terms of energy monitoring and smart water meters, crime prevention through environmental design, etc., etc.
Thank you for that. Moving to you, Kiptor. What are some of the sustainable and technology solutions you've successfully implemented, especially for the affordable housing projects?
Okay, to add on what my colleague is saying about the design structures, what we've done at Fair Deal, we have UPVC glasses to allow us have more of the reflection, sun reflection and heat reflection on our projects. Now, what we do with this, at the end of the day, like when you get this, okay, so let me come back again. Most of our projects that we use on affordable housing, we have UPVC glass that we manufacture here in Kikambala. Now, the remains, what you get out of that, we get 15 years of, okay, I'm shy kinda, forgive. Okay, so we have developed UPVC glasses, windows. Now, what this helps, it helps us in shading off the excess heat and shading off the excess lights. Now, the beautiful thing about this is the cost of repairs in cost is what makes the cost of construction go high because of effects of the climate. Climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the end of 15 years, what we tend to do, we recycle this and use it for gutters and for PVC, like PVC pipes. Forgive me, I'll get back. Thank you.
So Kipto, you're telling us that you actually manufacture some of the equipment here in Mombasa and you still use those equipment in your construction projects. So that's a whole ecosystem of the circular economy where you manufacture recycling materials and you still use them in your project. Probably you could tell us about the design that you've adopted for your housing project.
So like for the photo, we call it. Just here.
Okay, sorry. Probably we could move to you, Vijay. Vijay, you are developing a state-of-the-art affordable housing development dubbed Kongowea Village. Tell us more about it and how you've implemented or how you're planning to implement sustainability in that project.
Thank you, Flora. Thank you, KMRC, for inviting us to this conference. When we started thinking about developing Kongowea Village, we had a few questions that we started with. The first question was, how do people live in villages where everyone knows everyone, people have a sense of real community. There is a practicality aspect of it that you are able to get everything you want. And the idea was, how do we bring that to now an urban city center? And then we look at the two mega trends that are happening right now: urbanization, especially in Africa, and sustainability. And we try and see how we can now integrate all of these elements to a single development, which effectively would act as a blueprint for the new mass urbanization, medium density, replanning, rezoning of our cities effectively. So village living became livage, which is stay, shop, socialize. It is a one destination place where we are able to now integrate all the needs of an individual in one place. So it's effectively a 5-minute city. So what was very important for us was, how do we master plan for this? And sustainability actually starts from master planning, from effective use of land. I can give you an example. We went through 5 different master plan massing options, rejected all of them before we settled into what is our current master plan. The architects used computer-aided design. This current master plan has been specifically designed for passive cooling, and we have computer simulations done using Mombasa data on this design on site to show how the effects are actually very real. And then we look at things like power, water. What Chris mentioned is, how do you make these more sustainable? Sewerage becomes a key issue for us. So a wastewater treatment plant is absolutely necessary. How do we design for the distribution of the utilities? Do we use a distributed system? Do you use a single node and spoke system? Which is most cost effective? Which is going to be least maintenance and least cost over the next 25, 30, 50 years? So that's effectively how we look at that. And more importantly, or as importantly, communities become very critical, because we are designing for people at the end of the day. Separation of vehicle traffic from human traffic, making it a 5-minute city by definition is a walkable city. Making sure that people have their privacy and then also have connections. So the design allows for people to interact with each other by design. And I think the concept of how is this estate going to be managed? Because what we do not want is a future concrete slum. And those management issues are considered today in the master planning and in the design.
Thank you so much. Probably let's just bring a bit of affordability into this discussion. Cycling back to you, Chris, you've spearheaded a number of developments across the real estate value chain, conceptualizing both mixed-use developments, satellite cities, and urban nodes in the Middle East and Africa. So how can developers influence and advocate for sustainable practices in their projects and among their peers, and also bringing in the affordability elements?
So thank you, Flora. I think first, for lack of a better word, there's a misconception that green has to be very expensive. It's simple things like what Vijay here alluded to. For Kongowea Village is stay, shop, socialize. There's also a notion for many developers of live, work, play, right? For us to look at live, work, play, and learn. And if I could just zero in a little bit on that, we don't build swimming pools or courtyards. We build academies for children to be able to be taught by a professional and charge it within service charge. We do not build just ECDs, but we build areas where mothers and young families can bring their children. We use technology, and wherever they are, they can monitor and see what their children do on a day-to-day basis. We look at religious centers. We have a madrasa and Bible study here at our development at Buxton, among other things. So we look at it from a lifestyle perspective as opposed from a housing perspective. How do you do it as a community? And it becomes an inclusive community. You know, by promoting and prioritizing sustainability in property development, developers can not only contribute to environmental conservation, but also enhance the market value and long-term viability of the project. At the end of the day, you're giving someone a title or a 99-year lease, and you do not want their title to be devalued on a daily basis when they leave. We also promote ECG, which we mean environmental, social, and governance practices. We change the way we look at development, right? In terms of what he alluded to, the community in general. What are the all aspects of the community? I'll give you something very simple, an example of what we did. All the buyers in Buxton planted a tree. That gave them a sense of ownership, but at the same time, we have more than 385 trees planted at Buxton. So it's the small, simple initiatives that you bring into a development, not necessarily spend a lot of money in terms of trying to, you know, tick the box screen, but we look at it from a livable perspective and how do we change and preserve our environment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing it directly from the developers. It starts from as a simple structure from design, the size of the windows, the space from the floor to the roof, implementation of renewable energy and recycling of waste. But Vijay, coming back to you, is it a myth that implementing a sustainable project is expensive? So many developers talk about implementing solar as a very expensive cost when it comes to implementing solar as part of the project, which contributes a large cost of construction. So how have you been able to achieve a house of 2.1 million and still make it green?
So when we started this project, we had an ambition to make sure that we are an IFC EDGE advanced certification. So IFC has 3 certification: is the IFC EDGE, EDGE Advanced, and Zero Carbon. Zero Carbon, we decided, was not possible for affordable housing in our context. EDGE Advanced is something that we are currently on track to achieve, and solar becomes a big part of that. The issue, let me give you a few examples, and then I'll talk around it. So let's say a normal tube light. The cost of a normal tube light versus the cost of an LED tube light. The cost of the tube light is higher. If we look at hot water, the cost of a small 5-liter filament heated tank is about 20,000 shillings. The cost of a smallest heat pump, which is the most effective way to do it, is about 60,000 shillings. The energy consumption of a hot water tank collector is far less superior than the energy collection of a solar panel, right? So you look at how all of these add up, and then how you can apply them to your project. So in the totality of it, over, let's say, when you do the sums over 20, 25, 30 years, it is very much viable. However, when you are now building it today, it is more expensive. So what you're trying to do is the developer builds it today, and then the consumer benefits from a lower consumption, and society benefits, and the climate and the environment benefits. So how do we now balance these 2 equations out? And effectively, KMRC brings the answer, right? So you are financing the buyer to purchase this at a fixed rate, 9% mortgage, which now helps him to earn back that capital investment faster.
Coming back to you, Kipto, what are some of the challenges and opportunities that you have faced when implementing your projects?
Allow me to go back to where I missed.
No problem.
Now,
You can go back.
Now, what we are having is at Fairdeal, we are building a lot of units. For us to bring this cost of production cheaper for us and even for you as a buyer, it allows us to look at technological solutions that brings the cost of construction down. What have we done? We have made sure that we have the UPVC glass that you're able tomorrow to reuse it. When we are doing, what the most expensive thing for us as developers is the repairs aspect and the wastage in construction processes. That's where I've come to realize that if we're able to bring these costs down, at the end of the day, when you're going to buy this project or this home, the cost is already lower. Now, the second thing is, in Mombasa, for instance, we have the effects of the climate. Not even climate change, but the environment is Mombasa, it's very harsh, especially for if you fit a normal handle, within the next 5 years or 3 years, you'll have rust on it. Look at your sanitaries. So what have we done? We've made sure that we are incorporating projects. We are making sure that we have more UPVCs, and we are able to recycle that. In the next 10 years, we're able to refit it back and take it back for other uses. Now, the challenges, the beauty of this is, as a developer, I'm not planning to sell this house to you today only. I want to sell to you another house tomorrow. So for me, my profit margins I'm not coming to hit at you once because I want to be with you tomorrow. What do? We take the aftermath or whatever things that we are not able to consume now, we're going to recycle it for other use. Maybe from the UPVC glass, you're able to use it for RHF. RHF is a rooftop water harvesting modules that we use it to purify this water and take it back for other use. Now, the beautiful thing also is once you've mastered the circular economy, you are able to make sure that the cost of production is low, and you have this customer happy tomorrow to come back for you as a developer, as a trusted developer. And that's how we are able to, we are moving a lot of units. In fact, where you're going tomorrow for a site visit is a third project under this cap of affordable housing. Why? Because we're able to make sure that we're able to maintain these customers' trust throughout the project life cycle. And that is, I think I've made sure that I've answered the first and the second, I think.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Probably just to bring this discussion to a close, I'll ask each of the developers to just tell us about the number of housing developments that they have done in terms of how many units are affordable, what's the price range, and how they have utilized the KMRC product within that product category. So when I talk about the KMRC product, I'm talking about homes that are below 8 million. And they attract, when you go to a financial institution, they attract a single-digit interest rate, which is fixed over the lifetime of the loan that spreads across up to 25 years. So starting with you, Chris, tell us about how many units you've developed and how they have fit within the KMRC product offering.
So thank you, Flora. As an organization at Gulf Cup, we look at affordability in two different ways. So number one, me as the developer, have I developed this house in a price that is sustainable? Because affordability is relative. You can say it's 1 million, but how does the end user afford 1 million? Then we look at affordability from the perspective also of how do we help this home buyer own a house. Now, yesterday we had so many discussions here, and there are people who are, yesterday it was more finance. And I could hear people saying, how do you score? How do you analyze the people who are buying our houses? We look at it as a whole journey because we conceptualize we conceptualize, we develop, and at the end of the day, we manage. So we also look at the service charge perspective. There is no point I sell a house at 2 million shillings and my service charge is 30,000. It's 4,000 shillings, which beats the purpose. Now, to answer directly your cost, all our projects are under the affordable housing program, which gives us a cap on the price point on what we can sell. In Mombasa, we started with units from 1.8. We are in our phase 2 now. Our most expensive unit is 4.7 million. In Starehe, we are from 1.65 all the way to around 4 million. We've worked with financial institutions, can see colleagues seated around here, in terms of how do we make it affordable for people. We've worked with SACCOs also in terms of bringing them, and we've also referred some to KMRC for the single-digit mortgage. So when we work at it, we look at affordability again, just to reiterate on 2 different aspects. Can they buy the house? And then can they afford the service charge to ensure the development maintains its value over their lifetime? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Moving to you, Vijay.
Thank you. So our project has 10 different typologies within the same project. This happens to be our first project, so we have not done any others. However, we do come to this with 3 generations of construction experience in Mombasa. Ours is 100% private project, and what we targeted was trying to ensure that all our units are below 8 million shillings. So our largest unit, which is a 80 square meter 3-bed unit, today has just poked above 8 million because of inflation. Costs are now pushing our numbers higher, but originally they were all targeted to be below 8 million shillings. We have a smallest studio starting at 2.1, and as I mentioned, 10 different typologies moving up towards the 3-bedroom.
Thank you, and closing with you, Kipto.
So far, units under AHP, AHP 8 million and below, we are looking at, so far, we have 580 in Nairobi. We have 400 coming up here at Bamburi, and then we have another 580 also.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard it directly from our developers. The supply of affordable housing is viable, and it's practical, and it's happening. It has been done and it can be done. And the best part about it is that the sustainability has been implemented as part of affordable housing. So MC, I will throw it back to you for any questions from our audience.
Thank you very much. This has been a panel looking at the practical sustainable solutions on the developer's perspective. Be reminded that we'll also be visiting some of the projects, in particular, of course, the Fairdale properties as well, together with the Buxton Point project. Please give them a round of applause, and well moderated by Flora. Before we take a Q&A session right now, allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Charles Hinga, who's the Principal Secretary, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Let's give him a round of applause, sir. Thank you for being here. And also recognizing Engineer Byron Buyu, who's the Secretary, Integrated Project Delivery Unit at the State Department for Housing. Karibu sana. All right, so throwing it over to you as well for the Q&A as we go along. All right, Flora, clearly everyone wants to visit the projects. I think you all spoke largely about the projects, so I think we cannot wait to tour some of the projects as well. That's scheduled for tomorrow mid-morning. So let's close the panel and we'll wrap it up at this point. You can take your seats.
Okay, thank you very much. As we close the discussion, I think I want to thank my panelists for sharing their insightful ideas and practical solutions towards sustainable solutions to housing. Indeed, it is important that the homes we develop today nurtures both the planet for now and the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vijay, just before you exit, there was one I missed out on Slido. What specific sustainable technologies during construction but is Kongwea Village going to adopt? Do you have any units that are outside the KMRC products? Just really quick on that.
So outside of KMRC products, we have what we call the co-live units. So these are 10 units designed for larger institutional investors that allow them to play the student accommodation, the youth living market. In terms of answering the question on sustainability, we are looking at technologies, some simple and existing, like beam and block or ribbon block, as opposed to in situ casting. Unfortunately, for many of these technologies that we are looking to adopt, sometimes they are not as readily available in the market today because this is a new mass requirement. So we are also looking at ways to introduce these to the market. Sometimes simple physics helps, so allowing for light wells in the corridors that allow both lights to come in and air ventilation, making sure that the buildings facades have ability for wind to flow through, ensuring that all our windows are north-south facing, because Mombasa wind is north to south, and sunrise in the heat, so there's no direct sunlight. So these are more physics and simple design related elements that have come into play.
Super. Thanks. Well put. Sorry, I missed that question, but thank you so much, Vijay, for answering, and Flora as well for leading this panel discussion. Buona PS, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. We know for sure the affordable housing project is a key strategy, I would say, for this administration. In my other life, of course, I worked with you and I know you're very passionate about it. And we have particularly scheduled this morning bit to give you the opportunity to engage stakeholders, whom, of course, most of them you very well know, to also just appreciate the work that KMRC has done as well to spur the affordable housing project plan. So just to give you a bit of kind of an insight into what took place yesterday, and of course for the better part of the morning, also respecting as well that yesterday we saw that the president was actually looking and inspecting some of the projects that you very well launched, and seeing the CS here was actually an absolute testament of the commitment that you have for this. So allow me to just quickly invite our head of legal and company secretary, Alicia. Alicia will just give you like a quick snapshot into some of the deliberations that have taken place, and after which I'm going to invite the CEO to invite you to speak.
Thank you, Laban. Check. Thank you, Laban. Buona PS, karibu sana. Pleasure to have you amongst us. Buona CEO, all distinguished guests. Thank you. Good morning. So we had a power-packed day yesterday. I think we already gave Madam CS yesterday highlights of our deliberations here, up until the time she had arrived together with Waziri Chelugui. So I just want to quickly recap for the PS our deliberations from the afternoon. We had a very nice presentation by the CS Chelugui Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs, and the CS highlighted the unique position held by the cooperative movement. The ministry continues to work closely to address challenges that face the cooperative sector. We thanked him. We were very cognizant that he pushed through the change to the Income Tax Act to now bring SACCO borrowers within the bracket of mortgage relief. And that was encapsulated in the Finance Act. And the CS committed to continue championing and working on policy reforms to enable SACCOs become more enabled to participate in affordable housing initiatives. Then, Buona PS, we heard from your boss yesterday on the various affordable housing initiatives, land reforms. Madam Wahome was very generous to us with her time. She highlighted the evolving landscape of the property sector. She assured us that ADISASA continues to entrench, especially land facilitation transactions. It is increasingly improving the integrity and security of land records and reducing on cost of transactions. she actually mentioned the MOU with the LSK and the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya and how it has facilitated. And we just actually heard this morning from a very lovely presentation by 14 Trees, how that MOU has actually enabled them to continue using long-term leases while the issue of sectional titles is still being sorted in Nairobi. So the CS committed to continue facilitating affordable housing projects with a mind on inclusivity, which is what she assured us is actually at the heart of our president, that housing is a social need. Housing is an inclusivity issue. She committed to speed up the issuance and verification of titles across the country and to continue increasing funds for affordable housing projects through partnership. As you can imagine, Bwana PS, of course, there was a very lively debate on the housing levy, and I'm sure in your address to us today, you will mention that as we continue to see how that plays out. We had very interesting discussions, deliberations in a panel with the financiers, and we realized that there's need to continue offering customers financial literacy, which will help them plan their finances better. It was important to continue creating a culture that fosters trust between financiers and customers. Bwana PS, we also mentioned to the delegates one of the key initiatives that KMRC is championing to bring about inclusivity even to the lower or the unsalaried or unstructured income earners in the country through a risk-sharing facility, and our financiers were really keen to that task. This morning, Bwana PS, we've also had, like I mentioned earlier, we had a very interesting presentation on 3D printing from 14 Trees. We've seen how technology is now becoming part of our modern day life. We've seen a machine that can actually print a house within 22 hours. That there's also actually a housing project in Kilifi that we have been invited to go see. It has improved on speed, affordability, and sustainability, and it is actually IFC Edge Advanced certified. We've also, of course, heard just now as you're working in Bwana PS on the issues of sustainability. That sustainability, central to sustainability is the design perspective. But of course, more than that, we've heard from Gulf Kapow, they do not just see sustainability as a building perspective, but also as a lifestyle perspective. Interesting to hear that at Buxton, for example, every owner of a unit has had to plant a tree. So we already have 300 trees there. And so we've also heard from Vijay of Kongowea Village, and we've heard from Bwana Kipto Kirwa of Fairdeal, how, just the design perspective, minimizing cost of repairs occasioned by climate effect because of where we are in Mombasa. Seeing how utilities can be factored in the long term and how KMRC is playing a role also in long-term fixed rate financing to keep the costs low. So Bwana PS, you've come in at the right time and we welcome you. Thank you every delegate for your continued time and attention. Bwana MC, back to you. Asante.
Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate it. To begin about coffee and the rapporteurs as well. They're a big team. I know you're being very kind to the PS. There was a notorious panelist yesterday who was saying, I cannot take that question. The PS is coming tomorrow. Please pose the same. And I know there are many other developers who had the same question as well. So, sir, please, we'll have a plenary. There are lots of conversations taking place, quick comments, feedback. Please allow us to have that. And of course, you have an able right hand in Byron, so I'm sure he'll be able to take some of that question. So the format we'll take over the next just about half an hour is a quick presentation as well from CEO and also the PS as well. And then we can open it up to a plenary session where you can be able to engage directly with the PS. So at this point in time, please give a round of applause to our CEO and MD, Mr. Oltetia, to formally invite the PS.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. I have no presentation. You have been seeing me in this podium, I think, over the last 1.5 days now, saying the same thing, welcoming people to speak, right? So we are very privileged this morning to have our PS for housing. PS, we're truly humbled to have you around. We're really honored. PS Charles Hinga. And if there's anyone who has passion for delivery of affordable housing, is PS Hinga. At one time, he told me, you know what? There is no amount of sweating that can stop me from delivering this affordable housing. And I think I believe that because it doesn't seem to be changing. Now, it is also actually satisfying to see how he is so driven. And one of his key beliefs is market-driven interventions. And every so often, he actually talks to me about it. Like we need to have the market drive this deliverable, which is amazing, which is actually why you get sustainability. Market-driven interventions for sure will be a lot more sustainable. And according to him, KMRC is a key cog on that wheel. And we truly appreciate that PS Hinga continues to, in fact, speak about KMRC more than most of us. PS, welcome to talk to this very high level people. We have developers here, we have policy shapers, we have innovators, we have financiers, we have development finance institutions, among others. So we actually have everyone that we ever needed to sit in one room to discuss affordable housing. I'm also told that the governor of Mombasa is joining us shortly, so we should be seeing him as well. But PS, in addition to what Alicia highlighted, there were two key issues. I think that the CS requested that it can actually be answered a lot more by the PS. And that is number one, the status of the building code. I think it's an issue that has been with us for some time now. We understand there's a review that has been ongoing, but we want to have different mechanisms of developing houses and developing houses even faster and more affordable ways. So if you have an opportunity, please talk to us about that. And lastly, which is also an issue that Alicia alluded to, is about the housing levy. And this is in relation to provision of horizontal infrastructure. Will that be structured sufficiently to help develop sites for affordable housing? We are talking about leveraging the affordable housing levy. And I think one of the ways of leveraging that is actually developing, including sites that are privately developed, and that will actually help in reducing the cost of housing, which is why we want to achieve affordable housing. So with that, it's my honor to invite the PS for Housing to make a presentation, which I think after that is when we can advise you on where we go next. Thank you and welcome, PS.
Thank you so much, Joe. Let me begin by thanking you and the organizers of this year's very successful conversation around housing. Before I came here, I got so many calls from some of you to say that this has been a very well-organized event. So thank you so much, Joe. Many of you don't know my relationship with Joe. When former President Uhuru Kenyatta came for me from my comfort zone in South Africa, initially I thought I was going to be an advisor, like these economic advisors, which is, you're very powerful, but you have no commitment, you sign nothing. So you have the liberty to say anything the way it should be said. Now I have to be a bit measured until I was told to go to Treasury and meet some few people, and I met Joe before I know what position I was going to be given. So when the former president said, you're coming with me and I've given you a job, I asked him what job. He says, that's not for you to ask, you just come. And I had to go meet Joe. I had to meet, I think, Evans from IFC, I think he's here. I went to the IFC offices and the World Bank talking about housing, but the guys were wondering, who are you? You know? So, and I think, Joe, you've been very consistent on these matters of housing. And to me, 6 years later, when we sit here and we reflect on the journey that we have undertaken, it is very satisfying. It's a tough job. It's a very, very, very tough job, because I believe that we are at the midst of transforming this country, and transformation is not easy. You know, there is resistance, there is skepticism, and you have to stay positive at all times because you have deep conviction about what you're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a 72-page presentation. Joe has told me that I only have 30 minutes, including Q&A. So I have a stopwatch, which starts now, I hope. So I intend to keep the 30 minutes. So what I have done, if you can cue the presentation, there are some important slides that I want to take you through. And then I have told Joe that as soon as I am done, because he has a database of all of you, plus the ones who are joining us online, we will share with you the presentation, because it is very difficult to compress such a significant development in our country in 30 minutes. I normally do 4.5 hours. In between, I sweat and I drop water. And I really want to thank you for the very well air-conditioned room. I know you did that with me in mind. Joe has said that I'm a believer in markets, and that is true. But what happens when markets don't work? What happens when markets are not working? You know, if you really want to be a serious commentator on matters of housing in Kenya, I think it is very, very important for us to look at the history of markets in Kenya and how did we get to where we are? Because the question is, what are we solving for? If you don't know what you're solving for, then you're in murky waters already. So if you take a journey to the Kenyan housing evolution, you'll have to go back to the 1930s and what happened pre-independence. Because there was a housing that was being developed in Kenya, but what kind of housing was being developed from the 1920s to the 1960s? The government that was in power then, its policy was containment, containing the indigenous Kenyan to Mashambani. So the housing development from 1920s to the 1963, we only did 14,000 houses. Okay, because who are we catering for? All right? Come independence. And independence brought a whole lot of freedoms. Political freedom, there was the hope of economic freedom, okay? And to use the word loosely, a shareholding in this big enterprise we call Kenya. So we all had a hope that we can own a little bit of a piece of this country of ours. So in the 60s, a lot happened. We came up with the housing policy. We came up with National Housing Corporation. And I know some of you hate the fact that we try and compare ourselves with Singapore. Oh, Singapore is smaller than Kiambu. I understand that. But I think you missed the point. You see? Because at that time, in the 1960s, we came up with probably one of the most, how will I call it, liberal laws that you cannot be able to pass today. The Housing Act, if you read it, and I have read that Housing Act from page to cover, from front page to cover, I have read, you know, Section 28 of the Housing Act says that if there is any other law that is in contradiction with this law prevails. I mean, where can you get that kind of an act today? It gave the minister powers to establish under Section 23 any intervention that you needed. And we saw the progress of that policy. Section 7 of that act talked about the establishment of a housing fund. So you guys are punishing me here or making me sweat talking about housing fund. It's not me who wrote it. It was written in the 1960s. It's only that closer to 60 years later, I am the guy who has to implement it. Because we said we have established the housing fund, but we never funded it. So why were we thinking about establishment of the housing fund? But even without funding it, there is some intervention that we did. You know, all national housing corporations. I don't know whether my MD is here. I saw he was supposed to be in a panel yesterday. I don't know whether he came. So the housing fund was supposed to be an intermediation. Okay? Because whether you agree or you don't, housing is a social right. It's not all about profit in housing. And I know some of you guys are all about chasing a profit. Here, there is a social dividend that we chase that sometimes does not translate itself into money, because the Constitution gives every Kenyan a right. And by the way, those Article 43 rights are not negotiable. But the question is, you can give yourself all the rights you want to give yourself in this world. But the elephant in the room is, how do you fund those rights? We have to fund the rights. So, 1960s, we built Site and Service, Kayole, Dandora. You saw all those things that came up. 1970s, we accelerated that. And I still haven't started presenting, so relax. It's context, then I can rush through the presentation. Then something happened in the 1980s that most of you, because I can judge by the, you know, right now we are the prime. Now we are I'm assuming most of you are my age mates or slightly older than me. 1980s, we all remember about the structural adjustment that happened in the 1980s. That time, IMF, the World Bank, what did they tell us? Because we were in trouble like we are right now. Economically, we were in a lot of trouble. So they said, we're going to give you money, but there are some conditions. Unfortunately, one of the conditions, then, namaliza hiyo kitu kwa sababu mna distract watu hapa. Sawa, maliza haraka mkae chini. So, one of the conditions that they put there was government has no business being in housing. So we signed to that government had no business being in housing. And that is where the rain started beating us. If you want to trace, when did the rain start beating us? It is then. Why? Because government exited from an otherwise social good, and we left it to the private sector. 100% to the private sector. But then something interesting was happening at the same time. What was that? The value of land, especially in our major urban areas, was going up, you know, whether it's because of speculation. Maina tells me it's katakata, manenos that were becoming very popular. So land was going up. But there is something that was not going up, that was not meeting or keeping up the pace. And I'm going to show you in slide number 18. If you can go quickly to slide number 18, because this context is important. And why I really want us to have the context in mind there, that's slide number 18. Why context is important is because, good people, I've taken a beating. You know, if I was the kind of guy who just want to be loved, and maybe at the Christmas now is coming, I expect gifts. I'm not getting anything. Because you guys have chapered me right, left, and center. Okay, so it's fine. I'm the poster boy for the Finance Bill Act now. It's okay. But, you know, we can disagree on how to solve the problem, but we should not disagree on whether we have a problem. I think the minute you run away from the fact that we have a problem, then you're a denialist. There is absolutely no one in this room that can convince me that we have no housing crisis in Kenya of monumental size. Nobody can convince me because I am in charge of slums in Kenya. So one of the things that I have to go every day to bed and think about is how am I going to stop new slums from coming up? But at the same time, I cannot deny that there are slums that are existing. What do I do about those slums? And most of you actually don't know where slums come from. And you might actually think that the people who live in those slums are lazy people who just left rural area because they just wanted to come and see skyscrapers. No. Those are your working class. Some of them are your employees. But this slide here, this is 2019 data. So granted, it could be dated. But look at that. 2.62% of all payslip carrying Kenyans earned 15,000 and below. 15,000 is what you blow, some of you here, in one drink. Here. 3% of Kenyans. Ni ukweli. Actually, I think it is 50 in one drink. But think about it there. The guys who earn, here, this is the one I want you to check. You earn 15,000 to 50,000 in Kenya in the data, KNBS data of 2019, 71.82%. 71.82. So when you are a commentator on a subject that is as complex as this one, please take time to read and understand a little bit. Because if these are the numbers here, we have a problem. And what is the problem? The problem is that we are a very unequal society. You have these guys sitting in this room that are earning not just this. So 100,000 and above is only 3%. And that is guys who are sitting in this room. So as in the 3% ruko. And then 97% payslip carrying. I'm not talking about Juakali guys, which is a whole different manenos. This is a payslip. This is formal jobs. So what does this lead us to? Where you have a society that has low incomes, like you have here. And then I want you to go to slide number. See, I told you I'm not going to go through all of them, but I hope I can go to slide number 2. No, slide number 8. Slide number 8. Iko nyuma. Hapo, simama hapo. Now I know it looks very busy. But let me explain to you what this slide means. Now, first of all, again, this data is dated because this is 2015, 2016. It's a study that was done by the Center for Affordable Housing in Africa. They compared Nairobi and other major cities in the world. In 2015, 2016, and I want you to check, red represents, not red, this one here, UDA, apa, all right? Yellow, orange. The ODM actually. That represents the percentage of the cost of land to the entire development. In 2015, 2016, Nairobi had the 3rd most expensive land in the continent of Africa. Now I have seen the latest one, and I don't know why my people have not put the latest one. So Byron, in the next presentation, you can put this one. I know you love this one, but please put the new one too. Now, what does the new one show us? It shows that we have overtaken Dakar, Senegal, and Kampala. Kampala then had the most expensive land. and followed by Dakar and then Nairobi. Now, Nairobi has the most expensive land in the continent. So I hope I'm not losing you, because I know you guys want me to talk about the levy. But before I get to talk about the levy, and I sweat a little bit, context is important. Because good people, we have a society that has low incomes. Now, what can you guys do about the low incomes? If you can't do anything about the low incomes, then how dare you commentate about housing? Because it's one or two things. You guys, you increase the incomes for the people that work for you, then they can afford the houses that are being built by the market. If you don't do that, high land values, low incomes, what do you think happens? Slums come up because we start pushing people. Na najua huyu jamaa ana sabotage kwa sababu anaona sasa nimeanza kuwa convince. Wewe mtu ya controller. So when please stay with me, right? So when you have high incomes, low incomes and high values of land, we push people out of the urban core. But where do you think they're going to go to? Now, I have listened to some of you. Give me solution. Enda mujenge huko Mlolongo. Huko sijui, why can't you take the whole of Kajiado County? Mujenge tu manyumba huko. Na job ziko wapi? Ziko Inda bado. So mtu atoke na huko Kisaju akuja fanya kazi Inda. With still the low income. Seta maliza pesa yake where? Cost of transport. So where are those guys going to go? They will stay closer to where they can walk because they can't even afford pesa ya matatu. So, najua hii gospel ina confuse kidogo. Let me tell you, there are, sometimes we don't see the whole picture. You ask yourself, majority of the people in Nairobi, they walk to work. I don't know whether you know that. Just because you have 3-4 cars does not mean majority of Kenyans walk or they have cars. They walk. But why do they walk to work? It's not because they ataki tumbo kama ya hinga. Hawana. It's not because they want to be healthy. They simply cannot afford. Because if you are earning 50,000 and below, what are you going? Is it chakula utanunua? School fees utalipa? Okay, are we together on the context? So let me see how many minutes I've got left. So I summarize now. Okay, I'm in trouble. All right. I just want to say something before I go to slide. You can cue slide number 4. So before I go to slide number 4, which really sums up what I have just said, I really want to say that the intervention that this country has made, and because we don't give ourselves credit as a country, we don't. This country of ours is noise from morning mpaka jioni. And by the way, I love it because it's a noisy democracy. But if someone comes from outside, they'll think this is a country that is at war. Kelele kutoka nini, scandal imetokea au nini, alafu ni kama competition ya scandal. But the reality is that this country of ours, with all the challenges that we have, we're actually a very resilient country. Trust me, I stayed 20 years outside this country. I have had a chance of interacting with Kenyans outside Kenya. Let me tell you, guys are kicking the backside out there. You go to Dallas International Airport, the guy that designed the control tower is a Kenyan guy, we call him Uncle Fred. You go to, there's a whole section of South Africa that has got roads that are named after Kikuyu, Naivasha, sijui what. It's called Sunning Hill. You go to Swaziland. Guys, Rwanda now where you guys are going to benchmark. They've come and they've taken your building codes, they've taken sijui what code, nyinyi tu yenyu ni ya kukaa huko na kupiga story. Hawa wamechukua wame-implement. In fact, a silly story is given and I don't have lots of time for stories, about at the turn of the new constitution, and the county governments are in place, and they're in charge of public transport, and they go on a benchmarking trip. We want to have BRT. So they go to the home of BRT. Do you know where the home of BRT is? Colombia. They went to Colombia, Curitiba. Okay? So Transmilano is in Colombia. So when they get there, and they said, no, we're here to benchmark, because that public transport system was moving 1 million people either way, morning and evening, 1 million people. So they said, this is what we need. Then when they get into the meeting, they are disappointed because the guys say, you know, you guys are here to benchmark, but for us, when we started doing this thing, we came to benchmark in Kenya. No, they actually told them, but you have the plans. Then they said, no, hang on a second, don't confuse us from Kura. That's another arm of government. No, they said, yeah, Kura has been here. They also came to benchmark, so that's fine. But we are saying that for what you're seeing here, we came to Kenya to benchmark. They're like, Havana. This is where I had 69 studies. 69, 1, 2, 3, 68, 69 studies. We have the perfect public transport system in Kenya on paper, but we have not implemented it. So other countries, they come here, wanachukua, Rwanda, walikuja wakachukua plan zenyu zote, wana implement saizi. And by the way, it's Kenyans who are implementing. So why was I bringing this point? It's because sometimes, because of all the noise inside here, we actually don't give ourselves credit. This country of ours, with all our challenges and noise, tucked in on this eastern coast of Africa, let me tell you, we punch above our weight. And I'll tell you why. Right now, and I'm not bragging, and I hope itakuwa headline leo, so I need to be careful. I have received calls at a personal level from some heads of states to go and implement affordable housing in their country. Why? Because the world is watching, and they started to notice that even though it's very noisy, but these guys are doing something about it. Guys are doing something about it. So please, you don't give yourself credit. And I know, first of all, the answer is no. And then you find out, so let me be disciplined, unaffordable and unavailable. You go back to 2017, and I would like you to download this study, please, because you are the industry drivers. Don't fix a problem that you don't understand what it is. You read this study. It is done by the World Bank, and I know the World Bank is here. Unaffordable and available. And it paints that systemic problem because we are fixing a broken system. And when you're fixing a broken system, you cannot massage your way out of it. You must make some tough decisions. And sometimes you go through a season of pain so that you can be able to fix that broken system. Go to the next slide. Why is this slide important? Because I started by setting the context for you. Now, this study that we did, we benchmarked in Mukuru, Konjenga, Viwandani, and Kwa Ruben. As you can see, just from the raw data, this particular area is about how many? 600 acres? 689 acres. We had 100,000 households, and on average there were 402,000 people. Now, by the way, this tree is sitting on private land. So that when you sit there and you are accusing your government, sometimes you actually don't know the difficult choices that we have, because these are people that went and set up whatever that structure is on private land. So what intervention do you think government should be making in Mukuru? Because the only thing these guys set up is a shack. When you listen to some of the conversation we had yesterday, when the president had yesterday with some of the guys in Kibera, as in raw, nothing edited, you've chosen this guy, you prep him. No, it was raw. They tell you they're paying for that shack you're seeing there. They're paying 3,000 shillings a month rent. It has no toilet. It has no water. Okay. Where do they go to the toilet? Before you get to the flying toilet part, there are toilets available, but you pay. You have like 3, 4, 5 toilets in your own home. So when you're commentating, you know, I saw someone on Twitter yesterday, or I don't know, you call it X nowadays. You know, and he worked so much kizungu that slums, sijui is a mental stuff. It's what are you talking about? Those guys are people like you and I. They are your workers. Some of them are your domestic workers. Okay? They have to pay to use a toilet when you have the luxury of choosing 3 or 4. So who are you to commentate? These guys, go to the next slide, I show you something. There's something which is called the penalty of poverty. So you are poor, but life punishes even more for being poor. Here it is. They pay 172% more for water than you and I. Why? Who sells them water? Wengine wenyu unajua mmenyamaza juu nyinyi ndio mnauza hiyo maji. Sasa mnasema huyu jamaa amekuja kuexpose. They buy water at 172% more. They pay for electricity. It's between 45 and 142%. Why? You know why? It is because this is an illegal connection. So you will talk about paying taxes, sijui doing what? Kenya Power cannot collect this money. And if Kenya Power goes and removes the transformer, it's a national security issue. Because how are you going to have the whole of Mukuru dark? Atawapiga mangeto huko everywhere. Alafu one hand nasema, oh, kuna insecurity. I don't know whether you guys are with me so far. Najua mnataka niongea levy. Leo ndawa disappoint. So here is the penalty of poverty. So that you know that when we sit down and every night I go to bed, I have to fix this. Because you expect this to be fixed. Because the reality of the matter is, good people, that we are one of the fastest urbanizing countries in the continent, if not in the world. 4.4% annually. You know what that translates to every year? 500,000 people are coming to the urban areas every year. So where do you think they're going to stay? Kwani how many nyumbas? Nyinyi ma developers mko hapa? Are you building 500,000 houses a year? See the supply, tumeonyesha hii kitabu hii ya World Bank, supply is 50,000. So if there's 500,000 people, forget about the old, the existing demand, new. Who is meeting that demand? It's not you seated in here. It's those guys in pipeline, in the slums. Those are the guys who are meeting the demand. So what does that mean? Because kabla munitandike, context. Because what it means is that I now have, in the same year, I did a census of how many slums we have in this country. I had 1,141 slums. 1,141, and some of them are the biggest in the continent. So between then and now, I am sure when I do a census, we are close to 2,000, if not north of 2,000. Why? There's 500,000 people coming in, they find no adequate housing. So they do nothing, because that is what most of you are saying. Abana, we are okay. Do nothing, PS. Who told you we need more housing? We're not sleeping on top of trees. That's what you guys said. We're not sleeping in the open air. You know what's going to happen in a few years' time? Outside your own home, where you think you have a high wall, there's no high wall that is going to keep you away from a slum coming outside your home. Your kids are going to look back and they said, how did we get here? What happened to the people who are leaders? So I don't know, guys, whether I should stop there, because I believe I have convinced you that this plan that we have is an absolute necessity. Now, let me show you why it's an absolute necessity. Go to slide number, let's go to 10 and 11 quickly. Enda hiyo ingine, wachana hii ni story. Sina time. Enda hiyo ingine, I think go to number 13. So, quick one, guys. The reason why housing is unaffordable and unavailable is because you have very expensive land, you have cost of infrastructure because government is not providing that infra. So you as a developer, you provide the infrastructure. Where do you take that cost? Ama nyinyi ni watu wazuri mnasema mimi ni Mkristiano, wacha hii cost na absorb hii ingine tu ndio unapeleka. So you pass it on to the buyer. Cost of construction. Mnajua where with the cement, steel, at least the good thing I'm talking to people who are doing it. You know what has happened in the cost of construction. So if you don't do anything on the cost of construction, how do we bring down the cost of delivering homes? And of course, is the issue of financing. So as government, we sat down and we said, when we studied that unaffordable and unavailable from the World Bank, there were about 11 interventions. And we're like, those are too many. What if we focused on these 4? What do we do on the cost of housing in Kenya? Now, that same study showed that an average cost of a house in Nairobi was 11 million. 11 million, 2017, 2018. Now, Wanjeri, Waba, rafiki yangu, at KCB, what is the mortgage rate now? What here, KMRC, ingine? It can't be 16. I actually think it's more. Because what is the risk-free rate today? I thought it's 16. So is your mortgage, are you giving T-bill minus for mortgage? So there's no price, there's no risk priced. Between 16 and 19. I think that is more accurate. I have seen costs of mortgages now that are in the 20s. They're in the 20s. So I used a conservative figure of 15. How many years do you give for just a normal mortgage? Forget about the KMRC one. 7, 10? No, I'm not talking about maximum. I'm talking about average. 15 years. I used 7 years because that is what you are giving for the longest. If you take 11 million and I pay a 10% deposit, 15% for 7 years, what are my repayments? It's 145,000, it's 142 plus mingi mashillings wapo. So if you go back to that slide I showed you, how many Kenyans can afford 142,000 a month? At least, I don't know how many can afford, but I can tell you how many cannot afford. So, you know your numbers, and numbers don't lie. So if you don't do anything about the 11 million, it still means that housing is a preserve of a few. Our interventions, these 4 interventions, have brought down the cost to 3 million. That is what we've done. By zero rating the cost of land, by promising you that we're going to give you trunk infrastructure, by multiple tax exemptions, and by low cost financing. We brought down the cost to 3 million. And this is not hypothetical. I've already sold houses at 3 million. But at 3 million, are we home and dry? No. Let's take the same numbers. 3 million, 15%, 10% deposit, 7 years. What number do you get? I can tell you, it's about 45 or 40 something. But on mortgage calculator hapo, mimi niko na yangu online. It's about 42, 45,000. So granted, we have done a serious denting from 145 to 45. Let's assume that's a number. How many Kenyans still can afford to pay you 45,000 every month? At least when you go by the figures I gave you, if 75% of Kenyans earn 50,000 and below, all right? So how many Kenyans are you catering for? At least we know you cannot cater for 75% of working Kenyans. I'm not talking about Juakali and the Mamboga, because that's now a whole lot of story. Are we together, good people? Because sometimes you guys, you criticize us and you say, no, leave it to market. If I left it to market, it will be at 11 million. But even if I get involved at land, at the cost of infrastructure, at cost of processes and cost of construction, and I don't intervene at the cost of financing, we still have a problem. We still have a problem. So why is government doing what it is doing? Government is getting involved in an otherwise a sector that the private sector is well seized of, because we have a broken system. We want now to infuse, we want to show you up. We are providing you a soft landing so that you can do the same thing that you're doing, but now do it for more people, okay? All right, do it at scale, but we provide you a soft landing. We take away some of the risks that are there, and they're not perceived risks. Those are real risks. Sindio, if I ask you to fund Mama Mboga today, now forget about the payslip guy. Now, sioni kizungu. Sioni kizungu. When you look at the Mama Mboga's payslip, if there is a payslip, which they don't, but if you look at their cash flows in 12 months, how does it look like? There could be some consistencies in parts of the month. Alafu saizi tunaingia December. Si nyinyi mnatoka hapo mnaenda holiday. Ule mama mboga ambaye ulikuwa unanunulia hiyo mboga yake, si sasa umeenda. So how does the payslip look like in December? Lumpy. January, where you reduce your spending because sababu sasa misbehave in December. Now you must pay for your sins na ulipe school fees. So what do? You reduce your spending. But reducing spending, what does it do to Mama Mboga? It reduces their income. So again, how do you fund someone who 3 months in a year, they basically have no or little income? I mean, this is the reality, people, that we face. So I understand there's somebody who is joining us from Malaysia, and I want to give them a little bit of time. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why we have gotten involved in housing. It's because it is broken. It's because it needs to be fixed. Okay? Go to slide number 24 as I wrap up now, and as I welcome my good friend, the Governor of Mombasa. Karibu, Governor. Go to the, I think it is, sorry, 27, slide number 27 as I finish. Now, so ladies and gentlemen, if you are in this room, these are the 3 ways in which you can participate on the supply side. You can participate as a contractor, which is an EPC. You can participate as EPC plus F, that is you come and you club with a financing partner and we give you a site, you design it, you build, you finance, then on completion, we pay you. In between, there is a variant. We could look at how we intervene so that we can bring down the construction finance. Okay? Then you can be a developer, which is basically we give you land still at no cost. You design it, you build it, you finance, and you sell. And we are happy to give you an exit, which is for those who like complex financial instrument, it's a put option. So essentially, we give you an instrument. It's like a promissory note. You build those houses, whatever you don't sell, we buy back. That is the last model there. Go to the next slide. 24, please. No, not 24. Where is this? Just go on. I think I didn't. Go on. There's a whole lot of stories on the MSMEs. Go on. Okay. Now, first of all, we stop here because You know, as you guys complain and you make noise on keyboard, we have taken off. So my advice to you is make noise, but take advantage of the opportunities. Wewe piga kelele kama uko ndani. Kwa sababu there are guys hapo unaona hapo mnakaa it's battle. Mnapiga kelele, mna criticize serikali lakini asubuhi ananitafuta. Ananiambia Hinga nipatie hii tenda hii ya kujenga hii hapa Mzizima. Alafu wewe uko kwa Twitter criticizing lakini jamaa amepata tenda ya Mzizima. Alafu unakuja kumuuliza wewe kulienda aje? So this is what we have. So far, we have 9,477 units that are ongoing. We inherited from Jubilee government. We have 39,879 units, which are currently ongoing, and I'm going to show you quickly an album. We have 33,355 that are committed. I know where the land is, and I am awarding as we speak. Okay? I have a pipeline that can get me 838,000 units, notwithstanding that I have one parcel of land where I'm building a new city, and for the next 10 years, I can build 1 million units. So, this thing is real. This is money. Guys are making chums hapa. The other thing that we have done is because the responsibility that have been given, and I really want to talk about this in very brief terms. So, Kenya Kwanza government, when we came into power, we identified areas that we need to intervene. And I was allocated probably the most difficult one, which is create jobs. Because, and this is important, good guys, because it is, when you don't have, again, context, you don't understand why we're doing things the way we are doing. So, how do you create jobs? You know, I listen to some of you, mnakuwa kwa TV, huko mnatutukana, alafu mnaniomba kandarasi next day. Na wajua, lakini naona Joe hakuwa invite wengine. So, mkienda kwa TV, mna commentate. Mnasema nini? Why is government getting involved? Leave this thing to manufacturing. What are you manufacturing? Manufacturing is not abstract. Usidanganywe ati lazima mtu awe economist. I call it common sense economics. What is common sense economics? Common sense economics says that for you to create manufacturing, a thriving manufacturing, you must have a consumptive demand. The product you want to manufacture, there has to be a market for it. So what are you manufacturing if there is no consumptive demand? Because otherwise, what you're dealing with is what is called organic demand, which is there anyway. We have a deliberate plan. That is why we have, ni kama tumeanguka na hii mambo ya housing. Wengine mnauliza, why are you taking so much chances? Political risk. You might not get re-elected in 2027. Hii levy imetusumbua kichwa. You know why? It is because we have an existential problem in this country. And again, because tumekubaliana, let's not bury our heads in the sand. Let's agree we have a problem. Let's disagree on how we solve it. You know, we have an unemployment problem in this country. Huge unemployment problem. Now, then ask yourself the question. This year's budget, do you know how much money we have set aside for education? I know you don't know, but let me tell you, 639 billion. Governor, that is almost double what we're giving you as counties, as your allocation. So why are we spending so much money on educating our people, but we have no plan on where they're going to work? Why? Why then spend the 639 billion? Good people. This conversation about creating jobs has nothing to do with parties, political parties. And that's why we don't want to gamble with the lives of Kenyans and make convenient decisions. Because convenience means don't take tough decisions. So jobs are created because you have a deliberate plan. So what is the plan? Now go back to the 1920s and 1930s when we had the Great Depression. How did FDR take America out of the Great Depression? Does anybody know? They built and they built houses. As a matter of fact, some of you commented about the American dream. Do you know where the American dream came from? American dream came from the Depression, the Great Depression, and where FDR promised every American that you will own a home. That is the American dream. And it was based on the blue collar workers. Who are the blue collar workers in Kenya? They're the guys I showed you in that slide that earn 50,000 and below. How will they own a home? How can we give them a Kenyan dream if we have no way of bringing the cost of housing and the cost of financing to where it is? So there is context to what we're doing, but of course there's too much noise and sometimes it's difficult for you to understand where we are going. So I will take you to the last slide so that I don't offend. I still want to be invited next year, Joe. So go to slide number 33. Okay, go forward. Okay, go. Okay, there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end part, because as we only come to KMRC annual convention and other things. Siku hizi mimi ni mtu ya gambut na site. Sisi ni watu ya mujengo. Suit tumeacha kidogo. Why? Because as I told you, as we are talking, work is happening. That is Pangani. It has a few challenges. We are sorting them out. Go to the next page. This one here is Jivanji. It's also on county government, Nairobi. It had issues. We have just unlocked it. Go ahead. This one is Nakuru. It is, people are now getting in. December hii tunapatiana ufunguo. Hiyo imemalizika. This is Buxton here. Tulikuwa hapa na rais. This is one of the best products. In fact, we have used it now as a benchmark going forward. Kama nyinyi nasikia mnaenda huko kesho. Si ni kesho? Tafadhali, this is something that I'm super proud of, because where is Chris? We're not just giving people houses, we're giving them a lifestyle. How do you have affordable, okay, without necessarily meaning that affordable is cheap? This is a lifestyle. You're going to see that tomorrow. Go on to the next page. Quickly now, we see Buxton. This is Moke Garden. It is in Uko Machakos. Go ahead. Continue with that. Still Moke Garden. Okay, go on. Now, these are all the ones that have been launched since President Ruto came into power. Mukuru, look at that. 55 acres. This place here, I have 88 blocks of ground plus 11 coming up. In Mukuru, that Mukuru I was telling you about, all those people in Mukuru, I'm taking them, I'm putting them here, and I redevelop Mukuru. So, wakati mnaongea textbook, sisi tuko kwa ground huko, tuendelee. Hapa ndio tulikuwa jana, rudi kidogo hapa nyuma. Hapa tulikuwa jana, Kibera. This is dated now, but yesterday we have now, units are already on ground plus 11. Tuendelee. Mavoko is in Machakos, as you can see, taken off. This is 5,000 units coming up. Go on. This is Tarehe again by Buxton Point. They've started. This is going to be just about 4,500 units. Tunaendelea, kazi iko huko. Shauri Moyo A and B. Again, we awarded it the other day. Work has started. Ruiru, we awarded it in March. Abu angalieni, iko karibu kumalizika. Na nyinyi mnapiga tu story. Tuendelee. Na hii inajengwa na Wakenya, by the way. NHC wamejenga Homa Bay, angalia huko Homa Bay tulikuwa huko January. Na hakuna mambo ya sijui shareholder ama nani, hapana. Everywhere in Kenya is the same. You all are shareholders. Continue. Endeleeni. Hii ni Embu, NHC, go on. Okay. You know, pictures speak more than words. Huku ni Thika, tunaendelea. Tuendelee. Hapa ni Bahati, Nakuru, where I was born. Charity begins at home. Hata huko tumeenda. Huku ni Kirinyaga, Gishogo. Mnasema, what are you talking about rural housing? Gishogo, watu watakuwa wanatoka kutoka kwa chai, instead of kata ingio mashamba, mnakuja mnaishi hapa. Hii ni milimani, hapa milimani ni huko Kakamega, Mabera, very close to Uganda, to the Tanzanian border, huko Kuria. Meanza kujenga huko. Kinangop tumefunga, unaona tumehold, kulikuwa hii huko hii wiki. Chapalungu, by the way, hii Chapalungu na msizurudie sana, kulikuwa mpaka na graves huko. Yani the things we have done to get you houses, we had to talk to the guys to remove the graves ni kujengea nyumba. Nyinyi mnaona nina sweat hapo, mnafikiria ni mchezo. Ni ile maneno yuko. You know, and that request came onto the table at yes, we have to relocate some graves. Well, how do you deal with it? You pass by first. Haya, huko ni Laikipia. Tunaendelea. Elbagon ama Warufaga wanaitaka huko. Hapa ni Kidiwa, it's in Uasin Gishu. Mgwen, Nandi. Machakos, Mo, Mackenzie hapa Murang'a. Hapa hiyo Mackenzie tulienda tukaanza kujenga na Maina hakuniambia kulikuwa na kanisa mbili. Wakatandika kanisa, sasa huko tumechapwa. So tumeanza kujenga kanisa kwa sababu we also have to respect that. So ladies and gentlemen, your levy is helping us to first of all stop the growth of slums. It is helping us to create millions of jobs that are so badly needed. And for you in this room, it is giving you an opportunity to start developing en masse, as opposed to few people, where you make so much money from one house. I want you to make little money, but for many. Thank you so much, Joe, and everybody for giving me an opportunity to come and talk to you. I really appreciate it. God bless you, and happy to answer any question. I don't think there are any questions. Joe, there shouldn't be any question. Here, that was as succinct as it can be. Okay.
Thank you, Bwana Piers. Maybe this is a quick one. Huh? Why don't you also partner with mainstream churches that own a lot of land in urban areas to set up affordable rental units instead of just promoting ownership?
Yeah, so the next iteration that we are fixing now is the framework for not just churches, but if you have private land. We want to, because we believe where you have private land, and I know, I don't know, his name now is Menikibia. I know you're one of them here in Mombasa. Mukona a private development. We want to partner with you because we actually think you can do faster than Gava. You know, Gava story mingi yuko. So churches, SACCOs, Mukona shamba yenyu. You know, guys, we are collecting 6.2 billion a month from the levy. Adam, it is there. And it is ring-fenced. And that's why I was having a conversation with Joe and saying, if we are collecting 6.2 billion every month from the housing levy, we must turn this country into a massive construction site. Fix the slums, but also have the private sector coming up with instruments, okay? Come up with instruments so that this thing is less of government, but you. But as I said, we give you a soft landing because that is what we need right now, is to show you up so that you can scale up.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'll let you take a glass of water. Tupigeni makofi tafadhali. Chapakazi, I will hold on to that. Allow me to just hold on to that kindly. We are honored to have the Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa, Abdul Swamad Sheriff. Tunashukuru sana kwa sababu amefika. We will just really quick give him a chance to speak as well. And we are honored to have also the team from PS Hinga's office. And be sure I will come back to you for the question. Let me invite the CEO and MD to invite the governor.
Thank you. And thank you, PS. Wasn't that exciting? You saw the real project. You saw the opportunity as well, right? Super. Now, we are very excited to have the governor of Mombasa, His Excellency Abdul Swamad Sheriff Nassir. Welcome to your place, Governor. We invited it yesterday, and we are very happy and honored to have you around to give your remarks. There is a complete nexus between the national government and the county government, particularly on the delivery of affordable housing, because affordable housing is a big deal. It's actually the elephant in the room. And counties play a significant role in housing their people. And that's why I believe the governor is here, because he's equally passionate in providing or facilitating the provision of affordable housing. And we are very happy to have you, Governor. Again, karibu nyumbani kwako. So without too much talk, I will be honored to invite the Governor, His Excellency, to come and address us. Karibu, Governor.
Good morning. How are you all doing? I'm Jambo. Disclaimer, I don't have a 52-page slide. PS, I want to assure you, we've had this conversation before between ourselves. One, there is no county that will not be in support of housing. There's no county government, for that matter, that will not be in support of housing. I want to give you an example as to why Mombasa so. When you look at a county like Mombasa, our day population is way higher, probably 4 to 5 times higher than our night population. However, when they do the census, which is one of the bases for equitable share, they look at population. And then when they look at population, they start considering the night population. Whereas those who actually use the services of the county of Mombasa are those who are there during the day. And why? Because it's obvious that we lack housing in Mombasa. When you have such a huge influx of people in the morning and a huge influx of people moving out of Mombasa in the evening, it means that where we are, we do need to have those housing. So yes, Mombasa is embracing the fact of housing. I want to equally not put a disclaimer, but actually make it open, because this is something that myself, the PS has proclaimed himself on, and His Excellency the President has done the same on. We have the units at Buxton, we have Mzizima Estate, and then we have Likoni Estate that was signed by a previous administration, and we are honoring those who will be part and parcel of amongst the people who will be financed using the housing levy. Secondly, we have a new set of constructions going on. One of them is going to be at Khadija Estate. Then we have Changamo Estate. We are also going to be having Nyerere Estate. We're going to have a huge amount of development that is going on in Mombasa. These have already been advertised. Bidders have already bid. Before we sign the contracts, we are waiting. And I'm hoping that PS will give us a bit of good news that the regulations, so that when we sign with these developers, we have regulations in place already. We don't want to take any risk and be told that we can be able to be out from. A question that will be able to come in, and I get this a lot. When we signed up, there was an element of the county government of Mombasa owning some units. There's an element of the county government of Mombasa charging some development fee, which is normal to be charged by any other county government. And the reason for this is because of the off-site infrastructure. It's very, very vital. Now, the thing that I'm going to be requesting, and I've not seen the draft regulations. I'm trying to get my sources to get me those. I'm sure they're not very confidential, but to give me just a glimpse of the draft regulations, But two issues are going to be very, very vital, PS. One, I want to assure you that, again, I'm repeating, there is no county government that will not be in support of this. I mean, no one doesn't want to have people. But however, we will be hoping that in the housing levy, part of that funding will be used for off-site infrastructure, so that when a certain amount of it goes into actually financing the housing, there has to be that element of that off-site infrastructure so that counties can be able to have things that are going to be sustainable. Then there's something else that is very, very vital. And I think majority of property developers will be able to agree with me, is after we've already done these beautiful infrastructures, there'll be the need for the management of these units. County governments can easily come up and say that, yes, which again, I'm hoping that those regulations on terms of sectional properties are going to be done fast enough. We have regulations in regards to sectional properties. So for county governments, it is not an issue of getting that levy from sectional properties, because that is going to be coming in the same way you have land rates. There will be now sectional properties rates. However, to manage those units internally, a certain code of ethics has to be embedded either through law or through regulations, so that it is known that once that building is up and running, how that management of those units are going to be, especially when it is not a market rate and it is in terms of social housing, in terms of affordable housing as well. And the government's agenda right now is to integrate society. So you're going to have one block that is going to have elements of social. The same block might have a floor or two with an element of affordable housing. And then probably I'm looking at it in terms of Mombasa, for those who are going to have the sea view or things like that. Then there's going to be market. So you're going to have three different components under one. And without the right level of legislation, the pools are going to be nothing else except swamps. We're going to have situations where things are not going to be very, very rosy. So I think it is important you nip it in the bud, PS, on these matters. And then now there's one final piece of regulation that we are also hoping as a county government we can be able to pass through. Sometimes it is not very easy to pass through everything, but there's one piece that we want to pass through, and I'm sure PS will agree with me, having been someone who loves Mombasa. We want to come up with some regulations so that whenever all these conferences are held in places like Mombasa, all the participants need to finish their per diem and allowances in Mombasa, so that our people can be able to buy those houses. And with those very many words, I want to once again say karibuni. Thank you for making Mombasa your preferred destination, or rather your preferred county of choice. You have our support. PS, you have my personal support. This is a conversation we've been having, not only verbally, but written as well. And I know that we are on the right trajectory to provide necessary housing. And with those very many words, asanteni sana na karibuni Mombasa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we thank you so much for the support from your county government and also for hosting us here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe it would be a good time as well to also interact as well with our PS and our governor as well over tea, and also as they also enjoy the exhibition that we've arranged right outside as well, also encouraging us also to just have a look as well on our exhibitors stand. Let's all be back, please, by noon. We have a presentation that will be doing online as well. and we can take that as well at the time. So karibuni sana. Maybe at this point, I would want to excuse the PS, the CEO, the high table to just proceed outside to the exhibition stand. And of course, the tea is just served right outside as well. So see you back at noon for the next session. 1, 2.
Hello.
Hello, we are coming to you in a few,
No problem.
and we're just testing our audio levels, hoping you can hear us.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you perfectly fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, well, we'll start at exactly noon. We can hear you. Maybe your presentation will be queued as well.
So I'll mute myself, and when you are ready, you let me know.
Yes, we'll let you know shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you.
One, two. If you can hear me on the outside, please make your way into the room. If you can hear me and you're outside, please make your way into the room. We'll be starting the next presentation from Charlie Core by noon.
Well rested? How are you doing? Good. Yeah. I rested well yesterday, but I had a few yeah. But it was a very good session.
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
And then next one will start
Okay.
I thought you guys would be very much better.
Tomorrow. You?
Thanks for reminding me. That's very Yes. Even if you go from a country. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. It's now noon, and as agreed, we'll start. We have our online audience as well that we also don't want to keep waiting. So we'll just progress on. Where this bit of the program will look at the role of big data in urban planning and also investment in housing, investment in housing as well. We'll look at that case study that will be moderated by Kezia from the World Bank. And then we'll break for lunch. So at this point in time, the next presentation is from Charlie Ko, who's the founder and CEO of Urban Metry. Her presentation will be online, and you can see her there. Charlie, I don't know if you can see the room, and maybe appreciate the audience as well.
I can't see the room, but
okay.
I can see the room.
Shortly we'll give you, all right. Yeah, there you are.
Fantastic.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Charlie Ko as well. And thank you for being patient as well with us up to this point where now we'll be crossing over to you.
Thank you so much. I shall begin. Thank you so much for inviting me. It is really an honor to speak today at the Kenyan Affordable Housing Conference 2023. Thank you, Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, for inviting me over to share a little bit about what we have done. Personally, affordable housing is a passion of mine. So we in Malaysia have been working on the subject of affordable housing for quite a while. So since the 1980s, we have had programs, and we have an equivalent of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company here in Malaysia called Chagamas. And I think some of the folks are familiar with Chagamas, which are also have done quite innovative ways of financing affordable housing here in Malaysia. So before I go ahead to talk about big data, just a little bit introduction about ourselves. So my name's Charlie, and I am the founder and CEO of a tech company, actually. So our company is actually a city data and tech company that basically works with housing and city data to better in order for us to build better cities. That's our mission here at Urban Metry. We are a team of about 45 people based in Malaysia and in Vietnam, and we cover currently mostly Southeast Asia, but the technology really can apply to all over the world, just that we are seeking sort of cities that are more developing cities, so that we can ensure that the data can be used better. So to give a bit of introduction about why we exist because I personally was a graduate of urban planning at MIT in the US. And when I came back to developing cities in Southeast Asia, it was a little bit of a culture shock for me because I found that the government didn't have readily available clean public data sources, and we also didn't have private data sources in order for us to do the modern technology in order for do urban planning like data analytics, machine learning, AI, and all these really fancy tools that will help us build our cities better. And also in this day and age to help house people in an efficient manner. Just now I heard the governor saying it's a mystery to him how many people are basically going to work in Mombasa in the day and then leave and have to commute all the way back somewhere else to live and sleep at night. This is a very inefficient way to run our cities. And without data, I think this is a very, very difficult thing to sort of track, right? So in developed cities, we have this data available. But in developing cities and developing countries like Malaysia, in Southeast Asia, and I'm sure that you can also empathize with me, maybe parts of Africa, that it's very difficult to get publicly available clean data, right? So our data currently, our data infrastructure in developing countries are largely fragmented. So most of the time, each ministry or each department or each state or each district will have their own databases and their own data sources, and they arrange it or they keep it like in a different way, right? And we also have very unstructured, polluted private databases. Private databases are generally things like mobile phone movements or all those apps, all those new tech apps that are basically on your phone, but they're private databases that are very unstructured. So once you have this kind of situation, you have a big mess, basically. So think about it as, you know, if you want to drink bottled water, you can't just scoop it up in like a plastic bottle, like in the developed countries where your data sources are actually very, very dirty, and bottle it up to sell. You really need a water filter equivalent for the data in order to make sure that the data is clean before you can build AI and machine learning etc. for the city, right? So Urban Metri basically invests 90% of our tech in cleaning the information. So we have to rearrange all the information in order to make it usable for the city. So that's what we do. And to give you an idea on how we use this data, we basically sell it to property developers, governments, and banks. So usually we do for development in affordable housing, we do affordable housing policy reviews, we do market intelligence studies for property developers to make sure that at the end of their project, they are buyers, basically. So most of the time, in the 1980s or the 1990s, even in the rapidly growing Southeast Asia, a lot of property developers don't use data, and they basically, because of the boom time, they are just building, but sometimes they also make mistakes when they build, and then they end up having a lot of vacant or unsold units, right? So this is a big problem. It's still a big problem here in Southeast Asia, and the data that we have currently basically solves this need for information. We currently cover Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Japan. And basically, this is what we're trying to find out for clients, right? So clients like governments, banks, property developers, the holy grail for a property market is basically to understand how many houses is currently available in the market. That's number one, we need to know this. So this is the bar. So the bar here is actually what we call micro market housing that we use. So we basically count the number of houses that's available. This is very important. And even in Malaysia, I can assure you that we don't count it right most of the time, even given the way that we are developing. Then we also need to find out what's the population growth and the household number of growth. So that's the line. The ideal situation is that your housing needs is met, right? So your number of households are housed and your bar is above the line. But most of the time in overdeveloped countries like China, for example, they have ghost cities and vacant houses because they overbuilt in certain areas. And certain other areas, maybe they don't have enough housing. So that is what we're trying to track for our governments and also for our property developers. So other things that we track basically is things like infrastructure. So a lot of times when people look at land, so I think I heard just now some of the speakers were talking about land, and in some parts of the world, we're still kind of think of it quite simplistically. We're thinking like, for example, in this map, this is actually sorry, let me just use this. This area here, you see the North-South Highway is a part of Malaysia that is actually an industrial area. That's where all the jobs are, right? So imagine if you're a property developer and you're given two pieces of land, one in this area here. Do you see my cursor? And another area maybe towards the east, right? You might think that the area towards the east is much further from the job centers. But in actual fact, the traveling time, once we start looking at the infrastructure, the roads, the availability of connection, the area that is closer to the job center is actually further by driving time, further by commute time. So these are the things that we need to start tracking before we look at the suitability of different lands to job centers to make sure that they are investable in the first place, and we don't have to add in more infrastructure to make it connected to jobs, right? So we do a lot of this kind of work. We also look at things like income distribution. So sometimes we talk about affordable housing, but it is difficult for us to figure out where does the people we want to house, let's say the bottom 50%, where do they currently live, right? So we need to actually know where they are currently, because most of the time we assume that when we build a house, these people will just come and buy it. That doesn't always happen. So most of the time they have a desired location that they want to be because of their jobs, because of their social centers, because of their social networks, etc. So for each available area, we need to know household income. We also need to know another thing that I just wanted to maybe share with you, that this is a big mistake that one of the Malaysian government agencies made. So when they did a housing policy for affordable housing, they basically did a flat price, which means they did, for example, here in this area, they did a flat price of 250,000 ringgit. So to convert it, that's about 60,000, 50,000 US dollars per housing unit, right? So 50,000 US dollars a housing unit, and they applied that rule across Malaysia. So this was a very, very big mistake, because while 50,000 US dollars was in the affordable range for Kuala Lumpur or in our city centers, 50,000 US dollars was very, very expensive in the semi-rural areas or suburban areas in the secondary or tertiary cities. So this area is actually in a secondary city. And what happened was they applied the same rule, which is like they defined affordable housing as 50,000 US dollars. But in this specific location, the population will never buy a high-rise unit at 250,000. You can see the bar here. After 200,000, which is about 40,000 US dollars, the volume drops. That means the demand for the housing drops. And for that specific location that they were building it on, the volume actually drops at only 35,000 US dollars. So having a one size, one rule fits all as a solution is very, very dangerous, because depending on the location, the demand and the affordability actually changes. So this is one thing that maybe you might want to consider when looking at your policies, to be a little bit more sensitive towards the local population, because they are not very similar, and their ability to move is actually quite limited because of their jobs, because of their family, because of their social network, right? So do think about that a little bit. So another way to illustrate that is if you look at this area here. So this area here, they're actually, if you look at the area is actually not very far apart. So they are all within like 5 kilometers, very, very close by. But prices for houses can actually differ by 3 times just across the road, and it can move quite a little bit. So this is how housing and the cities function sometimes. There are infrastructures, there are actually natural boundaries that defines the pricing differences, and having one size fit all prices is generally a very bad idea. So having data and market intelligence to know exactly what's the pricing that's required in a specific location and what is affordable is quite important. So we do all this currently. And another thing that we're very proud of is that at Urbanmetry, we use AI quite a little bit. So when I was doing a project for a government here in Malaysia, we had this problem where our census department said we had 50,000 families in this area, but our housing department said there's only 25,000 houses. So I have this problem where I'm missing 27,000 houses, right? But when I drive around this location, I actually don't have homeless people. So where do they live, right? There's a very strange scenario where I drive around. There's no homeless people. I have 50,000 families, but the housing department tells me I have only 25,000 houses. So we went down and built an AI to count the houses. So this is a house counting bot that we built. We take a satellite image, we cut it into little squares, and basically we train the AI to draw the houses. So you can see the house on the right is drawn by the AI. So he's 98% sure this is a house. He's 97.8% sure this is a house. So we count everything that's 90% and above, and then we won't count the stuff that are like 60% because they could be like storage, they could be like cow sheds, they could be like chicken coops. These are all rural areas, right? So we train the robot to recognize what is a house and what's not. And this is how we found the 27,000 houses in this area. And we can report back to the governor here that there is no homeless people hiding under the trees. There are houses that people are living on, but they could be maybe needing more infrastructure like cell tower data. So they have a community here already and they're perfectly fine, but we really need to maybe upgrade their infrastructure for this location. So these are the kind of infrastructure that we can upgrade. So for example, by doing that, we actually can find these houses here. So you see the orange dots, they're actually houses that doesn't have cell tower coverage. So the pink is actually where you can get mobile data. And these houses here couldn't get the mobile data, right? So we know because it's blocked by this hill here. So there's a hill here and it's blocking cell tower coverage to the orange dots. So by looking at the houses and where exactly they are currently, we can actually identify what is their real need. Is their real need really building them another house for them to move? Or is it adding infrastructure, or they access to internet, or is it water, sanitation, etc.? So we do talk about things like that by using data and a data-driven way. We also look at things like geo-behavioral. So geo-behavioral is something, what we do is we look at mobile data and we see how far do people move for different activities. So this is actually central Kuala Lumpur in a very high-end neighborhood. And what we found was that people generally, they want to be within 2 kilometers in order for them to go to fast food, F&B, gym, bar, bakery. But they were willing to travel up to 5 kilometers to go to a bank or go to a place of worship, or and also maybe up to 6 kilometers to take the MRT. But they will travel really far for over 10 kilometers for sports, for parks, for hospitals. I'm not saying this is a good way of planning your city to have 10 kilometers to go to your next park. I think it's terrible. But this is how they're currently behaving. So by using modern data, you can actually track and see what are people doing currently and how far are they traveling for the basic amenities in order for you to improve this experience when you're designing the next housing project. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but just to show you how data could also tell you some very interesting things. So this is a book that I wrote a while back, basically to show how data can tell you some interesting information about society. So the first thing we did was we tracked the food that people eat. So in Malaysia, I'm not sure if you are familiar, but we have a large Muslim population, but we are also quite multicultural. We have Chinese descendants and Indian descendants who are not Muslim, right? So the Muslim population requires halal food consumption, whereas the non-Muslim population don't require halal food consumption. So what we did was we just tracked the number of restaurants that serves halal food or non-halal food to understand where do people eat and where do communities stay. So where are people naturally gravitating to? So in your context, I would see that there must be some cultural diversity or cultural nuances that is reflected in the food. And we can basically track that and see where are people concentrated. Another way that we use this is the larger number of F&B restaurants, the higher the population density, right? Because everybody needs to eat. So we need to see how the density of those population is reflected in businesses. And we do that by looking at where the food establishments and businesses are. We also have some superstition here in Malaysia. So this is like very cultural things that we track. How much do people pay for houses that are near cemetery and away from cemeteries? So basically, this shows that most people, they pay less than 8% less than normal if their house is next to a cemetery. So there are certain things that people don't like about where they live. And I'm sure there are many, many different cultural differences across the world. I know, for example, when you are in Thailand, people do want to stay near big highways for some reason because it's very, very near their commute. So those are the things that comes out with data. We also have this thing called the cafe index. I'm not sure if the Starbucks phenomenon has invaded Africa yet, but basically we have this problem currently in Malaysia where there are Starbucks everywhere. And so we track all the Starbucks and how dense the number of Starbucks and cafes are establishing in Kuala Lumpur to see where the young wealth and household income is rising. So we are looking at all the houses and all the prices of houses in this location and how that is going to affect lifestyle. What are they building? What kind of businesses are establishing? So we do a lot of this kind of work. So our team, basically, I'm a graduate at MIT and I'm an urban planner by nature. So I like this kind of things. And I do think that data will really, really be very helpful in building affordable housing. Here in Malaysia, we've done quite a lot of mistakes, as I've mentioned just now, where we have certain prices that are flat across Malaysia and ended up having a lot of property development that is unsold or abandoned or unable to find any buyers because the locations are not ideal. So those are the things that we have to think about. The other thing we have to think about also that we have learned in this part of Southeast Asia is that at times people already have a natural housing area that they like, and it is about improving the infrastructure there versus building new houses as well. So those are also good considerations. And so this is just my team. My team is about 45 people. We have a bunch of circles that symbolize them. But I thought I would take the last 10 minutes to take some questions. Is it clear? Or
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate it. Maybe I can move closer to where you see the cameras. Please to appreciate Charlie. A round of applause, please. I am gonna throw it to the audience here. If there are any questions, I was just trying to look at on our platform. If I can just maybe quickly scan through. All right, comment. All right. Charlie, thank you so much for your time as well. Joining us all the way from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Thank you so much. You know, you had to wait a bit longer. And in view of the time zone, we appreciate you for your time. And thank you very much. We'll wrap it up from here.
Thank
Final
you so
beats.
much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I hope you guys have a great conference, and I hope to see you guys again soon.
Thank you very much. Goodbye from Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel, as I mentioned, I noticed that there was a burning question to the PS coming from the back. So maybe this will be a good opportunity to pose the same to the team that is coming up. This is looking at the conversation about data. I mean, the PS alluded to that as well, about the great work the World Bank has been doing as well, and also mentioning about the CAF, the Center for Affordable Housing fund. So we appreciate you, and so we'll just want to have that conversation on data, and to lead this discussion will be none other than Kezia Mwanga, who's the urban development specialist at the World Bank. So I'm going to invite her on stage, and then she'll call her panelists to join her up on stage as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. Yeah, as you've heard, my name is Kezia Mwanga. I'm an urban specialist from the World Bank, supporting programs in urban development and housing, the reason we are here today. And as the PS mentioned, the study on an affordable and unavailable was done by the World Bank in 2016. I'm not sure whether that is still relevant today. And I think the conversations we've had in the morning with the PS and now with Charlie on data is what is going to inform this conversation. And I think from the PS, we heard that the government has this ambitious plan to do 1 point something million housing units in the next 5 years. And I think the conversation we need to be having is to understand, do we have adequate data to be able to inform this housing agenda? As you've heard from the previous presentation, we need to understand where are the people that we are building these houses for? Are they able to afford this housing that we're building? Do they have the money? And as a developer, I know most of you are here. If you want to build, where are you going to build? For instance, these 200,000 units we're building every year, where are they supposed to be built? In Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Embu, in Meru? Do we have the data to inform, where this is supposed to be taking place? And the panelists we have today, they're going to help us to understand whether we have that data to help inform the decisions we are making regarding housing and affordable housing for that matter. So please, I would like you to help me welcome our panelists for this session. And we're going to have our first session, our first panelist is Isaac Degwa, who is from the Industrial Statistics Division from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So Isaac, are you here? Welcome. Thank you. Then the next person is Engineer Byron Buyu, who is representing Boma Yangu. He works with the PS. So he's going probably to answer some of the questions that the PS was not able to answer, but more focused on the data aspect. So welcome, Byron. Then our third panelist is Dr. Daniel Murigi, who is an economist and also the Deputy Director of Research at the Central Bank of Kenya, heading the External Sector and Fiscal Analysis Division. So Dr. Daniel, welcome. Then our fourth panelist is Mr. Peter Juguna, who is the CEO of the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, or SASRA, since 2021. So welcome, Peter. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. We hope that we can be able to unpack this aspect of data. And I think I'm just going to start with a question that is going to help us appreciate what kind of information we have and what is the role of these institutions when it comes to data, and specifically data on affordable housing. And I'm going to begin with Peter. I know, Peter, you're in a rush. So maybe the first question, and this is for everybody, just for everybody to respond to this. So they tell us what kind of data or what forms of data do you have related to affordable housing in your agency? And as you respond to this, think about across the housing value chain, when it comes to land, when it comes to buildings, when it comes to the customers, when it comes to finance, what kind of data do you have? And how is this supporting affordable housing, whether you're talking about the supply or the demand side? And then we can have each person answer from your different agencies and what you're doing in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Kezia. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, I think from the SACCO industry, we do collect data by sectors. Thanks to World Bank, they supported us in trying to map out to understand where do the credit that SACCOs give to the economy go, so the different sectors. And therefore, we do collect data. And surprisingly, that was the baseline was 2017. And the biggest sector that actually SACCOs lent to is the land and housing. And we collect that data on a quarterly basis. We are able to see the credit that SACCOs borrow, where does it go? And we actually look at the flow, not the outstanding balance, which we can get from the regular returns. This is getting data on a quarterly basis. The credit you've granted to your members, which sectors is that going into? And we're able to collect that data, and we're able to look at land. Surprisingly, we have land, it goes almost 50-50, land and, housing development. And you're able to look at that from residential, multi-dwelling, residence, single dwelling, including what goes to renovation. So that data, we are able to collect it on a quarterly basis, and we look at our report. The last one is 2022. Then you're able to see which are those sectors. Now, as to the question whether it's affordable or not, Kesia, I'll say, basically, we'll have to look at the definition as now currently defined. But what we collect, we can go to look at, we don't get the individual, loans from each institution reporting to us rather. And perhaps that's where the conversation should go. We need to know how to figure that out. But you're able to know a SACCO in this quarter, they gave X millions, of this number of loans. But now as to disaggregate to know, loans up to 4 million was this number or where. Those are data that we are not currently getting to that detail. For us, we get it by sector. And obviously we are looking for that from perhaps a very different perspective. And this conversation and listening to the case of Malaysia, what we've had is very interesting, the detail to which we require to inform the conversation on affordable housing. It shows that certainly there is work to be done to actually look at the different quantum of loans and where they fit this segment of affordable housing. But data we do have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Murigi.
Thank you. Central Bank, I think we may not be directly in the construction industry or the housing industry, but we look at the macroeconomy. Our mandate is to formulate and implement monetary policy for ensuring there is price stability in the economy. However, we do collect data from all the commercial banks, microfinance companies, remittances, service providers, and many other institutions that are regulated by the central bank. But of course, we recognize the importance of housing as a key driver of the economy, contributing around close to 6% of our GDP. So it's an initiative that we dearly support. But I listened to the previous presentation, and I was lucky. I was in Malaysia last month, and we were asking them about the same issue of affordable housing. For me, there is need for a lot of collaboration between all the institutions that are involved in this sector. It is a multi-sector sort of approach to solving the data issue in this country. And as a bank, we partner a lot with the National Bureau of Statistics. We conduct some surveys jointly, and also to a large extent, Kenya Revenue Authority, and of course, the commercial banks. But looking at the problem we are addressing today of housing, and saying it as an economist, I think we need to get data that on all factors that affect demand for housing in this country, supply of housing in this country, just like the Malaysian case, because I think that's what they use that data to be able to plan for their urban centers, for their rural centers. And in doing that, I think we would need to have like an housing data warehousing, where we can collect all the data or consolidate all the data to enable the implementation of this affordable housing. And to do that, data-driven decision-making is very important in the modern world. We are getting a lot of data from all sources, from social media to the traditional way of collecting data. But now that goes with also a cost in terms of investing in data scientists, people who can manipulate this data for policy making and interpretation. So the issue of even as we undertake this program, big data will be a big issue, and big data analytics, and to be able to predict trends and market conditions that will guide investors in this sector to continue, to know where to invest depending on demand conditions. So I think, Kezia, for now, of course, we also deal with the mortgage company. I think since 2010, we have been doing a survey on mortgage in Kenya, and just to try and get what are the challenges there, how can the central bank help, what are the developments, so that we partner to make the mortgage company in this country more effective in providing housing to our people. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Byron, tell us, the Boma Yangu, you're collecting data. What data do you have? How can it be of use to the affordable housing?
Okay, thank you very much, Kezia. At the State Department of Housing, we have a platform that is called Boma Yangu, which is actually a platform that we have put together so that our buyers and the buyers of the homes and the suppliers of the homes can be able to have a meeting place and have a conversation. So within the Boma Yangu, we have a land bank that we have been building over the last 5 or 7 years. We have over 750 parcels spread out across the country. We have over 7,500 acres, and the list is growing. And this is, by the way, public government land or county land. We are still working on a framework to be able to onboard private land, which has to go through some processes so that we are sure we apply it equally. And this Boma Yangu collects a lot of data. It is able to tell us the average saving that people are making. Currently, we have about 500,000 people who are registered inside there. They have contributed over 2 billion shillings. And we can see that they are really quite impatient because the savings would have gone higher. But the units that we have put in there, which are about, if I'm not wrong, about 7 or 8 projects that we have pre-qualified, because we are driven by certain development framework guidelines. We have certain specs that must be in every building, and we're able to see the demand that is coming. Now, for the developers who have put their properties in the Boma Yangu platform, at the moment, you're able to show them where the demand is, the type of units, the type of price, so that they're able to influence the other phases of development. So Boma Yangu is a platform that links them. And we are also in the final stages of talking to Data Privacy Commission so that we know how much to share, so that we also do not expose some of the savers in here, because they rely on Boma Yangu to be able to filter and connect them once they get the details for fast pass the line. So we have currently partnering with Center for Affordable Housing. As my PS has said, the main aim of the program is to generate jobs, social inclusion, and solve a lot of things that you're doing. The houses actually come in as a byproduct, but there are several things that I've really learned and liked from the Malaysia presentation, whereby we are targeting that schools will be within 5-10 minutes walk, all basic amenities within the place. And we are able to use the data to be able to prioritize and see which sites are going. So we have big land in Nyeri. We do our research. We look at what the market demands, the price, the kind of units that they would require. Then we are able to face the project to deal with the demand. Also, Boma Yangu has given us a good insight of the way the actual deficit of 2 million plus really is. We have taken lessons from Park Road, where we only had 1,370 units, and it was oversubscribed 6, 7, 8 times. So it just keeps on giving us confidence that the market is actually having a great shortage of affordable houses, especially in the social inclusion, the AHP, and the mid to lower segment of the market unit. So this informs how we plan, and it is currently going through the migration into the eCitizen platform, so that all payments and all transparency of information. So very soon, buyers will see where the big projects are, because now we are using the program to be able to redefine cities like Nairobi, which is very difficult to reshape. So there are a few projects like Eldoret, Railway City within the city to try and replan the city. There is Athi Smart City that is currently going some valuation, so that we can be able to redo and regenerate and change the housing sector to be able to give products that are competitive. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Byron. And before Isaac comes in, I want to involve you guys in this conversation so that you don't get bored. So before he comes in, I want you to start thinking about from where you are. I know we have developers, we have home owners, we have financiers here. I want you to think about what your greatest frustration is when it comes to data in the housing sector. So we'll be coming back to you so that you can tell us, so that we know how these institutions need to address the aspect of data. So Isaac.
Well, thank you, Cassia, and thanks to KMRC for inviting Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to participate in this conference. I think this is the first time we are participating. So Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, is a state corporation with the sole mandate of doing data correction, issues of analysis, and then we do publication and also ensure that the data we have collected is widely disseminated to the stakeholders who happen to be the users of the information. And in a nutshell, to say that in terms of data, we have rich data sets, both at the macro and micro level, because one of our rules is to go down and take stock in terms of the numbers. And we do this both at the household level and also at the institutions. That is establishments that are also custodians of a lot of this information. Now, one of the roles that is very critical, and we are trying to see how best we can be able to enhance, is that we have taken note that to make some of these policy decisions, we need a lot of people to be quoting numbers. And I think since yesterday, because I've been seated around, you heard from CS in charge of MSMEs, and he was quoting a lot of numbers. And I think the last time we did a big stand for them was in 2016 for the MSME. But in the absence of any other detailed study, these numbers, they are still very relevant. But what I can assure you is that that data set was very rich, but we have not seen a lot of uptake in terms of further analysis with regards to some of these indicators that we were able to capture in this survey. For housing, you have had the PS housing on the front here. And the last detailed housing and rent survey that we did in conjunction with them was in 2011, 2012. Of course, there are agreements that those kind of studies need to be done after every 5 years, so that for purposes of the users, they're able to get up-to-date numbers, both from the supply and the demand side. But what I need to let the stakeholders know, the participants, is that there's a lot that is going behind the scenes, and I would have liked to say this when the PS was allowed, but now that I cannot see, I think the message will be taken home. There's a lot we are doing behind the scenes. In fact, we are in the stage where we are piloting some instruments on the housing and rent survey that we are undertaking in January next year. So the team, I think they are leaving this Saturday to go to the ground to pilot the instrument. And we had a very elaborate stakeholder engagement on 31st of October, where a number of players came in. I think we got very good comments from KMRC in terms of some of the issues they want to see addressed, so that as we take this agenda forward of affordable housing, then we are able to bring on board all the indicators that will give a true reflection in terms of what is happening on the ground. Remember, statistics is a public good. KNBS draws the budget mainly from the government. But as we are doing that, as an institution, we are not in isolation as any other government institution. And so we have had the issues of budget cuts. And when their budget cuts mean they target the development aspects. And having that money been shopped, we have had development partners who are very kind to us, including where KCA is coming from the World Bank, and they are supporting us undertake that activity that we'll be doing in January on the housing and the rent survey. And what I can assure you is that we have ensured that all the stakeholder issues to do with the housing, we might not be able to take everything, because remember, when you are doing a survey, there are limitations based on the methodology that is being approached. But we have endeavored to ensure that we take on board all the key indicators that will be able to help all the institutions in this plenary move forward. You'll be part of our respondents, the developers in the house. And I'm very happy to have come to this session, because I know I'll be targeting quite a number of you. So as we do the networking, remember that in one way or the other, between now and January, you'll be one of my respondents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. So I want to throw this back to the audience. We want to hear from you. From what they've shared, do you have any questions? Or are there some frustrations that you wish could be addressed by the institutions that are sitting here that we look up to generate data for us in the affordable housing sector? So maybe we can get one or two questions from the audience.
Sorry, my name is Eva from NCBA. Mine is, I asked this question, or maybe a comment as a financier who's struggling to support the intended persons for the affordable housing. These persons are the ones earning 150,000 and below as a household or individuals. Now, I did a random scan where I collected 4 pay slips, for people earning 150,000 and below. Of the 4 pay slips, only one is able to afford an affordable financing from NCBA, for the reasons that the other 3 are already borrowed. They are fully committed. If I look at the other 3, some of them are actually operating on the negative, and these are actual pay slips from our customer data. Now, my comment or suggestion would be, as you collect this data, finding out who's this person, how much do they earn, what do they get? I think the next thing that we need to look at is what commitments do they already have on their pay slip, so that they are not able to access the affordable financing from their banks. And perhaps the next thing that we'll need to do as a government and even the banks is to come together and think through what we need to do for these customers, so that they are able to access this financing, because it's available, but not accessible for reasons that they're already fully committed.
All right, thanks for that comment. I think it's very self-explanatory, so we don't need to respond to it unless one of you feels like they need to respond. Okay,
Hello.
so we can.
Hello. I'm Stephen Manjala, consultant in housing finance, consulting in the region. One of the question is in regard to the housing deficit that has been 2 million for too long a time. Why is that number static? Then the next question is in regard to the mortgage data for cooperatives and microfinance institutions. What is the data agenda for cooperatives? And they contribute to 90% of the housing in this country. And looking at commercial banks, when you look at unsecured loans, they are on an increasing trend, not only in Kenya, but in the region. How are we capturing the unsecured loans? I think they are cannibalizing the mortgages if we are not careful, and actually they're doing that. How are we analyzing the unsecured credit? It's cheaper to take unsecured credit than a mortgage. So how are we looking at the products that financial institutions are offering?
All right, thank you. So I think Peter, you can address the one on the cooperatives. I think CBK, you can also address the one on the mortgages and the unsecured loans. And then Byron and Isaac here, you can tell us, why are we always talking about 200,000 units since 2010, so many years down the line?
Thank you, Casey, and thank you for those questions. One, I think on the question of gender disaggregation, like I said, the data we collect, and we designed this data collection on sectoral lending. We didn't have in mind affordable housing, so that's why I think the question of reviewing what data we collect to inform decisions is a conversation that is timely to have. And it's something we should be looking into, especially arising from these kind of conferences. But I think we've done studies on demographics, and a third is a split of about a third of membership. Currently, we are doing 6.4 SACCOs membership in the SACCOs we regulate. A third is actually women, and another 20, about close to 30% is youth. So I think we'll need to do more to collect data, so that we have data in that manner, so that you can actually see the demographic spread, which is critical, because a young family started to have a different demand from housing, maybe to a 50-year-old person with more kids. But right now we don't have that kind of a data. But to your second question about, and I think the financing of housing in SACCOs has been traditionally there. I think the first asset I bought when I started working then at CBK was a land. And the next thing you want to do is develop. So what happens is, due to this problem that the PS discussed, Kenyans had to find a solution. And I think that's really where we are, where like SACCOs are that consistently. As we speak this year, we have seen disbursement land and housing going to 110 billion. And you can see a split of 50-50 land, housing development. And like you rightly say, these chances are is not your usual mortgage, it's incremental financing. Those are the solutions. When government does not coordinate a market to provide solutions, the market sorts itself out. And to correct that is a conversation we need to have, because why is uptake of structured mortgage financing, as we know it, conventional, not happening in SACCOs? Because they are giving money. Personally, I have funded houses using that. So we need to have this timing, and the data KMRC is collecting. They have 11 SACCOs that are there. And we were discussing with one of the delegates here that should be able to look for those SACCOs that are there. How much is secured, proper mortgage finance, and how much is a traditional more housing construction financing that SACCOs are used to, and why is it that Kenyans are going for that, paying more, yet there is a mortgage which can spread to 15, 20 years, meaning you can release cash to do other things, but they are still doing. So there's a bit of education that is required, a bit of financial literacy, so that people can realize why is mortgage called a mortgage. But again, we have to address the cost we saw associated with that. I think it's a whole conversation. And I think these kind of forums will help us to understand these problems and see how do we, otherwise Kenyans will continue accessing what is easily convenient to them, and they can finance their house at their convenience, because if they fall, the SACCO can give you 3 times a loan over 10 years without necessarily these complexities of charging and all that. Then these Kenyans are losing. There's a mortgage relief they are losing on. These other benefits that have come on affordable housing, they are losing out on them. So I think it's a conversation that is timely to actually look what are those barriers. When we address them, like we saw from a policy perspective, are those intended beneficiaries aware, and how can they access them? So I think that's where the conversation I see. Before I go, Kesia, let this go. I want to address, there is especially from developer perspective, I've seen a lot of cases, SACCOs have land, and the housing cooperative, investment cooperative do have land. And we find them coming up with developers to partner to develop that. I think that's an area that can potentially, especially with what Byron is saying, that there is land in the hands of private entities and the like. I think we need to explore how around Nairobi, say they have like 100,000 acres, idle, not developed. And the question is, how do we partner with these private institutions to develop those properties? Because SACCOs have the financing for that. But today it is left to the individual to decide what if with affordable housing and a clear policy on affordable housing, people actually, this available land can actually be developed because the financing is already available in SACCOs, and they can structure the members' finances to actually accommodate this. So it's a huge opportunity I see, but again, requires data to assess the demand, because from what we see, there is the financing available on the SACCO side, but we need to see where is the demand. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. Daniel, anything to add on what Peter said?
He has answered, I think, appropriately, but in terms of unsecured loans, central bank issues guidelines regularly to commercial banks on the way they engage with their customers. So, including the digital credit providers, I think we issued some guidelines in 2021 to ensure that there is all the risky factors are considered before you give out your money. So I may not be aware of unsecured loans unless if there is, I think we needed to investigate and find out. But banks are free to do risk-based lending. And I think it's something that I can find out from the guys responsible for supervising banks. As I said, I am in the research department, so I needed to consult if that happens, because I doubt whether it happens. And if it does, I think there is a cause for us to investigate. Thank you.
Thanks. Byron and Isaac. We can start with Byron, then Isaac.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Stephen Wanjala, the housing deficit has stayed almost fixed at 2 million as the figure that is given, because bulk of the houses that are provided in the market are done by the private sector. And the private sector has consistently only done 1,000 units that are affordable. The population of Kenya is growing. The rate of urbanization in Kenya is one of the highest in the world. I think it's about 4.4%. So it means in another 15 to 20 years, we'll have 60% plus of Kenya's population living in cities. Just to digress a little bit, even in the rural area, we now have slums. So within the rural area, there is a urban center, but there are slums within your village. So this deficit, I would even think it is even higher than it is, because the problem is getting worse. And that is why through our interventions, We are trying to reshape the market. We are trying to push the benefits to the home buyer. And by the way, the houses under the affordable housing program are heavily subsidized, as was clearly shown. Some of the units are selling for between 3 and probably 4 million, the 3 bedrooms, but the market value is northwards of 7.65 million. So you've been given a house that is heavily subsidized. Of course, we put in some checks to be able to lock it for 7 years before you actually make a profit, because we have learned from some houses in Kibera, Soweto A. You move somebody from the slum, you take him there. One person comes, takes 1 room, gives him 3,000 shillings. He moves out of the room into the sitting room. Somebody else comes, takes the sitting room, and he moves back to the slum. So this deficit is continuously growing because, as you're aware, the mortgages that our parents took are still very fresh in our minds. When you hear mortgage, you see somebody being evicted. So for a country that has had independence for 60+ years, and we have less than 35,000 mortgages, there is a big problem. And that is a problem that we're trying to solve through building the houses, but actually we are building homes, lifestyles, and trying to solve some of these problems. Otherwise, some of our cities will become totally inhabitable. At the current rate that we are, you find an area where 80% of the people live in less than 20% of the land. Somebody who lives in one corner of the town is traveling 20 kilometers to work, and the kids are going in the opposite direction. So they are spending so much time in traffic. So these figures, I would think, are actually much higher. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Isaac. And because our time is almost up, I want you to combine 2 questions. So you tell us you're responsible for this data, but it never changes what is going on. Then you finish with just telling us all the sector, the players are all here. So tell us, what is it that you would expect from them as KNBS to be able to generate and manage data that is useful for the industry? So you can tell us that and then wrap up with what you expect from them. So as we leave here, everyone has an assignment. Thank you.
Sorry, Kizzy, maybe just we can take a burning one, then you can just do it all as you close.
Okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Stella Mutai from HFC. I have 2 questions to Engineer Byron in regards to Boma Yangu. What confidence are you giving the home buyers that their funds are safe and they're going to access the deposits, and also they will be allocated the houses because most of them, the reason why they are saving is to get the allocation. What confidence are you giving the home buyers? Secondly, and what support are you giving financials so as you can be able to support the 500 registered members or people who have registered in Boma Yangu, so as also we can be able to finance them? Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's just related to the same. The trend I have seen with most of the affordable housing projects is that they have preference for cash buyers. It's a worrying trend because then the person that's saving almost loses the hope of ever getting that dream. And then the other question that begs is, if these are cash buyers, then is that the right profile of people that should be accessing those houses? Or are we going back to where the rich will continue being rich and the poor man will continue being poor?
I go? Okay. So one of the things that I want to set out very clearly is that Boma Yangu is extremely safe. Every person that saves there is able to access their statements either through eCitizen platform or the USSD. Their money is safe. Like any other house saving scheme, these houses are not free. And we must make that clear. 10%, you get to the 10%, you now become eligible for allocation. Our development framework guidelines, we are targeting to do social inclusion. So we have about 20% that is social housing. So that's reserved for them. Of course, we will have some metrics that will filter out to ensure that you, the deserving person, don't go and take a social home. So there are the income bands and several other factors that we look into consideration so that it is very fair. When you're doing a development, any developer who's doing large number of units, you must consider the cash buyers, but you limit them to a certain amount because you want to recycle the money. So for example, you want a healthy mix of recycling the capital, because if you don't do that and we take all our buyers on a 30-year TPS payment, then the leveraging of the fund becomes really, really limited. The allocation criteria will be very open. Of course, one ID, one home. That is a rule that has been set by His Excellency, that one ID, one home. There's no discrimination because now it's a tax. So even for the people earning above 150K who can now access the loans through KMRC and the refinancing, they have a portion which we think is theirs. The AHP, the houses are very competitive. They are selling below 3 million shillings. So there is a very specific criteria that ensures that the deserving people actually do get them. Now that notion, because these houses are heavily subsidized. So the cash buyers who come in also help with the financing mix to be able to make it healthy. And they are limited to the numbers they can buy. They can only access it once, only once, and certain number of units. But there is a clear protection for the social. They have their own mechanism, how they allocate themselves. They are very organized, by the way. They know who's getting house in which round, which block. That one we don't interfere too much. The one for HP, we are singing the gospel of *832#. Register there in Boma Yangu. We in the system, we are informing the developers how many of them have met 10%. When we tell them that they have allocated, we push them to have a conversation there. But we still work with them because we want to stay in a situation whereby the developer is able to access part of those savings that are hard-earned, and consumer rate deposit is given to the developer so that they can be able to make sure that these buildings come to fruition and they can be able to match the payments there so that when they're getting into the house, they have finished the payments, or now they're going through the TPS. So the system is well placed to ensure that every Kenyan has an opportunity. And as you've heard, we have over 100,000 units going by. We have mega cities coming up. The opportunities will be there across for everyone to be able to benefit. So it's one user, one ID. And for the social and the others who will go to the SACCO to meet the 10%, we have a system that enables them at least to be able to participate. Because now we are giving them long-term mortgages of up to 25 to 30 years. So that means for a one room, you'll pay as low as about 3,350. For a two room, you're paying about 6,500. And for a 3-room house, you're paying 10,000. And your salary will not be fixed throughout that payment period. So, and they are fixed. So it allows equal opportunity for those people who are there. Of course, in the system for allocation, we've made provision for persons living with disability, the other people who would otherwise not be able to walk into a bank. So the system is well protected, and we shall be able to do that. Once we build enough supply in our Boma Yangu structure, then we'll see the numbers rising and the savings rising. The main use of the fund is actually to act as an offtake, to act as a backstop to the market, so that the offtake is there as a guarantee. But if somebody can be able to come, go through KMRC and get their loan, let them proceed so that this fund can be multiplied with very many sorts of people. And as PS has said, I think he said it, the TPS is likely to be managed by you, the banks. So I don't want to commit to too much until the regulations are done and all that is put into place. But
Okay.
there is so much for the space to play. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron. So I think we can conclude with Isaac.
Thank you very much. With regard to the 2 million number, I know this is a discussion that sometimes back we have even had an opportunity to have lengthy discussions with the Vision 2030 Secretariat, and I think for now, Byron has tried to shed light in terms of that number. It's incremental because if the requirement is 250,000 units every year, and from what we are getting in terms of the supply is around 50, then that deficit has been incremental. But these are numbers that as a statistical unit, then we need to go down on the ground and take stock. Now, I mentioned that in conjunction with the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, we have gotten support from the World Bank, and we will be doing the 2023-2024 Kenya Housing Survey. Within it is the aspect of measuring the housing aspect, but also we have other components or modules within the survey. And one of the areas that we are targeting is we need to get hold of the financiers. We need to get hold of the developers. We need to get hold of the professionals because we want to get their view with regards to the housing issues. And we'll be taking them through their umbrella bodies. And we also need to target the regulators of the built environment. So mine, or from where I'm seated, is to request that once these questionnaires get to the institutions, please help them administer and you give us a very accurate report. What I can assure you is that at the Bureau, we don't release individual company details. We normally do what we call the anonymization. And you're also protected by the Data Protection Act. So that is something that we are not going to go against, but we will be able to aggregate all the information you get from the institutions. And then we'll be able to put the report in such a way that now it can be uptaken by the users. The other request I would want to make is that I mentioned from the start that we have rich data sets, and World Bank can confirm the same. What we request is that once we do the basic reports as an institution, then the rest is left to the institution to uptake the micro data to do what we call further analysis. Alternatively, you propose the themes that you want to be addressed, then we subject them to the numbers. We see whether then the issues you are trying to raise, we can be able to address them from the numbers that we collect. And I think that way you'll help us disseminate the information, and also in terms of uptaking most of the data sets that we have at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. We really appreciate your time, and thank you also to the audience. So I'm handing over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kezia, as well. And thank you for keeping to time. Thank you to our panelists. One final round of applause, please, as they ladies and gentlemen, as I promised you when we started day 2 as well, I'm trying to make us keep to time. As you know, we have an evening engagement where we'll be having a networking cocktail that has been sponsored by Habitat for Humanity International. So I want us to make sure that we also finish the better part of the program on time. I should mention that we have the registration that is ongoing for the tour tomorrow. By show of hands, how many are going to the Fairdeal properties in Bamburi? By show of hands. I think organizers are, it's just good to have an estimate. How many are going to the Baxton project? The Baxton Point. Okay. So please, now with those indications, as you exit for lunch, kindly, Eric, how do we do the registration? We right at the registration desk? Yes, please just ensure that you actually tell, as you get your voucher, just say where you want to go. Yes, please. You want to go for both of them? Can we accommodate those who want? Okay, sorry, yeah, for both. Yes. Sorry, yeah, all together. So yes, please have your tags as well. Just as you exit, collect your milk cards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's kindly be back by 2 p.m. Let's kindly be back by 2 p.m. For our afternoon engagement. So thank you so much. Thank you all for being a great audience. Okay, a note that we are settling in to start. This is a note to all of us to just settle in. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of our day 2 on the program. I'd like to give a note to those moderators who will be leading the discussions. Attention, the moderators who will be leading the discussions in the afternoon. Evans Kamau from the IFC. We also have Daniel Mahinda, who's from the Housing Finance, to just consult and maybe gather their panel, perhaps on my right. We can have the moderators please come to the right. That's Evans, Daniel, and myself, just for a bit of consultation on the table on my right over here. Okay, so at this point, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Sumida, who's the CEO of Syntellect. That's the right profile tool. She'll be looking at the alternatives credit scoring for the informal sector. She'll have a presentation that will be projected shortly, and that will be her cue to begin. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon. Please give her a round of applause as she begins this session. Sure. So.
Hello. It's not always good to be the person after lunch, so I apologize. But we'll try to make this as interactive as we can because I know it's the last day and I know all of you are looking forward to cocktails. So before I introduce what it is that I do and what is Right Profile, I want to quickly ask some of you questions. I know there are a lot of lenders in the room. I know there are a lot of developers, and I know this is a safe space. So if you could begin with telling me honestly that what are the 3 adjectives which come to your mind when you think of underwriting loans for the affordable housing customer? And please be honest. Absolutely honest. What are the words that come to your mind? Caroline, maybe you as a lender, if you could tell me.
Yeah, risk.
Risk. Lovely. Risk, default, alternative income, brilliant. Completely resonate with those. What else? Painful? Does anybody think of that? Because I get that a lot. It's so difficult to underwrite the affordable housing individual. We don't know where to begin. We don't know what questions to ask. And we just don't know how we can make the process efficient and simple and digital. Okay, now I have the second question for all of you. If you had a genie in front of you, a magician, let's say like Aladdin, and he said he could give you 3 wishes to make lending to the affordable housing customer very easy in the sense of financial lending, to give loans, what would you ask for? What would be your top 3 things? Come on, I need some answers. I know it's post-lunch, but I need some of you to pipe in here. I'm sorry? Brilliant. Information availability. That's excellent. Okay. What else? I need two more. Yes, yes, Stephen.
How to analyze the qualitative data.
Brilliant. Information availability and how to analyze qualitative data. Great. What about the third one? We need just one more.
How to link all the financial data.
How? Great. How to link the entire ecosystem together. Brilliant. So we have the three wishes that you have, and we have the challenge. And what if I stand here humbly in all of you, in front of all of you, and say, I have a solution for you which addresses all of these. And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Right Profile. That's your tool. If Tech could just play the video, we'll just take you through a video, set the context, and then we'll dwell.
What creates this gap? Lack of data, insufficient documentation, weak credit history, subjective assessments, and inaccurate representation. This makes the borrower credit invisible in the eyes of the lender. Here's where Right Profile by Syntellect comes into the picture. This revolutionary platform acts as a conduit between the lender and the credit invisible customer. By combining intelligent on-field customer profiling with underwriting capabilities, the tool empowers financial institutions and lenders with actionable insights. Our predictive AI algorithms and image recognition tools help Right Profiling informal customers, thereby revolutionizing the underwriting process. With Right Profile, lenders get critical data points, 20+ trade templates, intelligent, assisted decision-making, credit risk assessment reports, increased efficiency and predictive capabilities. Right Profile is the missing puzzle piece that unlocks affordable financing for sustainable homes, empowering millions of low-income families worldwide. Having successfully profiled people in India, we are ready to explore Africa and South America. We are backed by UK-based real and recognized by multilateral organizations. Join us as we leverage data and analytics to create a fair and inclusive society. Together, we can change the economic disbalance in the world, one profile at a time.
Thank you. So essentially what we are saying is that we give you a digital, intelligent underwriter at your fingertips for your team. So may I just borrow your phone? I'm not going to access it. So if your team is out on the field and they have to meet people, all they need to is log into Right Profile, which is deployed on your infrastructure. They just go onto it and they're given a ready set of templates. Tech, could I have the next slide, please? So for example, let me just take you through the slide. So this is us. I know it's small. Essentially, we are an impact technology organization. And the reason we say impact and the reason we say technology comes later is because our entire mission is to expand access. And it's just fueled by cutting edge technology. But we don't act like your T24s or all the loan origination systems that are prevalent in the, we are not that at all. What we are is an intelligent platform which has complete understanding of the affordable housing customer. So we spend a lot of times with the customer. So for example, we were here last month, we were at Machakos, talking to the affordable housing customer, talking to the microfinance customer. What moves them, what motivates them, what are their challenges? Why is it sometimes that they find it difficult to pay back loans? That's what Right Profile is made up of. Our focus is to work with lenders across. And this is why conventional lending approaches don't work. We see this, we see this everywhere, that a lot of times lenders, developers, people in the ecosystem come to us and say, hey, but I have a loan origination system. I have a scorecard. Why would I move to something which is different? Why would I move to a technology which I'm not aware of? And our answer to them is, the affordable housing customer is not your regular salaried customer. He's not an individual who has a salary slip, who has bank statements, as PS was saying, who has 4 bathrooms at home. That's not the individual we're talking about. We're talking about someone who's earning, like he said, less than 150,000 shillings a year. We're talking about someone who has great life skills, but does not have documentation to support those life skills. So your existing scoring cards, which work on typical demographics, which work on typical data points, are just not going to cut it for you. You need a scorecard for this customer segment. And that's why we step in. That's why conventional lending approaches, conventional scoring cards are not going to cut it for you. Thank you. That's right profile. We'll just move to the next screen. So essentially, what are we saying that we bring to the table? The first thing we bring to the table is we digitize data for your affordable housing customer. I mean, I was speaking with Caroline during tea today, and she made a point yesterday, which is so brilliant and so critical, where she said that we don't have digital data about your customer. And we see this, we work with, we've done almost 25,000 profiles in India now. And if we have to go back and ask them that in one of our counties, what does the average affordable housing customer look like? Give me her age, give me her, I'm assuming she's a woman. Give me her age, give me her trade, give me her dependents, give me her monthly income, give me her monthly expenses, give me her trade margins. They won't have answers because you don't have digital data points on the customer. So the first thing we do is we give you a proprietary user interface by which you capture the right data points. When you capture the right data points, you'll have the right machine learning models. Because your machine learning model is only as good as your data feed. If your data feed is garbage, if your data feed is generic, your machine learning model is not going to give you that accuracy and precision that you want. So that's the first thing we do. The second thing that we do is, once you fill up the data feed, you're going to look at me and say, what now? I spent 10 minutes filling up this on a fancy mobile. What do I get? You actually get an output. You get a lending decision. You get a risk profile saying good, bad, ugly, and you actually get a recommendation of a loan amount. And over a period of time, Right Profile will tell you what is the default predictability for this individual. It will tell you that this individual who's a beekeeper in Mombasa and who's an old town and who roughly earns around 25,000 shillings a month, who has 7 years of experience, probably has a default of 75%. And I assure you, it's a very accurate default prediction. And the other thing you get right at the end of it is because you have all of this standardized and digitized, your entire team now has online training and expertise and intelligence at their fingertips. So at any point of time, if you have 20 people entering the organization and you have 10 people leaving the organization because of attrition, you will never have leakage of knowledge or expertise because everything now is in a data house, it's in a warehouse, and it's your data and your warehouse. It's all safe with you. And, we end with saying that there are a lot of other intelligence that we get with it. So we did a little test back home where we took a loan application, a loan application completely filled, and we gave it to 10 branches of the same lender. So let's say I was the applicant, Sumedha applied, I ran a small duka, and I went to 10 branches of the same lender, our equivalent of an NCBA or a KCB or a Stanbic, and we came back with 10 different loan amounts. Which is obvious, right? Because every person who met me decided that I was of a different risk profile. Now that's what you eliminate with Right Profile. You get one standard intelligent decision across the country, across wherever you're operating. Next slide, please. We've evolved the product really fast. So the reason I put up this slide is because if you see from version 1 to 1.5, it seems like a long chart, but it's actually just 6 months. We evolved from being a standalone intelligence platform to where now we integrate seamlessly with any LOS, LMS. We have APIs now. We've integrated with legacy systems from 1977. which were really tough to integrate with, but we've managed to do that. It's a very nimble platform. So the idea is for the lender or for the developer who we work with, there is one point of entry and one point of exit. You will never have duplication of data. It will just enter. The other thing we realized was everybody came back to us and said, you know, automation is fine, but we want a lot of oomph, you know, give us intelligence, give us machine learning. So we've brought in a lot of artificial intelligence. For example, we use a lot of computer vision. So when you open Right Profile on your phone, when your team does, and they go to an individual who wants an affordable housing loan, and let's say she runs a small tailoring outfit. When they click a photo from the Right Profile app, our intelligence at the back end will immediately read, do they have an automated machine? Do they have a foot pedal? You know, how many machines are there? How many people did they see when they actually visited? And all of this is read through artificial intelligence. For example, if it's a dairy farmer, you know how many cattle there are. The intelligence would just read that. So the product's really evolved, and very happy to share with you now that we work with the Kenya Women's Foundation Trust. We're working with KWFT. So it's getting extremely refined and aligned to the Kenyan market as well. Thank you. The next slide, please. Just a quick preview of our data science stack. It begins first with data. I know some of these words might sound a little data geek, apologies, but that just comes because we love data. But essentially, it begins with our point of entry. And the reason we are very particular about our user interface is because we are very particular about data feed. The data which goes into Right Profile is predictable, it's forward-looking, it's scalable, and it's quantifiable. And you need all these four models if you're going to make a very robust, statistical, forward-looking predictive model, which is why we are particular about a proprietary user interface. Once the data comes in at the back end, there's an entire team which works on the modeling, which does a lot of heat map analysis, a lot of correlations, causations, and then at the end of it, you actually get the lending output. These are some of our screens. Yeah, we'll move. Thanks. Just brief screenshots. Happy to walk any of you through a demo if you need later. But essentially what happens is, this is some of the intelligence. So one of the things we realized is, over time we realized that there seemed to be a correlation in our existing portfolio between the number of kilometers from where the business premise is and the branch, the lending branch. Now, this sounds like a bizarre parameter, right? Like, why would there be, an impact on how many kilometers away you're from the business branch? And we're actually statistically now proving it. So what we have done is we've actually keyed this in. So once you key in your area code or PIN code, we pick up and we actually calculate the distance. So we know for a fact that if you're applying, let's say 30 kilometers away or 50 kilometers away, there might be a slightly higher proportion of pre-defaulting. So that's the kind of intelligence which is being built in. It's always ready, it's dynamic, it's always changing. The second screen is where I spoke to you about the image recognition, where you pick up an image from the phone, it just reads it automatically, and it throws it out, the result for your team to read. Because it's connected and integrated with the entire loan origination system, at the back end, if there's a central underwriting team, they have access to all this data at real-time basis, 24/7. So essentially, the key takeaways that we're saying is, one is we will digitize the entire affordable housing journey for you. So next time when we are at the KMRC conference, Jeffrey, we will have tons of data for you, where we will be able to tell you, these are the number of right profiles, these are the traits, these are the people, these are the genders, this is the age, this is the background. Granular, absolutely quantifiable data, which shapes policy, which shapes process, which feeds into Boma Yangu. That's what we would do. And because you would have that stack of data with you, we are confident you can expand access and actually create that entire infrastructure. So an example being the distance example we gave you, where we are using it to see, do we need to frame policy and change the way we look at certain business profiles. So we don't eliminate them, but perhaps we pass them on to another branch. We work across. So happy to share with you, we've been endorsed by the New York Climate Week. We've just won an award by Google. We've been identified as the top 20 startups in the country. We work now with the Kenya Women's Foundation Trust and some of the largest developers and lenders in India. So that's right profile for you, and happy to take your questions if you have any.
I didn't see a KMRC logo there.
Very soon.
All right. Questions, please. I'd love to hear what the banks will say about this as well.
Thank you very much for the very in-depth explanation of profiling. I want to understand, because this person is very, the incomes are very lumpy. So does it mean you access the M-Pesa records?
Yes. If we get an API, we have the ability to access the M-Pesa, but actually we are going beyond that. So what we are doing is, for example, I'll tell you the algorithm we have back home, which we're translating now, is we've identified geolocation. So for example, we identify, let's say this part of Mombasa, we'll identify the population, we'll identify the density, and on the basis of that, we have a business profile index calculated. And on the basis of that, we will say the probability of the income in this area being between, let's say, 15,000 to 20,000 shillings per month is 65% or 75%. So if the customer comes and says that I'm earning 35,000, there's going to be a trigger saying this is an outlier. But on the other hand, if she says, or you're worried and you feel she's only earning 10,000, we will say that no, there seems to be an ability to earn 15,000. If you have M-Pesa, great, because you then have a digital ledger. But in the absence of that, you still have very strong statistical data to supplement.
I'm not getting it. So if I come from area X and I'm in a certain profession and I go to clubs, so I have a high risk. I mean, is it based on financial data or lifestyle?
So what we have noticed is we don't get a lot of financial data, right? Because they don't really have income documentation. So we have to pull data. So the one way to do it is to assess the business potential. So assuming this is an individual who runs a small business. If it's a salaried person, it's far easier, right? You get an easy. But in case of a business individual, what you're trying to do is identify if there is business potential in that area. And for that, then we use a lot of geolocation area. And if you have M-Pesa on top of it, that's great. That's how it works.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this is Peter Mugeni from HFC. I think, first of all, excellent idea about scoring. That's the way to go. I have a question around the extent of data you have used to validate, because when you started, you said your algorithm is extremely predictive and you are going to show us how predictive it is, but I probably didn't get to that. Normally in credit, there's something we call the extent of lifetime default. Now, because mortgages are long-term loans, we, for example, based on our data, know that lifetime default happens at month 48. That's when cumulatively you can understand exactly what is the extent of the portfolio that is likely to default. How long has this tool been in use for, and where would you place it in terms of your ability to predict? Have you done regression testing? What exactly gives you that confidence? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a brilliant question, and you're absolutely right. The test of the pudding is in eating it. So yes, typically when you're looking at mortgage loans, you're looking at an 84 months or a 7 years tenure worldwide. That's the average tenure roughly. And what we really realize is we typically kick in machine default or predictive prowess after 12 months, because that's when the portfolio has gone through right profile. We've gotten the data feed the way that we want. In India, we've been extremely successful. So, for example, we work with one of the largest lenders. We're the only underwriting platform which is fueling them right now. And our precision has been almost 92%, which is very high. We've also expanded significant access for them. So to give you an example, if earlier they were doing 100 loans in affordable housing a month, today they're doing 246. because they're finding it easier to scale up with them. Having said that, when we start working with you for the first time, we will build up the portfolio and the sample, and we will get into predictive modeling after 6 months. Because we've realized that if we work on your historical database, it doesn't always have the data feed that we need. But 6 months is enough for us to start predicting. And we actually have APIs with your live performance of the loan. So every loan which is dispersed hits us back, whether it's a check bounce, days past due, or arrears. And that goes back as live feed into the model. I hope that helps.
You have like a result of us. Is there one?
Would you like to see the product demo?
Yes, I want to see a profile you've done.
Sure, sure.
Yes.
Eric, could you just show the last video, please? The last one, the mobile version. Right. So let me just show you how the product looks. To actually show you default, I'll have to sit with you one-on-one and show you an actual case, but see how the product looks. So we're actually showing this off the mobile screen. So for example, this is what the input looks like. Very simple input parameters. All drop downs, so it's very easy on the field. You can see.
But you know, the pattern in the economic sector, that data will have to be fed over time. Okay? Yeah. Really? Wow. So you can accumulate a lot of data. You can actually use it to get a lot of statistics. So what is that data? Interesting, I can't see. Interesting, you can see.
I know it's very small, I apologize, but I'll sit, I'll have one-on-one with him.
Yeah.
I'll make sure he gets to see it.
Okay.
There's someone's phone here. That's okay, Eric, thanks. So we've spent a lot of time on this interface, and that's what throws out all the intelligence, which is in the form of a report. You want me to pick that up?
Okay, my question is, who have you worked so far with? You said you've been here. Have you worked with a financial institution, a big financial institution? And if you're saying 6 months, so I don't know if 6 months is enough for us to be able to maybe make a decision on if you've worked with financial institution for that period. Maybe we'll elaborate on that. Where are you getting this data for individuals, apart from the one that you're saying general data? Like for us, we are a financial institution that we lend to individuals, and someone may have a business or may have something that is ongoing that would be able to
to explain to us or to give us information on their repayment capacity. So do you have the just the general information? So where are you getting this data? So is it that a new person coming will now subject them to get their data, or you'll key in their details so that you can get their data? Then are you, at the end of the day, are you assigning a score, a particular score out of something so that you can be able to see this person based on what we have, this is their score out of this, so we can be able to give a certain amount?
Sure. So a lot of questions in that. I'll just go chronologically. One is, are we working? Yes, we work with the Kenya Women's Foundation Trust. We've just onboarded KWFT as a partner. Let me give you an example of the way we have started the entire data modeling exercise with them. When we signed on KWFT, one of the things was we will immediately build a machine learning model for them to predict default. And we got data from 2015. Now, when we went through that data, and this is something I must share with all of you, because this is a common myth that, all machine learning model specialists sit in very fancy offices filled with statisticians at the back end, and they build these very fancy models on the fly. But when we went through the data, we realized that it just wasn't stacking up. So we actually came down last month and we spent almost 10 days in Machakos with them. And we went and met all the customers we could. And we realized that the current data feed that they have on the historical data, I'm not talking about through the right profile user interface, was not capturing some very important characteristics. For example, in microfinance loans, your group, the vintage of the group, the age of the group, the savings pattern of the group, the performance of the group, all that is very critical. And none of that was being captured. So that is very critical, which is why I keep on going back to saying that our proprietary user interface is very important. The second is, you spoke about 6 months. The reason 6 months is critical is because you need some volume of data for any model. Basically, minimum data by statistics is 100, but that is the bare minimum, and you can get very bias skewed answers because of that, which can go completely wrong because you have a very, very tiny sample, right? Which is why we say 6 months. So even if you're doing just 50 loans a month or 20 loans a month, you're reaching 160 or 300, depending upon the number, which is why we ask for that. The third is about the data sets. So 60% of your data set is through the user interface, where you're asked very trait-specific questions, pertinent questions, not your typical, does your spouse work? How old are your children? Not those questions, very specific trade-oriented questions. 40% comes from a lot of external sources. So we have a lot of data marts. We, as I said, we get in population, we get in the per person index, we get in densities, we get the nearby markets. We use a lot of Google Maps and APIs. And because we've won an award from Google, we have access to a lot of the latest intelligence as well. So all of that goes in and you actually get an output, which is a score. So right profile is actually a number from 1 to 10, 1 being the most ideal and 10 is like, boom, you should be running away immediately. Nobody falls at 1, nobody falls at 10. And this translates. So let's say you get a right profile of 7.33, which is termed as average. It actually is translated into a lending amount from you. So we will say 7.33 for Michael, which translates into 15,000 shillings. So we actually give you a loan amount. So we're walking the talk. And then you can see over time that, so the idea is if we recommend 15,000 and your team decides to go ahead and give 20,000, and on month 2, he defaults or his check bounces or he doesn't pay. And we realize that's happening. We come back to you and we say, hey, we should have stepped back and restricted him at 15. Vice versa. We are always recommending lesser. You're recommending higher, but the loans are performing fantastically. Right profile needs to move from being conservative to being more aligned with you. So it's a very agile learning platform. Hope that helps. So I'm here for the rest of the day till cocktails. Happy to chat. Thank you.
There's a demo ongoing. Please another round of applause to Smita as well. Should you wish to benefit from the same, I think she'll still be around as well over tea, and you can have a closer look on the same. So I would now want us to progress on to the next panel. I'd invited him earlier. Evans Kamau from the IFC will be looking at the greening affordable housing and realizing ESG ambitions. He has a panel of 3, but we'll have 2 on stage. So please give a round of applause to Evans as he takes it up from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Evans Kamau. I work for IFC, which is a part of the World Bank Group, the private arm of the World Bank Group. I have a video, Eric, on green affordable housing and realizing environmental social safeguards ambitions. Unfortunately, I think my panel will be the smallest and will take the least of time. We're only 2. And it gives me pleasure to invite Teddy Oracha from KCB. And architect George Ndege, Vice President AAK. I do not have their biography, so I'll ask them to introduce themselves and tell us who they are and where they come from. So just a few remarks. The Kenya Affordable Housing Conference comes a few months after the inaugural. Oh, Peter, I was told to. Sorry, Peter. Karibu. Karibu sana. The Kenya Affordable Housing Conference comes a few months after the inaugural Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi. The summit output was a Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action. Commitment number 12 of the ACS of the declaration highlights the need to promote investment in urban infrastructure, including through upgrading informal settlements to build climate resilient cities and urban centers. As a follow-on, in November, the Central Bank of Kenya and IFC co-hosted the Africa Climate Business Forum, which mainly focused on private sector, bringing together over 250 senior executives and thought leaders to dialogue on the key economic and business issues surrounding climate finance. One of the thematic areas of discussion was green buildings. So as you can see, in the last few months, actually the last 6 months, Kenya has had 2 huge forums and summits around climate change, and greening of buildings has been not been left out and has been very key in the discussions. But one may ask, what do we mean by a green home? A typical definition that has been given, it is a type of a house designed to be environmentally sustainable, focusing on the use of efficient energy, water, and building materials. We were hoping to get a video running just to show the difference between that. And as we wait on that, just an introduction, IFC offers training on EDGE certification.
The voice day, live is of the politics website.
It's when the board is part of our company, I started in 2005. Out of that, and our policy was up there. We had 2,000 people started those times before the games that I was out of the years. Interviewing down the fire. So I wanted to get out of one of those things that when we started it's not cost more than you want to do it. So I don't think you can down. So we can talk about this, we can talk about water. I don't design in such a way that you can involve the IFC, is International Finance Corporation, that design it stands for Excellence in Design and Practice. It's helping the listeners but also they can apply it into the design from us. First, it's certified social housing. Our tenants are paying us how much they can disturb.
Yeah.
Really try something. And what does yes, because energy that's because how the more as to effectively use heat powers. What the same as because of the speakers that we place on the taps, people can see the consumption, which actually does about that. If you know, stay place was assigned that points, it was not to say so use this water because also
there's a huge difference in data. So now I can go extra to the highest food, I can buy the clothes, especially for them. There's no more like I don't have. I can't do.
knowing that people that say money. I need something or is needed something. All we ask. Our objective is to give them to share, giving them that gift. Things that you can achieve is by following the simple needs. With the having things, we both have each other.
In early 2020, and around the same way, we say with electricity, big time. It is moving to bigger house.
Changing is getting better, which is nice, but it's and sustainability showed that it's figure out what things. And I think that's the movement is that how does it like the music change? How does it like children look different and vice versa? We can do this, but movement that we can do again and then continue.
Thank you very much. I think that introduces you to what we are talking about. And I think what you've seen on that video looks something like what we saw for Buxton and Bondeni in Nakuru. We are trying to improve people's lives. It's about their lifestyle. And without much ado, I give it over to Peter Mayavi to start by introducing himself. We'll go around and then we'll get into the questions. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Evans. My name is Peter Mayavi. I'm glad Evans actually showed a video from South Africa because IHS is headquartered in South Africa. We were the earliest adopters of Edge. We actually were the first residential property developers to adopt Edge. We have over 12,000 units of Edge. Almost 100% of them are affordable. And for the low-end market, now we've gone into social housing as well. In Kenya, we've raised over $85 million, and all of that will be invested into affordable housing. The entire Kenyan portfolio will be green. I saw also the family saying that they're saving about 1,000 rand per month. We have worked out that if you live in an IHS unit in South Africa, you save over $500 for every year that you live in an IHS unit. That means that's a month of rent or a month of a mortgage payment. So definitely there's a need for edge. There's a need for greening because it puts money back into people's pockets. It's sustainable. There's climate resilience, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Over to you, George.
Thank you, Evans, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Arabu Ndege. I'm an architect and currently the vice president of AAK. AAK is the Architectural Association of Kenya, which is a BMO organization, 56 years old this year. And we have 8 different professions in our association. That's town planners, environmental design consultants, architects, interior designers, construction project managers, quantity surveyors, and engineers. And we are possibly the one of a kind in terms of professional bodies in the world with 8 different professions. And glad to be here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teddy Oracha. I work for KCB, but I'm in charge of partnership and communication at KCB Foundation. And I've had my colleagues also talking about KCB has been there for about 127 years. And we work and we operate or we have business within 7 countries, including Kenya. So I'm glad to be here to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big clap for my panelists. So Peter, starting with you, as a housing fund, how do you evaluate and prioritize green housing projects in your investment portfolio? Are there specific criteria or benchmarks that housing developers must meet to qualify for funding from your fund?
Okay, I'll first explain how we invest the funds that we've raised. We invest in 2 ways. Either directly, meaning we take development risk, we buy land, and we go into a particular location, probably a precinct that is well served with all the social amenities, and we develop just like any other developer would. And a different way that we also invest is we offer forward purchase agreements for prospective development partners. I think you must have seen in the media that we announced a development partnership between ourselves and Mivida at Garden City, where we are giving them a forward purchase agreement for 200 units. Now, because the entire fund, the entire portfolio is going to be IFC Edge certified, it means when we are designing these units, we make sure that they are certified during the designs, and then we go back after the units are delivered and measure to make sure, again, that the certification was not just during the design, but it was also effected during the construction. Now, we go a step further as well, because we are going to manage all these properties ourselves to measure this, the performance of these units during the life cycle of the fund, in our particular case for 10 years. So we are going to measure these units and actually see that what is it that we promised and what are we delivering. And in this particular case, for instance, in SA and in Namibia and Botswana, we've been able to prove to the market and to ourselves that we are beyond what EDGE is recommending. EDGE recommends 20% savings in water, 20% savings in electricity, and 20% savings in the embodied energy. We are now close to 37%. So we are actually getting to what you must know, Evans, called EDGE Advanced. So that means we are going beyond what we just promised for EDGE, what we get certified, but we are measuring and making sure that what we are actually delivering is much better than what we are promising. Thank you.
Over to you, George. What are the key challenges and opportunities in advancing green building practices in the housing sector, and how can these challenges be addressed collaboratively?
Thank you, Evans, once again. If I have about some few slides I would like to be in the background as I'm just talking in the first in your first response. Just to give a background, I think it's important for us to appreciate that 80% of our built environment is informal in Kenya. That is a fact. And out of this, about 90% is actually residential. And unfortunately, the input of professionals is lacking, hence the 80%. This is from the government's own statistics, a survey carried out by NCA, that's the National Construction Authority, and the National Building Inspectorate. So what this leads to essentially poor construction and some lack of basic services, and of course, environmental degradation. This for me is the first challenge. And we know these facts because they are right in front of our eyes. And one of the things that we are doing at the association, because the main agenda of our association is actually promote professionalism, is try to bring in the element of professionalism into construction, no matter how small it is. And no matter how costly, which is a wrong assumption, professional input is. Please just keep moving the slides. I think it's important so that it doesn't seem like I'm making a presentation. So it's, for us, one of the key items that we're trying to bring forward in terms of professionalism is that we think that green design is part and parcel of what you'd call forward methods of building. And we cannot achieve green design without the involvement of professionals. So obviously, Safari Green Building Index is something that is homegrown. It's joining LEED, EDGE, Green Star, and the other tools that you already know. Maybe just move on to the next slide after that one, the next one. What are we trying to do with this whole thing about Safari Green Building Index? The next slide, I think, has some pointers to that. We're trying to see how do we reduce the cost and the time of greening building? How do we simplify the whole process, all right? And how do we make it easily recognizable? And then how do you have a holistic approach to changing buildings from brown to green? Essentially, most of our buildings, the coverage, and I'm sure maybe Evans might speak to the issue, the stats in terms of how many buildings are EDGE certified in this country. I'm not sure they are in there, maybe they are less than 50, I don't know. And of course, the bigger challenge here is how do you even get to somewhat we would call dignified housing? Because the main challenge is that we have a lot of housing. Yes, I would say you are one of the people who are saying that these people that are being built for actually live somewhere. But we all agree they live in very deplorable condition. So the question is, what is a stopgap measure for that? And we've actually partnered with Habitat for Humanity Kenya to do what we call a Healthy Homes Guideline and Checklist, which essentially has done a survey and determined that majority of our population is actually living in houses that are making them sick through malaria, because they are not vector-proofed or bug-proofed, through other various diseases that can be prevented, and of course, bad design that leads to poor indoor air quality. So these are the challenges that we see in terms of how people live. But when you look at the built environment in terms of the target focus on new construction, we tend to ignore. So the stopgap measure for the purposes of waiting, I mean, do the statistics. If you're going to wait for the affordable housing, I think it's going to take 1,000 years for everyone to get an affordable house. Obviously, that's not realistic. So how do you make the current situations livable? We need to take stock of the existing stock of housing and make it habitable. Even if it's a shack, it deserves to be vector-proof, for example. It deserves to have some thermal comfort that can withstand, that invalids and old people can sleep in them and not get sick. This is the bare minimum that you must do. And the main challenge, I actually was trying to put it to the governor when you were speaking earlier here. I was hoping you would ask the questions, but I had a chance to ask him outside. That the major challenge we have got right now is that development control is acting like a gatekeeper rather than an enabler in the environment. The situation is that most of our residential, the 90% of our projects are actually low risk. These are single dwelling bungalows mostly that do not pose a risk to the environment. And yet, if you try to seek approval right now in any county in this country, there's a very good chance you'll have to wait for months for you to get approval unless you do other unprofessional means supported by unscrupulous professionals and county officials. So it is very important that we have an enabling environment that both looks at the aspects of controlling development from the aspect of building code, but at the same time having something we consider to be a blanket approval to low risk projects, so that developers, private developers who we have determined do incremental housing don't get roadblocks when they're trying to bridge the gap. And the last statistic just to throw out there is that 70% or even more of the housing solutions are being provided by private sector, not government. Government is providing less than 20, and yet they also have their job that is yet to be done of providing infrastructure. So if the private developer is to be enabled, there needs to be a very smooth process to which they are able to achieve their plans. Thank you.
Thank you, George. That's quite a lot. Moving on to KCB, Teddy. How is KCB incorporating environmental safeguards criteria into the lending process for green housing projects?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I will answer it in two folds. One from the bank perspective, and then the second action point from the foundation perspective. So all the programs or the projects that the bank is implementing or the foundation is implementing has to go through an assessment and an ESG assessment. So why do we do the ESG assessment? One is basically to grade and to award marks based on the project so that then we know which ones are we investing in. If they pass the scorecard, then we are able to invest in them. If they do not pass the scorecard, then we form a capacity building initiative that will help change the concept so that then it responds to the concerns at the discussion point. The second thing that we do, if we look at the ESG, then we look at it socially under foundation. What programs then are we running that are contributing to that? And number one, we have our flagship program called Tujiajiri. Tujiajiri basically looks at how are we, when we go to a community where there is business, how are we impacting the lives and the communities that is there? One, we will skill the youths that are there, basically to equip them so that then they are able to respond. That is number one. But number two, to contribute to the environmental aspects of the society. The second thing, the skilling also is skewed towards environmental and clean energy that we are looking at. Talking about the solar energy components, basically looking at how are we increasing that opportunity for the youth then to participate in this space. The second thing that we're also talking about in terms of Tujiajiri is the agribusiness opportunities for the youth. Still talking about the clean energy, still talking about are we doing initiatives that are clean, that are friendly to the environment. The third aspect after socially is in terms of governance, we implement programs that are geared towards creating opportunities and strengthening the structures that we have within the community. We work with youth group, women group, and men group, and even schools and farmer producer organization, basically looking at how are we strengthening their structures, how are we looking at the human risks within themselves, how are we looking at the delegation of authorities and powers within the structures that they have. The last thing, when you talk about environmental aspects, then we are looking at acknowledging that within the building program or processes, it contributes to about 37% of emission. We are fully cognizant of that. But we are looking at what are the initiatives are we using or are we putting in place to ensure that we are contributing to this. Number one, we have initiatives that we are running on planting trees that we work with schools, we work with institutions that we work with. Number two, we have a program that we work within schools, and it's called LPG financing that we are out to talk about. We stop cutting trees, but we get an alternative of LPG gas. We are also talking about the solar in schools that we are promoting and asking them to get finances from the bank as well to initiate those initiatives, but more importantly, also working in the counties like Turkana, where we have invested in wind power and solar energy as a whole.
Thank you. As we get maybe to our second round of questions, please prepare if you have any questions. We'll try to be as brief as we can. So back to you, Peter. What role do you see green housing playing in addressing broader societal and environmental challenges? And how does your fund contribute to these goals?
I think the one thing that we realize is, first of all, any green unit is actually saving resources. And that goes beyond just you living in a green unit, but it puts money back in someone's pocket. In a practical example, for instance, in South Africa, we have now banks being able to offer lower loans. And I think this is something KMRC have been talking to Jeff and Younger about many times, that somebody brings a green certified building and they get at least 50 to 100 bips off of their mortgages because they live in a greenhouse. Meaning it means that the end user will be now encouraged to find green certified buildings. That also means that now developers will want to do green buildings because that will also contribute to their sales velocity. So I think if we get to a point where, for instance, the entire society is being encouraged to seek green, and also to realize that building green is not incrementally that expensive, then I think we will be in a position to encourage more people to seek out green buildings. We are in conversations with people like the Green Climate Finance to fund more, private sector initiatives. As George was saying, a lot of what the green initiatives are actually spearheaded by the private sector rather than, government institutions. We also encourage to see that government is actually bringing this on. I was very excited. Recently, I met the governor of Homa Bay, and she says that all the buildings that she's doing, affordable buildings, are actually IFC EDGE certified. And that to me was very encouraging, considering that now we are going beyond the private sector to the public sector to actually green our units. So I think greening is not going to just be a private sector conversation. I think with time, even the government and the initiatives they're seeing, like the SES, or now we are in COP28. I think with time that this will now go beyond, and it's going to go mainstream. I think there's going to be legislation to take us green. Probably the building code is going to be certified itself, or there'll be provisions for greening. And we hope that we will all walk the journey together, that people will not see this as something to increase the cost, but they'll go beyond to see the value of greening these units. Thank you, Evans.
Teddy, I'll come to you. George will close for us. In September 2020, KCB secured a loan from GCF to fund green housing. Can you elaborate on any specific green financing product or incentives that KCB now offers to encourage sustainable housing development in Kenya?
Thank you for that question. KCB is the only bank that has been accredited to manage the funds. So how does KCB ensure that this is done? One is still to work within the foundation to open doors for this. And I'll pick it in this form, that the foundation comes in to do capacity building even in programs or projects that are not in that space. So how do? We identify this is the area. then we come in as a foundation to provide that skilling capacity to ensure that the target population is skilled enough, is given the opportunity to think through the process and taken through the whole project process and then handed over to the bank then for financing. So quite a number of projects that we have done. I'll go with the first one. We are in the e-mobility space, and we've done with a partner called Unita. We have done a pilot phase of electric motorbike for border riders, and basically looking at how are we providing that opportunity for them and scaling it up. The second thing that we've also done in the e-mobility is a spiral project that the president launched in Mombasa, where we are saying we are going to finance 100,000 e-bikes for a space of for the next 3 years. Still looking at how is the structure of the ESG still being implemented, capacity building, and then linking it for the bank for financing. Now, in terms of housing, we haven't gotten, because there's a lot of discussion that is still going on with the developers. As that now, truthfully, we have not gone into that space, but we are coming in slowly because there's a lot of development that we are still working on as a bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And George, just picking up from what Peter said about building code. As an association of the architects of Kenya, would you advocate for incorporation of green building specs in the affordable housing guidelines and the building code? And what would be the cost implication of having this embedded in these policy guidelines?
Actually, we don't necessarily have to advocate for it as a special project, but rather we've gotten at that stage in the built environment where everything should actually be green by default. And as Peter said, the tie-in on the issues of costs are an artificial construct. Because if you look at how we build normally, especially in the poor neighborhoods, where people build green, because they reuse materials, they use locally available materials, and they also do what we call passive design. Unfortunately, because of some unscrupulous developers, you would find houses which need electricity to be used during the day because of people trying to maximize densities. In terms of the building code, what I know is that the current code that is supposed to be approved is yet to be approved. That is for 2022. There are challenges because of where it's domiciled currently with NCA, and yet development control is a devolved county issue. But still, there is some elements of green. But as an association, we have also given comments and feel that it's tokenism as opposed to by default. I would like to speak to, for example, the issues of local use of local materials, because use of local materials, just say, for example, if you are building in Mombasa and you want to use Nairobi bluestone, it does not make sense. It does not make sense for you to build in Siaya with coral stone because you love it. So we need to have some sort of regional data on what materials can be used where, so that we reduce on embodied energy on our building materials. A lot of the building code provisions will not be very firm on this, and will also leave it as an option for the developer. But there's also the aspect of moral responsibility, particularly to developers and manufacturers. A lot of our construction right now uses, for example, mabati for roofing, replacing thatch and other locally available materials. If you consider the fact that if companies who are conscious to the issues of the ESG issues, and that within their own ranks, they are able to think about how their impact. If you are a mabati manufacturer and you are selling across the country, even in places like Mombasa, which will end up requiring AC because the thatch makuti was cooler than the mabati, then you start understanding that even with a good building code, the manufacturing angle, which is the biggest contributor, will also need to regulate itself to a point whereby they internally produce materials that are inherently green and at the same time affordable, because our main driver for building is actually cost. And that's why we keep thinking that going green, adding a solar panel is expensive. But the reality is that even the materials we use should essentially be cheap enough, but at the same time produced in a green manner. Evans?
Thank you very much, George. A big clap to our panelists today. I'll now hand it over to Laban for any questions from the audience.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Omyanga. I'm also an architect. My question goes to George. In a country where we are struggling to even respect the normal building code, would adding another layer of requirements make any things better? Because also when you just think about it, if we were to build according to the code, we'll actually solve some of those things you're talking about. So I'm just wondering whether another layer of regulations will make things better, because as the PS said, we are good at drawing documents. Our problem has always been enforcement. So what is the incentive for people to be able to add another layer of regulations?
One architect, I wanted to start before, also because George will take half an hour to answer your question. I know him, I've known him from high school, so I know. Look, I think the main thing here is not architects as professionals, any consultants are very good at following what the client wants. So the idea is to get developers to be incentivized to put green as part of the design. Because the architect will want what, you'll be paid for what the client wants. So, and that's why I said, if the end user is incentivized, if the user comes and when they are buying my unit, they say, you know what, I want the ones which are green. I want the ones which are IFC EDGE certified or LEED certified or Green Star certified, then it will, behove me as the developer to develop green units. And you as the architect, I'll only pay you if you do what IFC EDGE wants, what that standard wants. So I think for me, it goes beyond just, what the consultants are saying, because in my view, the idea also is to demystify greening, because greening is not expensive. Inherently, it's not expensive. We've gotten it to the point where greening is only 1%. More expensive than a normal base unit. So for us as a developer, we are actually taking that in our stride. We are taking that hit in terms of return just to make sure that these units are green. But what is the benefit? We are attracting green funding, for instance. We are the first beneficiaries of Magic Funds from the UK in Kenya. Because this is, it's market accelerator for green construction. IHS is the first people to receive this kind of funding. And that is significant. It means it goes beyond just, the construction of green. We are incentivized as developers. And for instance, when I take George as my architect, then I'll make sure that he develops a green unit. Thank you.
George, and please be brief.
I'm sorry, it is your fault. You've given me a short time, but I'll try to be. Okay. And unfortunately, the issue is not that we are someone is seeking a layer of guidelines. I think the revision of the existing guidelines is to have inbuilt conditions that are currently existing. The issue of green should not come as a layer. I will give you an example of the universal access, which is being built into the new building code. So instead of it being part of the existing chapters, where you are making buildings that are for public use universally accessible, they added a new chapter, which in my opinion is a layer. So when you come about green, it should not be a new regulation. It should be that how you build now is going to be green. Now, if you look at the other regulations, someone mentioned here yesterday, why are professionals charging fees? They should be liberalized. Here is the reality. The market is actually liberal. In fact, we are so bad at following our own rules. To an extent, you heard what PS was saying, that he goes to Curitiba to benchmark, and these people are reminded that they benchmarked in Nairobi on our own ideas. So if you're looking at the issues of fees, for example, the market is already liberal. The building code provides that a perimeter wall should not be more than 1.8 meters high. I would like anyone here to tell me where they have seen a 1.8 meter perimeter wall in this country. The default height is 3 meters with broken glass and razor wire, which by the way are illegal, but everyone builds it anyway. So the problem is that we are so bad at following our own guidelines that anytime you hear of some new guideline, or rather when you hear of a guideline, you think it's new. But if you go to the existing regulation, it actually is there. And finally, all the green projects that I think have been done have not been done because the consultant advised. I know it's weird. Mostly it's the client that pushes, the developer pushes. The moment the consultant comes up with an idea that is completely out of what the client wants, Kenyans are very good at what they want. So I think it's encouraging that it's a developer or the clients who are pushing. And consultants should be ashamed of themselves if they don't do that thing that they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Any other question?
Okay, let me see.
Okay, so thank you very much. That has been quite enlightening. We are all living in illegal buildings because I have a feeling everybody here lives in a house that has a 3 meter and those. But I guess it's a reaction to the realities and the security issues and all those. Thank you very much. And we look forward to further engagement.
Thank you. I think the rest of our posts as well on Slido have been answered. What should be the total consultant's fee for affordable housing? How do we effect better zoning and urban planning from where we are today? And what are the thoughts on urban sprawl and the impact on climate change? So thank you so much. I'm grateful for the panel and for keeping to time. And thank you as well to Evans. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in view of the afternoon, I'm going to ask us to please stand and stretch a bit as we get to this bit of the program. You can stretch. Please ensure this is the time that you have your card. Oh, you remember the activity we did last time as well? Do you remember? You all remember? Okay, great. So let's do the same as well. So here goes. Let's see who remembers. Coconuts. All right. Byron, you aren't here. So this is what you missed. So go. Stick to the right. No, stick to the right. Are you there? Stick to the right. O in the middle. Okay. Stick to the left. That's an O in the middle there. There's an N. There's the U. And there's the C. All right. You can have a seat as well. Thank you. I like what Eric is doing. He's trying to give you a teaser of what to expect a bit later on. So I'll hold that for a surprise coming soon. So at this point, and we've agreed with her actually that to take the format of, we've had from different perspectives, and I think what's missing now is the perspective from the homeowner. I would like to call up Rosemary, and what we've agreed is she'll be able just to, speak how speak about her journey. And I think that for me would really work well with, I would say, the audience here. And after which, maybe if you have any questions for her, then we can be able to sample them. So allow me now to get and appreciate the perspective of a homeowner coming in from right here in Mombasa County. I want to invite Madam Rosemary Nyonga to come up on stage. So for us, we'll actually call it a fireside chat, I must say. It's to get a perspective, and I think to really encapsulate what we've been discussing and now seeing how the rubber meets the road. So Rosemary will speak about her journey and how it's been in the journey of home ownership. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. As you've been told, I'm Rosemary. I've come from Western, but I'm married in Coast, and I have been able to develop a home here. I can say I'm still in my honeymoon stage of home ownership because I just moved in on 20th of October this year. Okay, my journey, I began immediately after I graduated. Immediately after I graduated from campus, I had very good mentors. And the mentors immediately asked me to ensure that as I go forward in my life, that I should start preparing for my retirement. At that point, I thought they were very funny, but now I'm almost 20 years after, and I'm glad I got that advice at the beginning, because immediately I got employed, I started savings. I started savings in ASACO. I'm employed in the Ministry of Interior in Correctional Department, and that's the point when I began when the first salary was below. Every time I hear you speaking, I think I'm speaking to professionals, and most of your home developers are very rich people because my first salary was, I can't even mention, but for the sake of understanding the real people on the ground, was below 20,000 shillings at that time. And it's just recently that I have arrived at 100,000. I think after I got the loan. So of course, I began the journey because when you're talking about mortgage, every time you're rating somebody of 100,000. Most Kenyans are not at that point. Most Kenyans are below 100. So if you are to develop, in my opinion, a product that will suit most of the Kenyans, it should be a product that suits somebody for a mortgage of an amount that is below 100,000. I began by getting land, and I thank God because of some company, Inuka. They are the people who helped me acquire the land. And so when I approached them, they gave me, I went to view the land. At that point, I had saved with HFCK, yeah, housing financiers, yeah. I had saved with them. I used to save, me and my husband, we are competitors in savings. So of course, him is able to save higher than me. So me, I was saving 50,000, and him, he would put 100. So by the time we went to get the loan, the property, we had at least saved the first percentage that you're supposed to have before you get land. So we were able to pay off without a loan. Then after that, we were that competition for saving, we were able to finish all the initial, the land we bought without a loan. So it's when we wanted to construct that we approached various financial institutions to offer us. We began with a mortgage. Of course, I'm in the government, so there is that ability to get a mortgage. But when we went, we were given so many issues. You can imagine that we were able to purchase without a loan, because we were competing. So you put this amount, I put this amount. I'm like, today I saved my lunch. You were able to save this land. Then he would do something wrong like that until we were able to purchase the land. But now with construction, we thought that we would need support. So we approached various institutions. So I was eligible because him is in private practice, me, I'm in government, so I was eligible for the mortgage. But when we followed up, we discovered that there were so many restraining issues. So we just decided, well, let's give it up. That was in 2021 when I purchased land. Then we were in charge last 2022 in March, we were in charge. And then an organization turned up in charge. And that is the organization that was able to finance us because they just landed in charge and they were like, we are looking for people, we have money, we just want to finance people to own homes. And that's how I began my journey with Unitas. I had no savings with them, I had no nothing, but they just were able to trust my social life. They trusted that because I'm a member of that church, then I will be able to pay back my loan. And that is just how we began. I gave them I told them I have land, I have title, but I'm unable. You already have title, yes. Then we're going to support you. So I already had gotten approvals because I had followed up with various other institutions, so I already had approvals for the construction. So all I needed was the money to start, and I even had contracted what are they called? The person to start I don't know the professional name, the contractor. Yeah, I had already given him the work, and he had given me the breakdown of how I'll be able to finance every stage. So right now we have finished our servants' quarters is complete, and immediately it was complete, I told my husband, we can't continue paying rent. Let's just go into the servant quarter, then we continue the rest of the house. So our servant quarter is fully built, and we have embraced the green energy because like I didn't want, I want a lot of flowers. So I didn't want huge walls. I like bridges. Let's have good neighborhoods and let's love people around us. Yeah. So I don't have walls in my house, and what is it called? I like the person who is constructing for me because he's the one who keeps on advising me. Instead of using the normal sewage, we use the one that I think you put some. The biodigester, that's what we have used. And we are home and dry. Our home is good, you're welcome. And then the roof, instead of using mabati, because this place is hot, we've just put a flat roof. So I think I'm glad that I work for the government. The little amount of money that I was able to get and the support that I got from my spouse has helped us come this far. Yeah, that's all I can say. I think I can get questions.
Wow. So first of all, a shout out to Housing Finance. I can see someone was smiling greatly, Stella. I think that journey began there. So thank you. Unitas, I also go to church as well. My church is... So Beatrice, you're the number cruncher. At 50,000, and I think this is because it's information that has already been shared. What was the percentage that the PS said? No, at 100,000, sorry. What is the percentage? About 2%? Okay, Byron is here. 2.78 of the population, just at about 100,000. I don't know if that's the data you have as well, just as I got it from PS. So I think that is a show of motivation, it's a show of resilience, a show of passion. Just if you could just maybe put that in terms of years, like from the time of when you thought that this is the project you'd like to go into, how it was, and particularly that linkage with Unitas. I don't know whether it was a trust of the church just about it, or how was that KYC process so fast like that? So maybe you can speak, and then I can have one of the representatives share something.
From the time we conceived the project in March 2021. That's when we began buying land. And so the land from the point of viewing, starting to purchase, up to purchase and getting a title, and this is Mombasa, that one was done in 6 months. So from March to November. In November, I had a title. Yeah.
What were the hurdles you're experiencing with other financials?
Before that, I didn't use any financial for the loan. For the loan, we didn't. We only saved with HFCK, and then we purchased. So that one we didn't get support. Yeah. Unitas, we began the journey with Unitas. Was it in 2020? In November, I think in November last year. November last year.
Congrats.
Yeah. That's November last year. And they're the ones who have been, because they were advising us. Okay, and then of course, every stage, like by the time I had people on the ground, the loan had not even been approved by the government. And I already had people, because we had continued saving with my husband. So we had some savings. So we started the foundation before the loan. But on the day that now they were, ile kukorogea, I don't know how it is called in English. Walipokorogea tu hivi. Watu wamejaa kwa ground, nilikuwa sijapata loan. I remember crying to tell them, please approve that loan, because now I have casuals on the ground. I have nothing to pay them. I'm just trusting the process. And yeah, that's how we began.
Thank you. I am Joe Gashie, team leader Unitas Mombasa. Yes, I visited Rosemary on their Sunday services. What we do at Unitas is that we are now targeting people below the pyramid. And we are saying anyone earning $6 to $10, we can talk. And we have introduced a program where even with your retro daily savings, if you can be able to save $10, $5 every day, you accumulate per month, then we can be able to establish how much can you be able to pay, how much do you pay for your rent per month, and then with that we are able to work on our program. We are also lucky, we are part of KMLC, and we also have already received funding, and we are able to support our members. The second thing we have also done, we have also introduced Chama program. You remember in Kenya we love Chamas, but we use Chama for the wrong things. Tunanunua sahani, tunanunua mattresses, but today we are taking it to the next level where I have a group of taxi drivers operating in Mombasa, and each taxi driver can be able to afford 1,000 per day. There are 10 of them. So they'll come together, raise 10,000 one day, 300,000 in 1 month. Then they pool. We are able to buy land, and then we take them to the next level where they can now be able to acquire the mortgage, and then we are able to build the home. So we can be able to expand this. Currently in the country, we are serving about 400,000 members. Our circle is about 30 years old. We started in Central Kenya. Our presence in Mombasa, we are about 2 years old, and we have a desire to be able to reach out to all the other counties in the country. We strongly believe every Kenyan can own a home, whether in the informal sector or in the formal setup. And at Unitas, we are happy and we celebrate Rosemary. And in Mombasa, we have many others, particularly Mama Mboga, Mama Samaki, and those Kenyans are living below $10 a day. Asante.
Thank you very much. So Rosemary, just throw it to you. I think that was a very candid conversation, very open, and thank you for sharing with us your story. I think to anyone who's just willing to start, they are afraid, they're not quite sure. You mentioned about having fundis in your home, not having the loan approved. I think that was faith. to be honest. So I don't know what would be your advice to maybe prospective homeowners.
I think the team that you work with, is very important. The financier, the contractor, they have to be people you can trust. Because you see, I wasn't on the ground. I just trusted my contractor. But you see, sometimes if you're not on the ground, you'd find most of the things that are used are substandard. Or you go and after it's done, there are people who come to steal, or you buy some things. What people are scared of is that the theft. Like I remember when I was telling my colleagues that, hey, I had a problem with my the meter, the electric meter. I got the last mile connection. I was given that meter. Then on the day that I went to Kenya Power to get my meter connected, it had been stolen. It had been given to somebody else. I'm like, how? So thankfully, I work in the security sector. So I was like, if you can't find my meter, I'll find it myself. I would go to the electrician and then he tells me, no, Rosemary, you can just go and apply for another meter. I'm like, no, my credentials are with that meter. I want that meter, wherever it is, I have to get it. They're like, you can't get it, I'll get it. And I'm grateful that after I followed up, it took like a month, but I was able to get my meter. So those are the challenges that people get scared of, that sometimes you begin something, then the community, again, if the community don't accept you, because if they accept that as their project, then you don't have issues. Like you see all the, like I ensure that every time we were getting the what are they called, the casuals, they would be gotten from the village within. And when I go to that place, I usually don't go with a vehicle at first. I would just go like a normal person, take a motorbike, go speaking to the motorcycle people. And so they accepted me as a member of the community. And so they were protecting the project as if it is a project for the community. So I think that is also sometimes social networking is very important, especially if you are, or if you're scared of issue security. If you don't social network with people, they'll steal your things because they don't know what it doesn't, after all, it's not hurting them. But now they're like, huyu ni mama yetu huyu, anatuletea mazagazaga. Aya, mbona mnaiba vitu zake? Yeah.
Well put, Asante. I don't want to close in case there's anyone who would like to say something as well, or maybe just comment on Rose's home ownership journey. Who here has actually had from conceptualization to delivery under a year, by show of hands? I'm going to construct, I'm going to move into my house. Think about it, under a year, by show of hands. Let's see. Wow, see, you're a star as well. There being no other questions, I want to appreciate you, Rosemary, for sharing your story. Thank you very much. Our regards as well to your family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now want to bring the ship to a landing. But before I do that, I would want to just open it up on a plenary. This is a point of feedback, or should you have any questions as well? This is just basically generally about the conference as well, on the Beaton organization. I will just do a quick announcement before we go into the panel. Maybe we can run through the program. But this is an open plenary. I understand there's some of us who've asked questions as well on Slido. I'm going to have the architects respond. They will just type out the responses really quick on Slido as well. And it'll also be a chance as well to share feedback. I'll be able to put a poll there that you can be able to share feedback. This will be the program for tomorrow, just for the sake of your planning. 8:30 is the time we'll be departing to, 9 a.m. So please be here around 8:30 as well. Start with Bamburi and then of course go into Buxton as well. I'm advised that lunch will be served here at White Sands. So maybe you can plan your travel around that. So that will be the bit of lunch and networking and goodbyes. That's at around 1 p.m. Okay. And then next slide. Okay, good stuff. Yes, so that's at the Cocos Bar. We want to catch the sunset. That will be just right at the next pavilion where you had your lunch. That's where we'll have a cocktail for the evening. Great. So at this point in time, it's my absolute pleasure now to end in style by inviting the last panel for this conference. They'll be looking at addressing housing finance barriers in Kenya. I think also just taking up from where we had a chat with Rosemary as well. This panel will be ably moderated by Daniel Mhina. He's the Associate Director at the Habitat for Humanity International. He has a cautionary statement for you why you should all be attentive, because he's a money bag. Thanks so much for Habitat for Humanity International. They also be our sponsors for, they have been our sponsors as well for this conference. So please let's appreciate Daniel on behalf of the team as well for ably supporting us. So over to you to invite your panelists and take the stage.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, my name is Daniel Mhina. I'm the Associate Director, Housing Finance Africa, working with Habitat. I'll try to make it quick so that I don't stop you from the cocktail session. Let me start by just saying, ladies and gentlemen, Rosemary's story is real. And this is the situation that we are seeing in majority of Kenyans. So we will talk about this, and the panel basically, while we are discussing a lot of these challenges that majority of Kenyans are facing, just try to think about Rosemary's journey towards accessing of housing finance. But also let me pick quickly from the past 2 days, some of the market situation that came out. So we saw 86% of the population earning less than 40,000 Kenya shillings. Only 2% of newly built houses target low to mid-income households. 4 million Kenyans live in slums. And then we had today from the government 4.4% rate of urbanization. But yet we're just building 50,000 houses on the supply side. So in October, we did a research with our partners, KMRC and Amphi Kenya, to really try to understand what are these barriers for the low and mid-income households, for them not accessing housing finance. And I like, was it a comment from one of the panels who said Kenyans really know how to express themselves, and they really did. So let me pick some few findings from the research, and it will be part of the discussion on this panel. So 59% of the population who live in the urban areas rent. 62% are not satisfied on their current dwellings. 65% haven't accessed housing finance at all. 65%. Out of those, almost 78% are people earning less than 20,000 Kenya shillings. That's why I say Rosemary's story is real. And that is general. But if you look at the informal sector, 71% haven't accessed any sort of housing finance solution. And we tried to talk to some of the MSMEs. So 46% of them own their houses. But then 94 of them build houses incrementally. So majority of Kenyans build their houses incrementally. So this is what the market is saying. But then, to be honest, we are seeing a gap in terms of supply and demand. So supply is not really addressing what the market needs or what the Kenyans want. So there are some different barriers which we will try to see how we can address during the panel. So for example, from the demand side, they are very clear: high interest rate, high cost of materials, the need of formal documentation and majority being informal, unstable income sources, but also supply side barriers. Cost of funding and liquidity is an issue. High cost of lending to low and mid-income households, formalization of land registry, information asymmetry, changing staff and skills level. Majority of FSPs, the financial service providers, we found they didn't have a research and development units. So that's also an issue, but also unregulated developers. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the largest panel since yesterday. So without wasting time, let me start by introducing to you Mr. Chris Chege, Head of Operations and Credit from Shelter Africa. Karibu. So while Chris is coming, let me introduce Peter Mugeni, the MD of HFC. Also, George Pande, Senior Manager, KCB. Wendy Owade, Senior Development Officer, Nairobi Stock Exchange. And my colleague Sita Shah from she's a Senior Affordable Housing Specialist from FSD Kenya. And lastly, Peter Onyango, Chief Capital Market Officer, AFDB, Africa Development Bank. So you can see I have a heavy panel here. So before I start the conversation, there is a video. Okay, no, I thought it, but that's fine. Unfortunately, Peter, it's okay. Yeah. So let me start with you, Peter, and then from there, perhaps you can share. So just introduce yourself quickly, but also what is your role as an actor in the housing finance sector? So what role do you play in ensuring that we have, and let me put it tightly, affordable housing finance?
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Hey, the energy level is very low. Good afternoon. All right, thank you. My name is Peter Mugeni. I'm the Managing Director of HFC. HFC is the banking subsidiary of HF Group, which is an integrated company. And we do have 4 entities within the group. One is HFDI, which is our property development arm. Then we have HFC that I mentioned is the bank. We have a foundation, which we call HFF. Our stated purpose is 1 million artisans. Development of 1 million artisans. HF Group goes back to 1913. So we are actually more than 110 years old in this space. I think when PS was talking about the evolution of housing, where we've come from, the structural adjustment programs, we've been in that journey for that long, but majority of the people know us from 1965 when we started financing home ownership. We have a purpose. Our purpose is enriching lives, and that purpose encompassing providing dignity to, if you recall, post-independence, one of the biggest problems was majority of Kenyans lived in Eastlands, particularly Nairobi, and many of them aspired to just have their own space, like Rosemary was talking about here. And therefore, our main purpose was actually providing that opportunity for Kenyans to own their own space. We do pride ourselves to having provided about 20,000 Kenyans with that home ownership journey. Our main intention is to provide that space in the affordable housing space, so $50,000 and below. That's how we measure it. So give or take 7.5 million shillings and below. And we continue to do that. Clearly, given what Rosemary has said, we need to get out of Nairobi more and do much more on the market, on the ground in other areas. I think I'll provide more context as we go along. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll discuss if 50,000 is really affordable, but yeah, let's continue the conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Chege, Head of Credit and Operations, ShortAfrica. ShortAfrica is a Pan-African organization that champions affordable housing across Africa. We are based in 44 countries with headquarters in Kenya. We have offices in Abuja, Nigeria, and Abidjan. Primarily, we exist as a catalyst in the housing sector. One is direct financing to scale developers, people who are able to do. Right now, we look at 1,000 plus, especially to ensure that we have impact. Two is to create platforms that are enabling local developers and local markets to communicate. And in this case, either communicate and get financing or communicate and be able to borrow resources. Three is being able, again, to put a lot of sharing across the markets, training. And the one that is very critical now that is coming through, the one of trying to get most of the projects green. And why we need to get them green is sustainability. And in this case, then we realize that you cannot be able to green a project unless you run with it. And running with it now makes it more sustainable. So that's the other thing that that is with us. I think the last of them all is realizing that Africa contributes to the highest migration across the world. And you find that most of the countries where you hear people are being stopped from migrating, most of those people are coming from Africa. So we have a program that we are trying to champion settlement and housing programs, trying to see then why instead of using so much money that is used to stop the migrants from going, why can't we try to settle and stabilize the migrants within the countries of origin and resettle the ones that we can? So we have that kind of a programs, which also incorporates diaspora as part of them, because some of the diaspora want to come back home, but because of the mere aspect of no housing, they are not able to come back to the country. So I think those are some of the programs that we are doing. We have recently rejigged our model and in a new strategy, and more so rebranded ourselves into Sharp Development Bank. Thank you.
Thanks. George?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Pande from KCB. I'm in charge of business origination within corporate banking. For those who don't know KCB, we have a history that began in 1896. We provide wholesale banking solutions. And for those who were attentive yesterday, I think you saw our Q3 results for 2003. The figures speak for themselves. We have a presence in 8 countries within the region. Our latest entry into DRC through TMB. I think we're the largest bank by asset, and we pride ourselves on being able to actually catalyze any initiatives in this market in a way that will give the desired impact. In the affordable housing space, I think we have been a strategic partner for government since the affordable housing program was conceived. And through initiatives such as KMRC, which I'm happy to report that we were very key in midwifing, to the extent that I think outside the National Treasury, KCB has the largest shareholding at 20%. And I think this culminated in the launch sometime in May of 2019. And we are keen on playing a very active role in continuing to support KMRC in this very noble initiative that they're undertaking. And for us, our promise is to live by our values, where we say for KCB, it is for people for better. And I think as we go through the panel discussions, we'll be able to elaborate more on our role and our ambitions in as far as this initiative is concerned. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks. Sita?
Hello, everyone. I'm Sita Shah with FSD Kenya. That stands for Finance to Deepening. And I'm really pleased to be here with so many partners. FSD is a market facilitator. We were founded as an independent trust in 2005 with funding from FCDO, that's British funding. And since then, we've received funding from Gates and CEDA and other development partners. Our housing program began in 2020, right during COVID. And we did a very deep dive into the research, which are the barriers and the opportunities for housing in Kenya. And similarly to what Daniel has said, we found that there are 4 submarkets in Kenya. And as Rosemary has spoken to, there's a very vibrant, deep incremental housing rural sector. So FSD covers all 4 segments. And rural is kind of our largest player. It's just because it's so fragmented, it's hard to reach. But as we've seen from Rosemary and Unitas and HF, that's where a lot more work needs to be done. We also work in informal settlements. We've got a last mile sanitation fund in Mukuru. Again, we're leveraging the deep investment in water and sanitation infrastructure investment that government did in COVID to enable the last mile sanitation fund. We defined an urban rental segment because we find rental is so key. I rent myself because I want to live near my kids' school. I don't want to commute a lot. And then of course, the urban for sale segment. And I'm really happy to be here and see so many partners with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Sita. Wendy?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wendy Owade. I'm a Senior Business Development Officer at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. At the exchange, we are providing a platform for trading of equities. So these are your shares that are listed on the market. You have your banking shares, your telecoms shares, farming shares, etc. We also trade the fixed income instruments, including the corporate bonds and the green bonds. In addition to that, we also trade in derivatives. We have a fully fledged derivatives market, which we encourage investors and both from the institutional side and the retail side to plug into. We do also have a fully fledged training department where we are offering trainings on the various product offerings that we have and what we do at the market. We have trainings that are ongoing on a rolling basis throughout the year. We have a fully fledged data services department where we package data and information and share it with the key market stakeholders. We also, sell this data to different stakeholders, both locally and internationally. In addition to that, we also deal in the real estate investment trusts, that's the REITs, and I believe that that will be a key part of our conversation today. Even as we proceed with the panel discussion, I will be unpacking a bit more about REITs, which in full is the real estate investment trusts. And lastly, we do have the Ibuka. Ibuka is a platform for small and medium enterprises, that's the SMEs. And basically what this platform does is that it prepares the SMEs who are interested in raising capital to become ready, because we found that most of these companies have the potential to raise funding through the markets, but they usually need some assistance in terms of, panel beating, just preparing their governance structures from the board to the management, helping them to prepare their financials and structure their company operations and guide them towards eventually listing on the market. We have recently created a digital platform for this, which is the NSE Connect platform. And this platform is basically a digitized version, if I could say so, of the NSC Ibuka product. So on this platform, we're giving visibility to the SMEs to be able to connect with financiers and even advisors on the platform. In terms of today's conversation, we have identified the government's, one of the key government agendas is the affordable housing agenda. And the REIT has actually been identified as one of the, potential contributors to this government agenda. And so as the NSC, we are actively, trying to work with the property developers and entities within this space to see how we could use the REIT as a capital raising mechanism to contribute towards the affordable housing agenda.
Thanks, Wendy. I know some of the questions will come. I can see some developers here. Lastly, Peter Onyango.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Peter Onyango. I'm a Chief Investment Officer with the African Development Bank. I work for the private sector team, particularly the financial sector development team that is responsible for driving financial sector development across the continent. One of our priority areas is housing finance, both primary and secondary market development, as well as encouraging the linkage of housing financing to capital markets. And we are also one of the partners of KMRC through the government. We are very pleased of the progress, the impact, and also the partnerships that we are seeing. So congratulations to the KMRC team. And I'll be able to speak more about our work in affordable housing during the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So let me start with Peter from HFC. So we've seen the issue of informality, okay? And as I mentioned earlier, there's a huge problem when it comes to product development by the financial service providers. Most of them don't have research and development. But then you guys have been in the sector for some time, you're developing products. Just share with us the importance of using research. And we have a lot of research. We're not seeing the financial service providers using research to come with the right products, okay? So just share with us your experience. How do you use such research to come up with products? And how can you try and share your experience with other colleagues so that we start seeing at least more research being used, so that at least we address more the needs of majority of the Kenyans who are excluded in the affordable housing? Karibu.
Thank you, Daniel. At HFC, we do value research. I'll just give three scenarios. One of the things that came out very clearly, including in your own research and also in our research, was that Kenyans prefer to construct their own houses. So Kenyans do not, and I think earlier on when PS was here, it's one of the things that I normally guard against. We saw it in Angola, where they built cities of high-rise buildings, but nobody went and occupied them. So we also established that Kenyans actually do love their own space, and we also love the ground a little bit. So one of the solutions we've come up with is what we call the landowner developer solution. So I mentioned that one of our companies is a property developer, but what they do is that they work in order to create sustainable communities with infrastructure and security of the land and the home that they have. We co-design the land and provide for all the services in that land, but then we allow the owner to decide how they want their property to look like. But aligned to that, we also have developed some innovative housing designs. In fact, I think several years ago, we won the Innovation Award in a product we call Macau, where we would actually provide the owner who is interested with specific housing designs that they can now use in order to develop. Because not everybody, you have an idea, you have the concept, but some people do not know exactly where to start. The other thing we've done, if you look at the collocation of our branches now, aligned to that whole concept of peri-urban, and one of your research was showing that the majority of the people who live in Nairobi are preferring to live in peri-urban areas. So you have Rongai, Kajiado, Kitengela, parts of Kiambu. In those areas, we have branch representation that then allows people to come in and have a real engaging conversation with our teams that will enable them to do that. So we have then designed products that start with, we help you own that piece of land. You can buy it. We can identify the land for you, and we can master plan the land so that it's not just, because we do realize that it's not just about the structure itself. It's also creating a community that enables you to access various social services and infrastructure within that community that transforms that particular house into a home. So that's one example.
Thanks. George, I know we've mentioned about mortgages, but then we've seen 65% of the population haven't accessed housing finance at all. Only 11% can afford mortgages. Being the largest bank, what's your view? And what do we need to do to convince KCB to get into this sector of affordable low-income households?
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel, for that question. I think the first thing, and this probably a pick from the PS, is first to acknowledge that that problem exists. Formal mortgages are not top of mind when it comes to home ownership, and I think the statistics speak to that. We've had these figures bandied around about less than 25,000 formal mortgages in a population of, say, over 50 million. And also looking at mortgage contribution to GDP, we are quite low comparatively, looking at other markets like probably Namibia, South Africa. So indeed, that problem does exist. We see that the target market for the affordable housing program still remains underserved when it comes to formal finance. We've also, in our discussions, also realized that there's a lot of non-mortgage finance that goes into housing, which probably we don't have a view of in terms of statistics. The personal loans, the SACCO loans that are actually geared towards housing, yet they are not formal mortgages. So what does that say? What are some of the challenges associated with mortgage that indeed makes it the non-preferred mode of home ownership? I'll start by saying this. Housing really dominates the financial picture when it comes to expenditure, whether you're a renter or a homeowner. And some of the things we have probably realized in our discussion over the last 2 days is that this particular segment of the mid to the bottom of the pyramid that is not engaged in any form of formal employment does not have the kind of financial data that would support a bank like us to probably go into financing them. The other thing is that we need to take a long-term view because mortgages, given their quantum, and looking at the affordability and the criteria that we look at as lenders, will need a longer tenure. Therefore, the issues of risk also come in. Now, what we are doing as a bank is one, we've had the issue of we cannot look at it in isolation. We have to have a value chain approach. I think that has come in very strongly. And we also have to take advantage of partnerships that exist between the GOK or entities like KMRC to try and drive innovation in how we look at housing finance. And we have to be disruptive. It goes without saying that we cannot continue doing things the way we have been. So there's a lot of analytics that needs to be done, a lot of policy changes. a lot of thinking outside the box so that we can be able to reach this target market. And it has to be a collaborative effort. And as KCB, we are willing to spearhead this. I think our engagements with the KMRC are going to intensify as we go forward. And I think it has to be, it's something that has to be done. So we are not shying away from it. So we need to probably wear a different risk hat when we are looking at this particular segment. Thank you.
Thanks. I like the last sentence, the risk cut. So we've tried and we are trying and happy to hear that KCB is trying. So the risk cut, back to Peter. Yes, we've seen some willingness. You've heard from KCB and some others like the KMRC also, willingness to venture into this. But yet the issue of risks come. You're telling them to move from secured to unsecured. And we really know and understand the importance of us getting into this segment. As AFDB, what do you think, how can you support such ventures to manage particularly the risk so that we can start seeing partners? You said, you used the word disrupting this market, because there's a risk element out of that. As a development bank, how do you support such interventions?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think I did as I explained from the discussions earlier, the process of getting everyone at home should not leave any member of the society behind. At the FDB, we see having a house as playing a critical role in the quality of life of the people. To a large extent, studies show that the outcome in terms of life for the population is also dependent on what they have in terms of housing and their related ancillary services. But for the question directly, when it comes to this segment that is currently, let me say, unserved or underserved, it's one area where there's a need for increased innovation and working together. And I'm glad to hear the concept of partnership with KCB. Of course, this needs to be expanded with the SACCOs, with microfinance banks. I'm happy that KMRC is already working with a number of microfinance banks. I think there are discussions about them expanding the network of microfinance banks that they have, and also SACCOs. These are the target group that can help to reach this what we call segment that is largely dependent on incremental housing financing. But then when it comes back to how do they come up with a suitable product, then it's a question of risk allocation and risk transfer, trying to find which parties have the best appetite for a certain type of risk. And here is where the development partners come in. Yesterday, there was a discussion around risk sharing facility. I think that is we heard from the experience from Pakistan, I think. We also heard that KMRC is also brainstorming this idea. I see an opportunity there for development partners such as the African Development Bank, working with them to pilot such a solution so that they can start maybe from a smaller scale to serve this segment. But then that risk can also be through blended financing. There's a broader concept around attracting concessional funding to be able to de-risk some of the access to finance for segments of the market that are underserved, such as the ones described. And donors or development partners in that case are some of the capital providers of this concessional financing. Of course, it does depend directly in terms of grants, indirectly in terms of partnership with the public sector and other stakeholders that are involved. So I think this is a question for bringing together the stakeholders in the room. And of course, that one we task KMRC to take forward, including the development partners, to try and see how they can move even lower in terms of serving the housing needs of the population in the country. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll try to summarize later. Some of these are commitments that are coming up. So Chris from Shelter Africa, So we've heard about the importance of, supporting the likes of SACCOs and MFIs to get access to capital. World Bank research shows almost like 90% of the housing finance loans are coming from SACCOs in this market. With your new strategic shift, how are we going to support this market to ensure that the right affordable investment is really channeled to the SACCOs and MFIs?
Thank you very much for that. I think the most important thing is to try and get money where it's required and in the correct form. If you look at financing, especially real estate across all the markets in Africa, there's a lot of disconnect. Money is available where it's not needed, and where it's needed, it's not available. So basically, if you look at the primary segment of housing, and it was well illustrated by Rosemary, she's a deserving client, but she's having a difficulty in getting this money. So when you look now at the structure, there must be a way that we're able to pull finances from other segments. I think that's where now the SACCOs come in. SACCOs are primary mortgage originators, and they work within the communities. They have a peer system of guarantee and are not sophisticated in terms of approach. Meaning then, our role as a Short African, what we are looking at is creating platforms that are able to blend these funds. And especially, like I alluded there before, there are funds that are coming through. There's a whole of interest in terms of climate. And of course, the target of Africa and climate is because Africa has the golden spoon for climate, given what they have within our environment. Then that being the case, then for us to be, if we can be able to trade that and use it to be able to get sustainable housing across Africa and get it to the people who are within the community, that's one. So we are looking for climate funds. We're also looking at impact funds. And when we talk about impact funds, there are people who are ready to impact in the society, get it in a better way, and especially directed in terms of the basic things that are there. Those funds we are targeting. We're also targeting the commercial funds, which are also available. But again, you realize commercial funds would be impossible to deal with housing, with affordable housing. So a blending of these now and then channeled in a proper structure. And when I say a proper structure, if you look through, right now, maybe in Kenya, and we were told yesterday, Kenya has the most vibrant and the best SACCO system, I think, in Africa now. And has, I think, the huge membership and also the huge in terms of deposits. So it is mainstreaming these deposits into housing in a structured way. If you look at most of the SACCOs in Kenya, and the SASRA, Mr. Njuguna was here, I think you'll find that a good sum of what they have ends up in housing or land acquisition. So then, in this case, when you are coming in is, which of these platforms can either talk to the supply side, and the supply is give the developer confidence, or talk to the demand by aggregating what the SACCOs are calling for through the membership and trying to link them into the developer. So in such, we have got one or two platforms that we have set. We've set, I think, the first market developer comfort facility, I think the first one in Nigeria. And we are at the nascent stage and trying to see how it works out. Our next market that we're looking is Kenya. And in Kenya, again, we are looking at the same things because it's a very mature market. It's just to see how we can give comfort to the developers so that they're able to pass on that benefit to the members. I think, in conclusion, we've seen that it is not going to be very possible, and it was alluded by my colleague here, George, that you have to integrate the market for any benefits to be seen. And integration is not only integration from the point of the money, it's integration of the product and the money. So what we are looking is a clear value chain that talks to each and every segment. That's one. Number two is looking at the cost from end to end. We were talking to somebody, I think, last night, and I kept on saying, even if you remove the cost of financing on any of the projects in Kenya, put it to zero, they are not affordable still. At zero cost of financing, the project is still not affordable. So where is the problem? So the problem is embedded that we all our eyes went into cost of finance, but forgot that there is a cost of production other than finance. then you find that that is reared with a lot of cost. In a simple model, I think the cost of finance is about 8% on average. So 92% are the other costs. Just try to scoop the cost of labor in housing, most of the affordable housing. You realize it could be about 40 or 50. So we have to start looking at new methods of doing houses, other than the traditional, if you have to strip out the 30 or 40% cost of labor. Otherwise, if you look at a 3-bedroom house, costing about 3 or 4 million, constructed by about 10 laborers for about, 16 months, because we extend. Then you'll see who had the money, who took the money. Is it the house or the laborers? And you can see significantly, it is the laborers who took the money. So we have to adapt new ways of doing housing, even as we look at the financing and the other things. So I think that the aspect we are looking at, that we've created a center of excellence where we are trying now to make people understand these systems that are making housing so inefficient and of course costing a lot and making it unavailable. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let me take back. I know you've talked about cost of production, but let me go back to the cost of funding. Wendy, so our experience also as Habitat, globally, we tried to raise this microbill fund, which is almost 100 million funding to really on lend to MFIs who can on lend to the low-income households offering housing finance. But in some markets, particularly in Africa, we found challenges because of these, the interest rate fluctuation and the risks that come with that. And we believe local funding can be another critical source of funding or affordable funding for driving housing finance in the local markets. And also, I understand that we have a capital markets regulation to support real estate companies. Unfortunately, only 4 of them are in the housing sector and only 1 looking at affordable housing. What do we need to do for the capital markets to support us in terms of funding for the financial service providers, but also the developers? Karibu.
Thank you so much for that question. So within our markets, the capital markets, we are seeing a number of opportunities that exist for developers and people or entities that want to contribute towards the affordable housing space. So the first, opportunity that we have seen working for in terms of contributing towards affordable housing is the REIT structure. And the REIT is a regulated instrument that allows funding entities to raise capital for affordable housing. So we've seen that one of the developers within this space, that's Acorn Holdings, they've been able to utilize the REIT to raise capital for their projects. In 2021, Acorn came to market. They raised over 2 billion, around 2.3 billion through a private placement, which they then brought onto the unquoted securities platform. The unquoted securities platform is a smaller, market. It takes on some of the characteristics of an over-the-counter platform. And we've seen that it's been able to work suitably for this particular issuer because of certain factors. For example, they are able to mark their price to the net asset value price, which is a true reflection of the assets that they're carrying within their REIT. And so in addition to this, through the same platform, they've been able to unlock value. So they've been able to do rights issues. So for example, last year, we saw that they did a rights issue. They were targeting to raise about 5 billion, and they managed to raise slightly more than half of that. So around 2.5 billion. And what this has done for them is that it's enabled them to be able to continue developing their assets because as you may be aware, that a REIT needs to continuously develop assets. And in the case of this particular issuer, it is a twin REIT. So they do have a D-REIT and an I-REIT. And the D-REIT is constantly developing, units, which it's ensuring that they are rent stabilized and, well occupied before now moving that into the I-REIT. And so through the markets, we've seen that they've been able to solve this or contribute actively towards the, the affordable housing conversation through the student housing route. In addition to that, they've also been able to do a green bond. So Acorn undertook a green bond a few years back, and they have raised 5.3 billion through this green bond. So what we're saying is that in addition to the REIT option, there's also the option of going through the fixed income instruments, including the green bond. And a green bond is, your typical bond, but it's incorporating the aspects of green finance. And this, what we've seen is that investors are increasingly becoming interested in such instruments, because of their, in addition to the return that they're giving, they're also giving, some environmental benefits and contribution towards, the climate conversations. So these are some of the options that we are seeing within our space. And I'll also just mention about the corporate bonds, which is also an avenue or an option that can be considered. We've seen between 2020 and 2022, we've seen 4 corporate bonds being issued. And, one of them was by a bank, one by our host today, one of them by Acorn as mentioned, and another one by a real estate company. So all these bonds were oversubscribed. When they were looking for money, the issuers were, very eager. And so we've seen that there's an appetite for these bonds. And the interest rate for these bonds we've seen has been over 12% for each and every one of them. And so that's also an avenue that can be considered as we have these discussions. But maybe just to touch on some of the challenges that we're seeing within the space, we are seeing that, we are having a bit of tax harmonization issues. So we're seeing that, some of the tax incentives that have been granted, for example, in the REIT space, have lapsed over time. So for example, the stamp duty exemption. There is a stamp duty exemption on transfer of assets into a REIT. And this was given for a period of 5 years. So as at December last year, this lapsed. And so now we're back to a situation where the stamp duty is applicable when moving these assets into a REIT, and that is having a ripple effect on, issuers considering this option. And so that's an issue that we've seen. We've also had the issue of cost. I think someone has touched on the cost issue. We've seen that there is appetite for the REIT, but some of the, potential issuers within this space are telling us that the cost of bringing the REIT to market is a bit high, although we've also seen that come down significantly over time. So way back in 2015, when we had the first REIT coming to market, their cost of bringing the REIT to market, the cost as a percentage of their total issuance was at around over 5%. And with the recent REITs that have come in 2021 and, most recently this year, we've seen that cost come down significantly to, 2.6% and down to 1.6%. And so we are seeing that has, significantly come down. And so we are encouraging, potential issuers who are bold enough to come to us and come into this space to explore this option. And just see how you can, tap into that market and gain some of the benefits that we've seen. So the market is offering some solutions or, opportunities also on the other hand. So we are working actively with market enablers such as the World Bank Group and associations within the space, including the REITs Association of Kenya, the Kenya Property Developers Association, just to see how to, we've actually structured a program, and this program is aimed at solving some of the challenges that I've mentioned. And so together with these entities, we have developed a REACH Toolkit and Incubator. And this is basically a program where we are simplifying the process of bringing REITs to market. We are creating tools that are easily accessible to the market, and these tools have simplified the process of your REIT registration. So typically where you'd find, the process is lengthy, maybe issuers are not too sure where to start, where to go. They look at the regulations and maybe get a bit discouraged to bring some of these instruments to market. Then the toolkit is really simplifying that process. It's giving the tools to potential issuers. And then on the incubator side, we as NSC are opening up our doors, and we are saying that we're ready to work with yourselves. And we are ready to, handhold you in this process. So once you've filled in the required tools or the required application, documents, then we are able to incubate you through the program. And what we have done is we've put together a community of service providers. And these service providers are sort of talking amongst themselves and just trying to see how to reduce those costs significantly, so that then this capital raising mechanism becomes more accessible to more potential issuers. So these are some of the solutions that we're looking at. In terms of the tax advantages or the tax challenges that we've seen with the stamp duty, we're working actively with the regulator to try and resolve this. And also, lobbying groups within the space just to see how to reinstate some of these tax incentives, just to make that instrument of REITs more accessible and affordable for the issuers. But that being said, we also have a number of tax advantages that accrue to the REIT instrument. So we do have the income tax exemption, we do have the VAT exemption on transfer of assets into REITs, and we also have exemption on capital gains tax on transfer of units between the unit holders. So in as much as we're seeing that there are these opportunities and there are challenges, there are also solutions and steps that we're actively taking to make this capital raising mechanisms more accessible to the market. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. I believe there'll be a bit of questions coming from the members. Lastly, Sita. So as an institution driving inclusive finance, we've done a lot of research. You've had the challenges that are really there to particularly address this informality and access to finance for the informal sector. What do you think needs to be done to start addressing these barriers?
Thank you, Daniel. So as Daniel said, we're a market facilitator. We work with government, financial sector providers, and other stakeholders to try to promote a more enabling ecosystem and design and pilot financial solutions, which hopefully can be piloted. I'd like to touch on a couple of things for the formal housing sector that I feel we really need to think about. Firstly, we did a very long review of Kenya's legal and regulatory framework along the very long housing value chain, from land to infrastructure, construction, maintenance, and exit and financing. And we uncovered 130 different laws and policies. It's actually on a digital platform. CAF was our partner. And I think what it's showing is when you're coming to urban areas, the regulatory environment, just as Architect George said, is becoming very challenging to navigate. So that's, I think, the very first thing as a country we really need to try to simplify. Having said that, we launched again with our partner, Center for Affordable Housing Finance, other partners like REAL and International Housing Solutions, what we call open access. Because Chris has said maybe labor is a big cost. Others are saying regulatory is a big cost, but let's get the data. Let's not talk about it anecdotally. Let's not be scared of sharing the data. Let's use that data collection effort to help guide policy. we have policymakers in this room. Everyone wants the same thing. So we're really excited about our open access initiative. We will, CAF has a very secure process and protects the data privacy, and we're looking forward to getting the outputs. If I can move on to, again, I really want to speak about the collaboration nature of that with Daniel, Helen, even Habitat for Humanity Kenya. I see Rita here, Nixon. We're hoping to start launching and co-hosting a donor and development working group, because we all seem to be working so hard, but we seem to be repeating some of our work, not sharing some of our work, and we have limited resources. So we hope next year will be, the KMRC conference is an excellent example of how bringing people together helps us deepen these discussions, but we do want to launch a deeper, closer working group. I want to take a bit of time to talk about our learnings from supporting incremental housing and designing new products. So while we keep saying we want to design new products, as Rosemary said, the products are only really accessible if you have some level of savings, because credit is really allowing you to borrow against your future earnings. And if you have that earning potential, you should be also being able to save. So I think there's many bankers have also said as well that when they look at people, they can't qualify them because they've taken so much credit already. So if there was one silver wish I would have for our country, Kenya, is that we have almost a credit authority. So all the different providers of credit are inputting both positive and negative data. So people have their credit score as a baseline. Then you can refine it with products like what Syntellect are doing, et cetera. But right now, we don't know how much, we can't go to any bureau and find out a credit profile of a Kenyan because we're not required to, and there's no regulator that checks whether the data submitted is good quality, right? So if I take 2 digital loans, now I'll be regulated because digital lenders are required to submit data, but before they weren't. But if I take loans from a SACCO that's not regulated, if I take loans from microfinance institutions that aren't taking deposits, everybody doesn't get that picture. And I think our vision is if we can make that data more readily available, we can really improve the credit scoring, because credit requires you to know what your prediction of default is. That's what we can, that's really what's required. And potentially trying to encourage savings with a bit more incentives, because people do save when they can, but are they getting a good interest rate when their savings are very small? We had a housing home ownership savings product, but it's not currently vibrant. But I do think really we start with the savings and then look at the right credit product after that. Allow me to make a couple of points I've learned about, again, when you look at the very low income and the microfinance and the rural side, they have a lot of collateral that's not in land title, but is in movable collateral. So we have a registry. We have a movable collateral registry. So microfinance institutions and banks or commercial banks would register the collateral they would take, right? It could be a dairy cow, but they can't recognize that collateral on their balance sheet. So I think looking for case studies from across the world where that may be enabled can help the microfinance banks also with their own financial sustainability. And similarly, microfinance banks have to provide a lot faster and a lot more aggressively because of historical ways of how they came into being than a commercial bank, but they could be banking the same customer. So I think we also need to look at all that together. One other point I'd like to make on digitization is as we work more closely with SACCO, MFIs, et cetera, can we start creating a template that makes sense that they collect the same type of data so it can be standardized? Because right now we're not collecting data, effectively, because we can only use machine learning, et cetera, if the data is collected well. So I think that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thanks, Sita. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the panelists. I've been told we are running out of time, so if I can allow 3 to 4 questions, if there are any, before we have our closing remarks from the panelists? We should extend the cocktail. Huh? People are sleeping now. 3 to 4 questions, guys. Yeah, thank you. The mics.
Thank you. Just quickly, in terms of the cost of finance, and then the other one on the data that's available for the credit worthiness of Kenyans. I think as you mentioned, about 8%, and then you related that with the instrument of labor, which is critical. And in most cases for construction, labor and materials are the most critical. The first thing that is usually thrown out is consultancy, which is around 10 to 15%. Then the next one, which people try to avoid, is of course the cost of finance, trying to look for cheaper finance or borrowing from friends. So I think 8% is quite high. What can be done and what is the bare minimum? I mean, I know you said if you remove it, you still have the housing unaffordable. But I think if it can be lowered, what is the minimum lowest that the financial institution can still make their money? And then on the other one, on credit information, I was in a session where I think the person who was presenting said they were involved in the creation of the CRB, the Credit Reference Bureau. The original thought of the Bureau was to create the database for credit worthiness. But now how most financial institutions use it is to punish Kenyans for not paying in good time. I don't know how you use it now and how you see it can be used for better or for at least for the original thought. Thank you.
Thanks. So the first, I think, will go to Chris, and the second will go to KCB and HFC. Any other, the last 2 questions, so that when we start responding, we respond to all the questions. Okay. And the third.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fidelis from Uniters. I just wanted to know what is the percentage of funding you've done towards infrastructure, or are you just looking at the supply side, the housing? We have a problem of drainage, sewage. So what are you doing even to partner with the local government towards funding or financing infrastructure? Thank you.
Sorry, that for who? AFDB, perhaps? Who are you directing the question to?
Yes, to AFDB.
AFDB.
Or any other partner.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The last question, this table, I saw the hand. Thank you.
My question is on market segmentation. I rarely hear that word coming out, and we end up having straight jacket approach. We have a product that has to fit everybody, but we have a market that is segmented. And we must be now talking for this market, what is the product? For this market, what is the product? That should be the conversation that then we are able to serve a bigger population, market segmentation.
So I think what, KCB, HFC, as we're trying to disrupt, how are you thinking about market segmentation? Okay, so who are we starting with? Chris, okay, go ahead.
Again, thank you very much. And going back to the cost, and you're asking, how can we be able to lower the cost from the 8% of all-inclusive cost of finance coming down? I think, and that's the economics, that money is a factor of supply and demand. Currently, if you look through at the real estate, it's not the best in terms of where the money should be put in. So what certainly happens is that the more you try to lower the money, the cost, the price or the return, the rest, the funds are going to be directed there. So to me, I feel at where we are, 8% is a good start. However, it is the other areas that have been left too inefficient. And when I was directing to REBA, I'm saying there are all efficiencies around all the other processes that can help lower the overall cost of the product, even as we go back now to price of money. So my feeling here is that they can go all down simultaneously, but financing is not the only cost, but it is a cost, I agree. So yes, it can come down, but we need to look at the others. The others are, like you said, most of the people have run away from professionals as a way of lowering the cost of their projects, and that's for sure. Or they pay them amounts that do not allow them to come into sight because it's not affordable. But you've seen now the number of buildings that are coming down because they are not administered by professionals. So I think this is where we need to look at the whole value chain and then determine how can we bring everything down. Modular houses are some of the samples that can help in terms of time and everything else. I think skilled labor, like the programs with KCB and the rest, I think are going to help in terms of having more and more people who are skilled, who even when you pay, they can take a lesser time, because also time is a cost in projects. So I think it's a conversation that you can have for a longer period, but I think it's to encourage everybody. Don't only look at it from finance, look at it beyond finance, then you can get it working. Thank you.
Thanks. Peter? I'll tackle two of the questions. The Credit Reference Bureau. I think this has evolved a lot. First, Credit Reference Bureaus are actually licensed and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. So there is a regulator. Credit Reference Bureau information sharing has also evolved from only sharing negative information when it first started, way back in 2013, to now sharing positive information. So you get, when you get your bureau score, it has both negative as well as positive data. There is also a circular by Central Bank prohibiting lenders from declining facilities only on the basis of Credit Reference Bureau. So it's not correct that bureau data is actually used to penalize. I think it has bastardized, it's been bastardized. And a lot of people talk about being blacklisted, but in reality, that information is only a portion of information that goes towards making a lending decision. Having said that, I think Geoffrey Mwaura from KMRC re-emphasized yesterday, a lot of times we try and legislate for bad manners. People just must pay their debt. When it comes to credit, and I talk from experience, I've had 22 years experience in credit risk management. Past behavior is a very good indication of future behavior, especially when it comes to individual. If you want to try this out, try lending money to somebody in the village who everybody knows doesn't pay, and see whether they pay you back. When it comes to market segmentation, I totally agree. I think that the trend, particularly in banking today, is around what we call personalization. So do not develop products that are just for everybody. Develop products that suit my need. And for us, we are engaging a lot more in focus groups. Focus groups help you identify what is relevant and what those particular segments of populations need. So we are moving away from a product push, which is just going and designing things and then hoping that people will consume those or will fit in within those brackets, to segmentation. And indeed, when for example, if you come into one of the first exercises that I ever did at HFC was even segmenting the loan book itself, whatever historical data we had, along income bands, along a lot of demographics, and you find that even within just if you take age as an example, how people of my age would perceive a mortgage is totally different from how people who were born after the year 2000, Gen Zs. They are talking about Uberization of housing. They don't even want to make their bed. Now you are saying that you need to develop a unit in some area. That's not what they want. So you have to, the research has to show that that's what they need. That's why I gave the example of Angola, where they went and built, if you go to Luanda, there's a whole new city there that was built by the Chinese, which nobody occupied. We don't want to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. George?
Thank you. I'll also try and address the three questions. In terms of the Credit Reference Bureau, just reiterate Peter's remarks. It doesn't spell doom when it comes to lending. There are extenuating circumstances and there are levels of adversity in terms of your credit rating that then a lender would look at in terms of making a credit decision. And it is not the only parameter that we would be looking at. So the being what you call blacklisted would not necessarily close the doors when it comes to lending. On the issue of segmentation, again, even as a bank, we are cognizant of the fact that the straitjacket approach does not work. And indeed, we have a customer value proposition that speaks to every different segment in terms of the product, in terms of the pricing, and in terms of the risk profiles. So it is, I think, something that goes without saying that segmentation is key, and the propositions that are available to those different segments should be differentiated. And that is something that we are practicing within the bank. I think there was a question also on the issue of infrastructure funding. And I think if you look at developments within the urban and peri-urban areas, that's why you notice that developments are concentrated in area where there's existing trunk infrastructure. So the challenge is that for any developer who is willing to incur the cost of infrastructure, then he has to pass that cost somewhere, and it eventually ends up at the end buyer's doorstep. So again, the issue of partnership comes in. What are we doing with central government? What are we doing with the counties to ensure that we have the required horizontal infrastructure that would then attract affordable housing within those spaces?
Sita, I wanted
Just
to add.
to make a clarification about the CRB as well, that yes, the CRB is evolving very much as both the banks have said. But what's missing is there's a lot of providers of data who don't have to report to CRB because they're not under, there's a lot of providers of credit, sorry, because they're not regulated by CBK. So that's, if we could cover that gap, then we would have a much bigger view of the credit, of the ability of past repayment, of future earnings, potential savings, all of it. So just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last response from Peter.
Yes, thank you. I think I would just add to what has been said when it comes to bulk infrastructure. I'll rely on the data which has been quoted in the meeting before. I think that is 40%. But more importantly is the collaborative approach. I think when you're looking at affordable housing, you're looking at different parameters. There are various stakeholders that have various competencies that they can contribute. In Kenya, I think we are seeing a very structured and deliberate effort to support both supply side and demand side of affordable housing. And of course, even with development partners, when it comes to provision of the associated infrastructure, whether it is roads to new development areas, whether it is energy, last mile connectivity, or whether it is water and sanitation, building of sewage systems around new areas. So, and water supply systems, which help to supply the new, let me call them neighborhoods, or that would be targeted for affordable housing. So that collaborative, structured, deliberate effort is very important. And we commend, of course, the government and the stakeholders and KMC and the others who are already doing the same in the country. Thank you.
Thanks. So we have had partnerships, collaboration, disruption, the right product by understanding the customer needs, opportunities in the stock market, but also there's money, but it has to go to the right channel. So perhaps just to end the conversation 1 minute, we are looking for partners. Just tell us one thing that we can look upon to say, what do we take away with in terms of the partnership to come and really address these challenges we've mentioned? As a closing remark, let's start with Peter.
Okay, now thank you. I think I'll go to the second part of the theme of this conference, which is inclusion. I think that as we look to address the issue of affordable housing in the country, we should, and by that I mean all stakeholders, work towards ensuring inclusivity in that process, be it ensuring that both urban and peri-urban and rural areas are tight, both different parts of the population are tight, so that nobody is left behind when it comes to access to decent housing, which, as I mentioned earlier, is quite important in terms of the quality of life and the outcome for our population, and more importantly, on productivity, which is also the economic contribution aspect of housing that was the theme of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We'll look into tapping to AFDB. Thank you. Peter?
Yes, housing is our purpose. It's why we were created. We have made a commitment that we'll continue to support housing, affordable housing in particular. We have gone as far as writing to the State Department for Housing, committing to specific deliverables in that space. We are also pioneer members of KMRC, so we are shareholders of KMRC. And in that space, we are offering single-digit mortgages for very long tenors, fixed rate for housing. Please come to us for housing solutions. On the other end, if you don't like what is being built and provided in bulk, we have landowner developer solutions. We will help you design your house. If you don't like living in your own compound, we will master plan your estate for you. If you're a developer, come talk to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you very much. I think on my part, I'll just step back a little bit, and mine is very simple. We in Africa, I think where we stand, I think we have our own solutions. And the more we look solutions internally, the better for us. If you look at green and resilience, the houses we used to have were mud and sticks. Were they green? Yes. Were they resilient? Yes. The food we used to eat and which we are craving for here, arrowroot and all those, is it sustainable? Yes. Is it healthy? Yes. Meaning then, we need to have started a conversation around what we are doing. There's so much of material, technology, and ability we have locally. Let's talk to each other as the African nations. That's how we are able now to bring these costs down. I think there is a lot. You will find that wood from Congo would find itself maybe to Dubai to come back to Nigeria. So why can't Congo export wood too? So that's getting all of us communicating and creating platforms that are able to transfer knowledge, help governments read from the same script is what we are doing at Shelter Africa. Thank you.
And of course, you are there to support and fund. Okay, thank you. George?
Thank you. My takeaway from this, my namesake architect, George, if you can confirm that indeed labor counts for 40% of the cost of developing a house, then for me, I'm seeing an opportunity through our foundation where our artisans probably have an opportunity then to put in that as sweat equity and own some of those houses that they're actually involved in building. So for me, that if indeed you can confirm it is 40%, then that there presents an opportunity.
So George, on behalf of the architects, you need to see this guy. You need to see this guy. We need to get money on that. Sita,
yeah, my
closing remarks.
comment is don't be scared of sharing data. It's a gateway to understanding the realities and crowding in capital and incrementally bringing the costs down step by step, because we haven't got our economies of scale yet. So let's just share data and step by step bring the costs down.
Thank you, Sita. Saving the best for last. Wendy, closing remarks.
In terms of my closing remarks, I'll just re-highlight the REIT Toolkit and Incubator program that we're running at the Exchange in collaboration with our different partners. We currently have an active pipeline. Over 6 companies have expressed interest through the REIT Toolkit and Incubator. And so we're encouraging, affordable housing developers to also take this up. Out of the pipeline, 2 of these companies are affordable housing developers. So welcome. We'll talk to you about REITs. We'll also talk to you about corporate bonds and also explore the green bond space together. So karibuni sana to the NSE.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a final round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Laban, okay, over to you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. All right, our DJ. Yeah, our DJ. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. How are you all? I know that right now you're so tired. You need to go rest. But before that, we are here to hype up for like 1 minute, 2 minutes, maybe 5, maybe 10 or 1 hour. I don't know, whatever time you're going to give us. So kindly, wherever you are, just be on your feet. Wherever you are, just stand. Make sure when you swing like this, you don't hit anyone, yeah? Yeah? I want you guys to leave this place safe and sound. Safe and sound. So just your hands shoulder level to the side. Your hands shoulder level. Nice. So swing side to side. Make sure you don't hit anyone. Swing side to side. Swing side to side. So from there, just lean to your right like that. To your right. Yeah. Nice. The other side. All right, good. Back there. Then twist. Good. Twist the other side. Nice. Good. Take your head round. Change the other direction. Nice. Good. Hands on your waist. All right. Take your waist round. Like that. Nice. Amazing. Yeah, I see that. I see it. All right. Move the other side. Good. Amazing. All right. Good. Just kick. And kick. And kick. Are we ready now? Are we ready? Our DJ back there. Drop it like it's hot. All right. So we have Mr. Brian up here. Let's clap high. Let's clap high. Let's go. Move to the side. Oh, yeah. DJ. Okay. All right. Are you ready now? I want to see you jump and put your hands in the air. All right. To your right. To the left. Back to the right. Let's go. To the left. Shoulders. Nice. Let's go. I want to see you moving and smile. Let's all smile. Let's all smile. Enjoy the music. Amazing. Oh, yeah. Are you ready for the chorus? Let's go. Push your hands up in there. Yeah. Go to the right. Put your hands up in there. DJ Maniacs in the house. All right, make sure you get a partner, get a partner, get a partner. Get a partner. Get a partner, here we go like that. Let's go. Nice. Top to the side. Inside. One more time. Inside. Inside. Let's go. Yeah. One more time. Yeah. Hey. Are you ready for the chorus? Let's go. Put your hands up in the air. Let's go. Put your hands up. Clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nixon from the animation team. We have Mr. Brian. We are all from the animation team. We work here as the entertainment department. So anytime, feel free to let us know, whatever, if you want dance, you need some activities, just know that we got you. Thank you so much. Have a nice time.
Asante sana. So you're all stretched as well and energized. Ladies and gentlemen, we have drawn to the close of our deliberations for this period. That's day 2. Getting ready, of course, for day 3. But I want to appreciate you all for your patience. And I'm happy that we can now wrap it up for the evening bit of the program. Mine is to really say thank you so much for being a great audience, and also just to appreciate again the Daniel, where you at? I think Daniel, it's well conducted panel as well. Daniel and the entire panel that was here to beginning my coffee one final round. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't have much to say. Mine is just to say that the next bit of the program, as I mentioned, we'll just exit. We'll have, okay, so now we have a bit of a, we'll have tea, then of course proceed down now to the cocoa bar as well, where we'll have the cocktail, okay? So we'll just go down and have tea and then just progress down. As I mentioned, of course, most of us have left some of their writing materials, but should you want to maybe carry, you can do the same as well, and let's carry your items. This is the room will be cleared as well. Okay, so please help me welcome Nyale Yanga, who's our CFO, KMRC, to give a bit of resolutions as well and a vote of thanks for this session. Let's appreciate our CFO.
Thank you so much, Laban. Are we ready for the cocktail? Are we ready for it? Thank you so much. So I'll not take much of your time so that I don't bore you after that jig, and also after the so many presentations and learnings that we've done for the last two days. It's stories like those of Rosemary, which keep us awake, and which should keep us awake, all of us in this room, to see that we craft solutions that can solve people's problems going forward, and actually make this country a better place than we found it. So let's all take that mantra. There are so many Rosemarys who have that story, and that should be our story and our challenge as financial institutions, as financiers, as developers, as researchers, and everybody, so that then we're able to solve these problems and make this country a better place, as the CSS had mentioned yesterday. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, just to appreciate. I believe you have enjoyed the discussions. You've learned a lot. You've made networks among colleagues, among developers, financiers. I believe you've also made connections for business because apart from the learnings and everything, you should also come out from here with a network that can help you make a deal and also make money. The cocktail will also provide an additional opportunity for all of us to network and have a relaxed environment where we can also talk more about affordable housing and also make an effort to get to know a new person, what they do in this affordable housing space, and how you can build partnerships for the betterment of all of us. As usual, from this conference, and as we have done in previous, we are able to pick certain commitments or certain policy initiatives, such as suggestions, which will be able to progress. We have done that. We have done for the mortgage relief. We have done other proposals on tax, and we keep on doing them. And we do this as a result of some of the deliberations that come out from this conference. So take KMRC's commitment that we'll keep on following up with all the policy makers. I know National Treasury is still here in the House, the people from the ministries. There are quite a number of declarations that were made by the CS in the CS speech. There are quite a number of deliberations that came out from the two CSs which were here yesterday as well as other senior government officials which mentioned here. So I'll not be able to go through all of them, just to assure that we'll keep in touch with the relevant ministries and departments to ensure that we're able to pursue what they have promised to fruition and for the benefit of all of us. I think the minister, the CS for cooperatives, also highlighted the need for SACCOs to leverage on the KMRC product offering and be able to benefit a wider range of people who are in the SACCO sector. And that's something which we are going to take up seriously and see how best then we have more participation of institutions in our product offering, either directly or through partnerships with institutions who are also already benefiting. We are also very keen to follow up from what CS Alice Wahome indicated yesterday in terms of what they are doing at ARC-DESASA. And that portal is on the supply side, yes, but we are all partners in this, and we'll be following up and holding our leaders accountable to see that then these declarations also come to fruition. I think the financials were very eloquent about financial literacy, that there's need to collaborate and do financial literacy so that we drive the mortgage agenda down market, in addition to having a number of innovations that help all of us. I think we saw the 3D printing technology, quite amazing technology. There was a very good question which was asked here. If I make an application for a mortgage, can I get that disbursement in 14 days? I know the bankers circumvented that route and said, you know, Stella, there is lands, there is charging. But it was a very good question. If I make an application today, can I get money in the next 14 days? Yeah. I know Peter will say, but when it comes to foreclosure, it will also take time and everything. We appreciate. But I like that question specifically because initially in this country, if you wanted to buy a car, you need to go to a lawyer, you do an agreement, and that process used to take 3, 4, even a month. Nowadays, you transfer your logbook within an hour, and the car is yours. In this country, when you wanted to register a company, you need to go to a lawyer, you give them your objectives, they draft a memorandum of association, is a memorandum and articles of association, same documents, they just take from the other client, copy paste, put your name, isn't it, Elisha? And then they charge you 20, 30,000 and take another 3, 4 weeks forming your company. Today, everyone in this room can register their company at the comfort of their bedrooms, right here in their mobile phones. So it's possible. We never used to talk about investment in government purpose. It was a process. You need to open a CDS account, you need to do what, you need to do what. Now everybody can open a DAO CSD account from the comfort of their mobile phones, and you can invest in a treasury bond right from where you sit. So Peter, when we say 14 days we need money, it's possible. And you know you'll make it possible, right? So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the people who have participated in this forum. I really appreciate all of you for taking your time to come to attend and share your ideas. I know you are all very busy people from your areas of works, and even having the opportunity to just have 2 days full here plus tomorrow, it's a big sacrifice and we don't take that for granted. So clap for yourself as you appreciate yourself for coming to this conference. Allow me also to appreciate our funding partners, the National Treasury in economic planning, very institutional and very key people in the establishment. For those who may not know, KMRC was actually born at the National Treasury. And so we are their children. They cannot denounce us, and we respect them, and we really continue to get their support. The World Bank Group as well, Habitat for Humanity, who are also hosting us this evening. We really appreciate, as well as the KCB Group and all the other partners that I may not be able to mention. I want to appreciate the speakers, the presenters, for that great knowledge that you've been able to share with us. Of course, it takes personal sacrifice to share the knowledge that you have built over time. We know we don't have money to pay you. We cannot even afford you, even if we wanted, but we really appreciate the sacrifice that you put forward and being able to share with us. We don't take that for granted, including the international presenters and speakers who are able to share with us. We also want to appreciate our events organizers, the arts group. Hello, how are you? That group at the back there, they did an amazing job. They are quiet, they don't talk to people, they're just busy on their machines, but without them, we can't move this side. So let's appreciate them. I think, allow me to lastly thank our team leader, Mr. Johnson Oltetia, for the great job of steering this ship. He has been a great mentor to us and to the industry, and we really appreciate his leadership as we continue. And the KMRC team, which is putting this together every year in, year out, as well as participating in ensuring that all the money is rolled out in the manner in which it is prescribed in our lending agreements. So let's also appreciate the KMRC team, which is here, for the work that they're doing. Lastly, for the White Sands Hotel for the hospitality, we appreciate. We believe you have enjoyed the facility. For those who have been staying with us here, and for those who have been coming for the conference, we believe it has been a wonderful event. To our MC, good job. We really appreciate your stewardship. So without further much ado, asanteni sana nyote. We are not closing. Tomorrow, let's also join and we go together and see the sites, and that serves to anchor all this knowledge and put it into practice and see exactly what is happening on the ground. So God bless you all. Asanteni sana and have a nice evening. So we are free to.
Thank you very much. Just before the DJ, let me not interrupt your music. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being your MC. My name is Laban Cliff. Till same time next year. It's goodbye. Tea served and cocktail just down at the Cocoa Bar. Karibuni. DJ.